also concerned about what has happened in Bangladesh.
All right, Shubham, hold on for a second there. We're getting a live reaction coming in from the Environment Minister. Let's go ahead.
की जो वैज्ञानिक जो जियोलॉजी में काम करते हैं, भूविज्ञान, भू सर्वे विज्ञान में काम करते हैं, तो जाती है कि जो 100 मीटर की ऊंची पहाड़ी होती है उसको पर्वत माना जाता है। ठीक है, अब जब 100 मीटर ऊंची पहाड़ी को पर्वत माना जाता है तो केवल उसकी ऊंचाई पर्वत नहीं होती, ऊंचाई से लेके और धरातल तक, मतलब कोई भी पर्वत श्रृंखला ऐसी ईंट की दीवार की तरह खड़ी नहीं होती, वो एक बड़ी गोलाकार आकृति है। हाँ, उसका धरातल मतलब उसका जो बेस है, उसके धरातल से लेके और ऊंचाई तक जो जाएगी वो पूरी की पूरी 100 मीटर संरक्षित है। एक जो भ्रम फैला रहे हैं कि केवल ऊंची पहाड़ियों, उसके साथ में पड़ने वाली उसके धरातल में जो छोटी पहाड़ियां जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो सारा संरक्षित है। फिर एक पहाड़ी जो 100 मीटर की है और दूसरी पहाड़ी जो है उसके बीच में जो आधा किलोमीटर का क्षेत्र है, कितना, उसमें जमीन है वो भी संरक्षित में आएगा, वो भी अरावली रेंज कहलाएगा।
तो फिर भ्रम हुआ कहां पे?
अब सुनो ना, तो 90% तो भाग संरक्षित है। दूसरा,
All right, that was the Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav was speaking about the Aravalis and saying that 90% of the Aravalis are under the protected range. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat launched a scathing attack against increasing instances of violence on Hindus in Bangladesh. This as the West Bengal BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari sheds light on yet another instance of violence against Hindus, and this time it's the vandalizing of Hindu deities in the Joynagar Assembly constituency. Take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest coming in.
Bangladesh has of late borne witness to a rise in the anti-Indian sentiment. India has signaled significant unease over the growing tensions across the border and especially over the recent spurts of violence inflicted against fellow Hindu countrymen. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat on Sunday addressed the worrisome situation of atrocities being committed against Hindus in Bangladesh. He called for the Hindus in Bangladesh to stay united as he acknowledged the difficulty faced by the Hindus there as a minority.
सब में होती तो ऐसा होता नहीं, सब में संवेदना होनी चाहिए और जो गलत परिस्थिति है उसको बदलने के लिए सबने मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। सामाजिक दृष्टि से देखने वाला मैं इसका उत्तर ऐसे ही दूंगा, हिंदुओं की दुर्दशा कब समाप्त होगी? वहां माइनॉरिटी है एकदम, वहां जरा कठिन है, फिर भी जो मैक्सिमम बचाव हो सकता है उसके लिए वहां के हिंदू को इकट्ठा रहना पड़ेगा।
Bhagwat went on to urge the Indian government to take cognizance of the increasing violence and take action.
दुनिया भर के हिंदुओं को अपनी मर्यादा में रहकर उनकी कितनी मदद कर सकते हैं, जो और जितनी कर सकते हैं उतनी सब करनी पड़ेगी, हमको भी करनी पड़ेगी और हम तो वो कर रहे हैं। बाकी हिंदुओं का एक ही देश है, भारत देश, तो भारत की सरकार को इसका संज्ञान लेना पड़ेगा, करना पड़ेगा। कुछ कर भी रहे होंगे, कुछ बातें बताई जाती है, कुछ बताई नहीं जा सकती।
He also called out the anti-Hindu sentiment reflected in Bengal politics of late as he reiterated his plea for Hindus to unite to bring about change in the situation in Bengal.
एक संघ हिंदू समाज अगर खड़ा होता है तो बंगाल में परिस्थिति बदलने के लिए कोई समय लगेगा नहीं। अब रही बात आखिरी प्रश्न की, राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के आपके क्या विचार है, तो मैं आपको फिर एक बार बताना चाहता हूं कि राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के बारे में सोचना मेरा काम नहीं है। हम समाज परिवर्तन का सोच के संघ का काम कर रहे हैं।
Bhagwat's big statement garnered a reaction from BJP state leader Suvendu Adhikari. Suvendu shed light on the repeated instances of violence against Hindus, the latest being the vandalizing of Hindu deity idols in the Joynagar Assembly constituency in West Bengal. He slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for misgovernance and appeasement politics, for letting such acts of violence go by unaddressed and unpunished. The reactions didn't stop there. Such repeated and consistent acts of violence against Hindus even garnered a statement from the Ministry of External Affairs. The MEA, in a post, acknowledged the misleading propaganda in sections of the Bangladesh media on the acts of anti-Hindu violence, especially with the death of fellow Indian Deepu Chandra Das. The MEA also mentioned that it has urged and is pushing for the Bangladesh authorities to take action on the attacks perpetuated, and that the perpetrators of the barbaric killing of Das be brought to justice. The tensions have arisen to the point that the Indian Visa Application Centre was suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong among security concerns. The Hindu movement have in the meantime put forth a united front to condemn the simmering tensions across the border, while the question still unfortunately remains: can Hindus ever be safe in an increasingly radicalized Bangladesh?
All right, viewers, starting off with some of the other stories you're tracking. Remember that the lynching of a Hindu man in Bangladesh has got so many reactions. We just heard RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat there speak about that Hindus and minorities in Bangladesh are extremely in a very vulnerable position. And that takes us to the next set of breaking news that is coming in for our viewers. We see Sanatan Dharm Sabha, viewers, is observing a Kishtwar Bandh. Hindu groups holding protests in Kishtwar town seeks government of India's intervention to secure Hindus in Bangladesh. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Hindus call for Bandh in Kishtwar. Hindus call for Bandh in Kishtwar. Hindu groups holding protests in Kishtwar town, seeking government of India's intervention to secure Hindus in Bangladesh. We already see that the MEA has put out a statement on the growing tensions and the question about the safety of Hindus in Bangladesh. So we have seen a lot of concern being raised. It's not just being raised here in India, even abroad. Even some of the foreign and Western countries have raised concerns about how minorities are treated in Bangladesh. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and play them out for you.
आजकल जो बांग्लादेश में कत्लेआम हिंदुओं का हो रहा है, जो कि वीडियोस हम सब ने देखे हुए हैं, तो खून खोल उठता है। उसी के उपलक्ष्य में आज हमने यहाँ पे सनातन धर्म किश्तवाड़ ने बंद का ऐलान, प्रोटेस्ट करना है और सभी गाड़ियाँ बंद रहेंगी 1 बजे तक। सभी स्कूल वगैरह जो हैं वो 1 बजे तक बंद रहेंगे। और जो ये बर्बरता, जो ये कट्टरपंथी वहाँ पे ये कर रहे हैं, ये सोचते हैं कि इनका कोई कुछ नहीं करेगा, लेकिन यही होता है लास्ट जो होता है मरने की। इन कट्टरपंथियों को जो है लास्ट हद मरने की यही है। बेहते हिंदुओं को, निहते हिंदुओं को वहाँ पे मारा जा रहा है। हम वहाँ की वो कट्टरपंथी सरकार भी वही है, उनसे भी हम यही दुआ करते हैं, ऊपर वाले से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनका खात्मा जल्दी से जल्दी हो।
Okay, a lot of concerns there about the way that the Hindus are being treated in Bangladesh. I'm being joined by Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, if you could help our viewers understand what exactly is happening. We do get that the protesters are asking for the safety of the minorities in Bangladesh. The same concern which is being showed not just by the centre, but also leaders of Western nations.
Yes, the widespread protest that has been called by the Sanatan Dharm Sabha in the Kishtwar, they are underway, and the people from the different walks of the society from the Hindu community has hit the streets of Kishtwar. This has been the day when it was a Kishtwar Bandh, the call that was given yesterday by the Sanatan Dharm Sabha in protest against the atrocities that have been committed upon the Hindus in Bangladesh. And today all the markets and the public places, they will remain shut in Kishtwar district. This has been seen in the past also, that after the fall of Sheikh Hasina government and Mohammed Yunus taking over as the caretaker Prime Minister of the Bangladesh, the situation of Bangladesh has become similar to Pakistan, where the atrocities have been committed on every single day, and the lynching that has taken place that has now agitated Hindus all across the globe. Now what they are demanding, that there should be an intervention by the union government so that the Bangladeshi government can be pulled up, and there needs to be an action, and also the security of the Hindus that needs to be ensured, because what is happening, that like Pakistan where the minorities have been marginalized, similar is happening in Bangladesh, and the people from the Hindu community, they are agitated, and a Bandh call has been given in the Kishtwar, which is seeing a visible impact on ground with the Hindu groups coming to the roads and burning the effigies of the Bangladeshi government and holding widespread protests.
That's right. Also help our viewers understand a little bit more about what these groups really want. We understand that they are asking for action, they're asking for government intervention, and they're extremely concerned. You know, we have seen so many cases, Gursimran, you've been reporting about it as well in the past few months, about the state of minorities. And you're mentioning it is not just Bangladesh, but even in Pakistan. Right, okay. All right, just getting our viewers all the top updates coming in. These are Hindu groups calling for a Kishtwar Bandh, showing major concern about the state of the Hindus in Bangladesh and Pakistan. Okay, much more coming up. Delhi High Court to hear the ED's plea against order in National Herald case, challenging the Rouse Avenue court order, which refuses to take cognizance of the money laundering case.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
In the Augusta Westland chopper case, the court seeks CBI's reply on Christian Michel's plea for release from custody. Hindu groups hold protest in Kishtwar seeking Government of India's intervention to secure Hindus in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails Mahayuti Alliance's major win in Maharashtra local body polls as BJP emerges as the biggest party. Also, Delhi High Court to hear the ED's plea against order in National Herald case challenging the Rouse Avenue court order, which refused to take cognizance of the money laundering case, citing it was a private complaint. Weather conditions in Delhi are expected to worsen in the upcoming days. AQI likely to worsen with dense fog conditions. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the top big breaking news that we are getting here right at the moment from Jammu Kashmir. A big breaking development from Jammu. Major combing and search operations are underway at the Jammu railway station, and crisis response team, that is CRT of Jammu and Kashmir Police, is carrying out search operation amid the terror threats. There are already ongoing search operations in the Jammu and Kashmir region, but this is a big development which is happening right now at Jammu railway station. Major combing and search operations are underway, are happening right at the moment at the Jammu railway station. The CRT, which is the crisis response team, CRT of Jammu and Kashmir Police, is carrying out these search operations amidst the terror threats that they are receiving, amid the intel that the security forces have received. And you can very well see the search operations, the searches being carried out in the railway station, at the Jammu railway station. These are the visuals we are getting of the search operation that is being carried out by the security forces, the CRT, which is the crisis response team. So you can understand the gravity of the situation and of the threats, that the intel that they have received about for the terror threats. Amid terror threats, the Jammu and Kashmir Police is carrying out search operations. These searches come in the backdrop of recent incident of recovery of assault rifle telescope. Big development coming in from Jammu. All right, our colleague Gursimran has done a ground report from the location. Let's watch that.
Early morning search operations have been launched, a massive combing and the area sanitization operations are underway at the Jammu Tawi railway station. These visuals that you are seeing are from the platforms of the Jammu Tawi railway station, where early this morning the searches have started. This is to ensure that the entire area remains clear from any threat.
All right, viewers, let's go on to another big breaking news that is coming at the moment. A big development. 4 people died on the spot in a horrific road accident late Sunday. Horrific visuals on your screen. Sunday night in the Nangal police station area of Bijnor. The accident occurred near Jalpur on the Haridwar road at around 11:15 p.m. when a dumper truck coming from behind rammed into a car. The collision was so severe that the car was badly damaged and all 4 occupants died. Now, upon receiving information about the incident, the police and villagers reached the spot. The police extricated the bodies from the damaged car and sent them to the district medical hospital, where doctors declared all 4 dead. When they arrived, the bodies were then sent for post-mortem examination. The police have initiated legal proceedings in connection with the incident and are investigating the matter. The deceased have been identified as Qari Iqbal, a son of Kabir Ahmed, Ashraf Faq, a son of Mushtaq, Ehtisham, son of Ehsan, and Salahuddin, son of Mumtaz. It is reported that all of them were residents of Rahatpur Khurd village and were returning after attending a one-day religious gathering. The Aravalis are at the center of a major environmental and political flashpoint as concerns rise over the 100-meter definition and allegations of illegal mining. The debate now focuses on the future of North India's ecological shield. With ministers, state officials and political leaders weighing in, the issue has expanded beyond policy, becoming a critical question of air quality, groundwater security and long-term climate resilience. The challenge now is ensuring it survives before the damage becomes truly irreversible.
The Aravalis are North India's green lungs, checking desertification, regulating rainfall and recharging groundwater for major urban centers like Gurugram and Jaipur. But the new 100-meter threshold leaves vast portions of this ancient range outside protection, triggering ecological risks and health hazards, an issue Republic has tracked extensively on the ground. Citizens are demanding ecological safeguards over technical classifications, warning that the Aravalis play a critical role in stabilizing air quality across an already populated North India. As the Save Aravali movement builds momentum, government voices have begun weighing in.
उसके लिए भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया है कि आपने जैसे सारंडा और झारखंड में एक पूरा पहले माइनिंग प्लान बनाया है, वो प्लान तैयार करिए। वो प्लान तैयार करने के बाद भी ICFR जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है उसकी परमिशन होगी, उसके बाद ही परमिशन मिलेगी। दिल्ली में कोई भी माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है, ना होगी। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, दिल्ली के अरावली हिल्स में माइंस पूरी तरीके से बैन है।
The Rajasthan Finance Commission chairman has also entered the debate, raising sharp concerns and calling out political posturing.
पिछले दिनों राजस्थान के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी ने 100 मीटर के दायरे में माइनिंग की अनुमति के विषय के ऊपर ट्वीट करके इस न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के विषय को राजनीतिक चर्चा का विषय बनाने का काम किया। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है कि खुद गहलोत जी ने 2002 में जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनकी सरकार थी, तब इस विषय के ऊपर सहमति देने का काम किया था। आज उसी विषय को वो फिर एक बार खड़ा करके ठंडे पानी में पत्थर मार करके उछालने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि वर्तमान केंद्र की सरकार और राजस्थान की सरकार, उन्होंने लगातार अरावली के क्षेत्र को प्रोटेक्शन के लिए लगातार काम किए। इसलिए 100% का विषय को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर पूरी कार्ययोजना बनाने को केंद्र सरकार को कहा है। जब तक वो कार्ययोजना नहीं आए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं कहा है, तब तक इस विषय के ऊपर किसी प्रकार के प्रिजम्पशंस लेना, मुझे लगता है ये अतिशयोक्ति होगी और हमारे लिए ठीक नहीं रहेगा।
BJP leader Rajendra Rathore has further escalated the political clash, accusing Ashok Gehlot of misleading the public on the Supreme Court's observations.
अरावली को लेकर अशोक गहलोत जी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले को लेकर चिंता के नाम पर लोगों को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं। सरकार कटिबद्ध है अरावली के संरक्षण के लिए, पहले से ही केंद्र और राजस्थान की सरकार कटिबद्ध है। और ये फैसले का जो आधार है, जिसको सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने अपने फैसले में कहा, ये 2002 की अरावली की वो परिभाषा है जो 1968 के लैंड रिफॉर्म्स के आधार पर अशोक गहलोत जी की कैबिनेट ने स्वीकार मंजूर की थी।
Meanwhile, Republic's on-ground investigation shows the Aravalis, North India's last natural barrier against desert expansion, facing unprecedented pressure from illegal mining, unregulated blasting, and shrinking green cover.
The structural damage to each and every house of most of these villages. There are huge cracks in the foundation. The people telling that because the deep hole blasting, because of the high impact deep hole blasting happening so close to the residential area without following the minimum required distance between a habitable area and a mining area. So this is, the people have definitely come on the roads. The people are definitely protesting, and they're looking to find a recourse for this entire scene.
As citizens, policymakers and the courts collide on the issue, the central question remains: can the Aravalis be saved before the damage becomes irreversible?
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next news story. The Jeffrey Epstein case is back in the spotlight as old files photographs and unanswered questions resurface. Inside his homes, released visuals show rooms that appear ordinary but quickly grow disturbing. From provocative artwork and bizarre sculptures to unsettling portraits placed in bathrooms and living areas, the presence of what appear to be hidden cameras near beds and massage rooms adds to the chilling picture, offering a rare glimpse inside homes now central to one of the most disturbing cases in recent history. Here's a report that takes you through each and every frame. Take a look.
Let's go behind the doors of this 7-story townhouse of Jeffrey Epstein. Behind the walls of what stood as the innocuous JE plaque etched in stone. Broken wooden doors in places more than one. This portrait of Bill Clinton, painted in a blue evening gown, donning Epstein's wall, is totally viral. Here's the Clinton print from another angle. It is casually hanging in what seems like a file cabinet. Here's another room, seems like a regular home office. But zoom into the walls. Marilyn Monroe appears to be framed up there, a visual of a lady in bed, candy on the table. Into the stationery room. It seems like regular stationery supplies, but zoom in further and you'll see a stack of the book, Fire and Fury. Now that's the book by journalist Michael Wolff, which claims to detail the behavior of Donald Trump and his close circle of staff during his 2016 presidential campaign. For some odd reason, Epstein had 3 copies of the books, stacked one on top of the other, right under 2 copies of the TOEFL IBT books, which also seems odd, given the TOEFL IBT is a learning book for non-native English speakers around the world. The strangeness of the Epstein-Clinton relationships seems to grow through these pictures. Look at this picture in the bathroom above the toilet seat. It's a strange choice to have what seems like a caricature of Bill Clinton and Epstein together, hanging up in the bathroom right above the commode. This console table, marked D, has a framed redacted picture of what appears to be a young girl, with sculptures of babies clinging to the ornate golden legs of the table. Here's a long shot of the same table from another angle. It seems to establish quite clearly it was right by the fireplace in one of the living rooms. Even in the common places, bizarreness shines through. For example, this entryway couch with an iron sculpture of a young boy in a cap seated. Or this one from the inside of a bathroom with framed pictures of what seemed like naked women or little boys looking at their private parts. Or this one where as the staircase comes down to what seems to be the entryway foyer, instead of a chandelier hangs what seems to be like a showpiece of a woman wearing a wedding dress, clutching to a rope that falls from the ceiling. In contrast to several of the inside pictures of Epstein's home, which seem deserted and unkempt, is this ornately decorated living room. Hanging chandeliers, antique, well-polished wooden mantles, and a hand-woven carpet. But as creepy as the rest, on the carpet lays a taxidermy Royal Bengal tiger, casually sprawling. Now into what seems like the massage room. The walls mimic the dark reality that is likely to have gone on inside it. Naked women on the wall and redacted faces of women on others. The art that Epstein chose also had painted naked women, like this one, casually sitting in a park, or wall-to-wall, full-wall murals like this one against the pink walls, where you can see naked women in living rooms. Also across multiple stills released from the $70 million Manhattan townhome of Jeffrey Epstein, what's clear is the presence of cameras, hidden cameras, from those above beds to those plugged surreptitiously in the believed to be den of crime, the massage room. A photo of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, lying on the laps of women has surfaced in the newly released Epstein files by the US State Department of Justice. Convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is seen smiling in the background casually. The image is believed to have been taken inside the royal estate in Norfolk. Its release adds to scrutiny of Andrew, who was stripped of his titles over links to Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew, though, has consistently denied any wrongdoing. Apart from these stills is, of course, the released video of Epstein's Palm Beach home. This video is reported to have been re-released by the DOJ and dates back originally to 2005. The Palm Beach home is where many of the crimes that Epstein undertook were undertaken. The home was later demolished after Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious death.
Experts are warning that 10 months would have been sufficient for the government to solve this issue.
क्या तरीका है? आप ऐसे क्यों?
Any response to the situation?
कैसे करके आए सबके साथ फाइट ना? आपने सुना सब कुछ. फिर आप
Say it's impossible to solve the problem within 9 to 10 months.
कर रहे हैं आप ऐसा?
What's your response?
ना आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं?
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat launched a scathing attack against the increasing instances of violence on Hindus in Bangladesh. This is as West Bengal BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari sheds light on yet another instance of violence against Hindus. And this time, it's the vandalizing of Hindu deities, idols in the Joynagar Assembly constituency. The MEA even has put out a statement on the growing tensions. And the question now is simple. Can Hindus ever be safe in a Bangladesh that is slipping deeper into radicalization? Here's a quick report on that.
Bangladesh has of late borne witness to a rise in the anti-Indian sentiment. India has signaled significant unease over the growing tensions across the border and especially over the recent spurs of violence inflicted against fellow Hindu countrymen. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat on Sunday addressed the worrisome situation of atrocities being committed against Hindus in Bangladesh. He called for the Hindus in Bangladesh to stay united as he acknowledged the difficulty faced by the Hindus there as a minority.
सब में होती तो ऐसा होता नहीं. सब में संवेदना होनी चाहिए और जो गलत परिस्थिति है उसको बदलने के लिए सबने मिलकर काम करना चाहिए. सामाजिक दृष्टि से देखने वाला मैं इसका उत्तर ऐसे ही दूंगा. हिंदुओं की दुर्दशा कब समाप्त होगी? वहां माइनॉरिटी है एकदम, वहां जरा कठिन है फिर भी जो मैक्सिमम बचाव हो सकता है उसके लिए वहां के हिंदू को इकट्ठा रहना पड़ेगा.
Bhagwat went on to urge the Indian government to take cognizance of the increasing violence and take action.
दुनिया भर के हिंदुओं को अपनी मर्यादा में रहकर उनकी कितनी मदद कर सकते हैं, जो और जितनी कर सकते हैं उतनी सब करनी पड़ेगी. हमको भी करनी पड़ेगी और हम तो वो कर रहे हैं. बाकी हिंदुओं का एक ही देश है, भारत देश. तो भारत की सरकार को इसका संज्ञान लेना पड़ेगा, करना पड़ेगा. कुछ कर भी रहे होंगे, कुछ बातें बताई जाती है, कुछ बताई नहीं जा सकती.
He also called out the anti-Hindu sentiment reflected in Bengal politics of late as he reiterated his plea for Hindus to unite to bring about change in the situation in Bengal.
एक संघ हिंदू समाज अगर खड़ा होता है तो बंगाल में परिस्थिति बदलने के लिए कोई समय लगेगा नहीं. अब रही बात आखिरी प्रश्न की, राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के आपके क्या विचार है, तो मैं आपको फिर एक बार बताना चाहता हूं कि राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के बारे में सोचना मेरा काम नहीं है. हम समाज परिवर्तन का सोच के संघ का काम कर रहे हैं.
Bhagwat's big statement garnered a reaction from BJP state leader Shubhendu Adhikari. Suvendu shed light on the repeated instances of violence against Hindus, the latest being the vandalizing of Hindu deity idols in the Joynagar Assembly constituency in West Bengal. He slammed the Mamata Banerjee government for misgovernance and appeasement politics, for letting such acts of violence go by unaddressed and unpunished. The reactions didn't stop there. Such repeated and consistent acts of violence against Hindus even garnered a statement from the Ministry of External Affairs. The MEA, in a post, acknowledged the misleading propaganda in sections of the Bangladesh media on the acts of anti-Hindu violence, especially with the death of fellow Indian Deepu Chandra Das. The MEA also mentioned that it has urged and is pushing for the Bangladesh authorities to take action on the attacks perpetuated, and that the perpetrators of the barbaric killing of Das be brought to justice. The tensions have arisen to the point that the Indian Visa Application Centre was suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong among security concerns. The Hindu movement have in the meantime put forth a united front to condemn the simmering tensions across the border, while the question still unfortunately remains: can Hindus ever be safe in an increasingly radicalized Bangladesh?
All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news that is coming in at this moment. Gujarat student forced to join Russian army, and he has sent an SOS video from Ukraine. Now, a young man from Gujarat who went to Russia for studies on a student visa has, in a video message, requested people not to join the Russian military under any circumstances. He alleges he was lured. He was asked to join the military. He was allegedly forced to serve in the Russian military after being blackmailed with a false drug case. He said the student Sahil Mohammad Hussain made the appeal in a video taken in Ukraine, where he has been kept after his capture by the Ukrainian forces. In the video shared by the Ukrainian authorities, Sahil Mohammad Hussain, who is from Gujarat's Morbi, asked the Indian government to help him return home. He said he had been working part-time for a courier firm while studying in Russia. He alleged the police in Russia falsely implicated him in a drug case and promised to drop the case if he served in the Russian army. And this is his video message. President Vladimir Putin was in India recently. I would like to request the government to speak to Putin for my safe return home. He also added these lines. In another video, he said he took the Russian deal in order to get rid of the false drug cases. After training for 15 days, the Russians sent him to the front line, he also added. So big breaking news, a Gujarat student who was, as he says, he was forced to join the Russian army, is now sending an SOS video from Ukraine. His name is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. He has made the appeal in a video taken in Ukraine, where he has been kept after his capture by the Ukrainian forces. So this person has been captured by the Ukrainian forces, and in the video shared by the Ukrainian authorities are sharing this video. Sahil is saying that the Indian government should help him return home.
My name is Major Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India, Morbi city. Now I'm in Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin, from President of Russia, to returning me at home, come back home. My name is Major Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India, Morbi city. Now I'm in Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin, from President of Russia, to returning me at home, come back home.
Not just the Russians are affected, not just the Ukrainians are affected, but even some Indians who went there to study and for work, they are also affected by the war. And coming up next, a Gujarat student forced to join Russian army sends SOS video from Ukraine, and he has urged the Indian government to help him.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
All right, coming up next, Gujarat student forced to join the Russian army. He alleges he sends SOS video from Ukraine and urges the government of India to help him.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
In the Augusta Westland chopper case, the court seeks CBI's reply on Christian Michel's plea for release from custody. Hindu groups hold protest in Kishtwar seeking Government of India's intervention to secure Hindus in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Modi hails Mahayuti Alliance's major win in Maharashtra local body polls as BJP emerges as the biggest party. Delhi High Court to hear the ED's plea against order in National Herald case, challenging the Rouse Avenue court order which refused to take cognizance of the money laundering case. Weather conditions in Delhi are expected to worsen in the upcoming days, AQI likely to worsen with dense fog.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Priyanka Chaudhary. Our focus continues to be on this Gujarati student who has in fact sent an SOS from Ukraine. He was in fact being forcefully recruited in the Russian army. In fact viewers, we will get you all the details on that story, but first up the headlines. The top headlines coming in this hour. We are given to understand that in the Augusta scam bill twist, the court seeks CBI reply on Christian Michel's plea for release from custody. Hindu groups hold protest in Kishtwar seeking government of India's intervention to secure Hindus in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Modi hails Mahayuti Alliance major win in Maharashtra local body polls as BJP emerges as the biggest party. Delhi High Court to hear the ED's plea against order in National Herald case, challenging the Rouse Avenue court order which refused to take cognizance of the money laundering matter. Weather conditions in Delhi are expected to worsen in the upcoming days. AQI likely to worsen with dense fog. And viewers, our top focus and breaking developments coming in. A Gujarat student has been forced to join the Russian army. The student has been forced to join the Russian army, sent an SOS from Ukraine. A young man from Gujarat who went to Russia for studies on a student visa has sent a video message requesting people not to join the Russian military under any circumstances. He was allegedly forced to serve in the Russian military after being blackmailed with a false drugs case. He said the student Sahil Mohammad Hussain made the appeal in a video taken in Ukraine where he has in fact been kept after his capture by the Ukrainian forces. In the video shared by the Ukrainian authorities, Sahil Hussain, who is from Gujarat's Morbi, asked the Indian government to help him return home. He said that he had been working part-time for a courier firm while studying in Russia. He alleged that the police in Russia falsely implicated him in a drug case and promised to drop the case if he served in the Russian army. In fact, President Vladimir Putin was recently in India and he has said that he would like to request the government to speak to Putin for his safe return home. In another video, he has said that he took the Russian deal in order to get rid of the false drugs case against him. And after training for 15 days, the Russians sent him to the front line. These are the details coming in and let's listen in.
My name is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India. Morbi Gujarat, Morbi city. Now I'm in Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin from President of Russia to returning me at home. Now come back home. My name is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India, Morbi Gujarat, Morbi city. Now I'm in Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin from President of Russia to returning me at home. Now come back home.
Well, viewers, my colleague Swarali is joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details on this. Swarali, we heard the student who has sent this SOS video back to the country from Ukraine, and he is alleging that he was captured by the Ukrainian authorities because he was serving for the Russian army, and he was serving out of a force, out of force because he was falsely put in for a drugs case, and then he was blackmailed. So what is the entire brief of the case, and what next are we expecting?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Sahil, who hails from Gujarat's Morbi region, he went to Russia for his higher studies in 2024, post which he was falsely implicated. These are the allegations that has been put out by Sahil. He was falsely implicated in a narcotics case, after which he was imprisoned in the Russian jail. And then he was asked to enroll for the Russian army to, decrease the imprisonment time, that is the punishment time. If he wants to get away with the punishment that was being done by the Russians, if he has to get away with it, he had to enroll with the Russian army, and that's how he signed for the Russia-Ukraine war. He signed up for that, post which he was sent on the forefront during the war. And then he was captivated.
There is some breaking news coming in that we have to address at this point in time. Breaking news coming in, viewers. An Air India Mumbai-bound plane has in fact faced... It was a Mumbai-bound Air India flight reported a technical glitch. That is the breaking news coming in. The engine shutdown has been reported. In fact, a serious glitch has been reported on Air India flight this morning. A very, very serious glitch has been reported. The right engine has shut down mid-air on the Air India flight. That is the big breaking news coming in this morning. Air India Mumbai-bound plane has returned to Delhi due to a serious glitch. A serious glitch being reported on Air India flight. Ishan, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line for more. Ishan, what exactly happened?
I-887, a Boeing 777 aircraft that was operating in the Delhi-Mumbai sector, took off from IGI Airport, Delhi in early morning. And soon it reported a problem on the right side engine number 2, and it reported that its engine number 2 had shut down. DGCA and airport sources tell us that there is an oil pressure issue in the engine that caused this to happen, and the engine shut down. A full emergency was declared at Delhi around 6:40 a.m. and the aircraft returned and landed back safely at IGI Airport. Emergency services were on standby to address the issue on the aircraft. The flight was being operated, was a Boeing 777 aircraft, and was on the route of Delhi-Bombay under the flight number AI-887. Back to you.
All right. What has been the response coming in from Air India, if any, Ishan?
As of now, no official response have been given by Air India. However, we are reaching out to them for this response. Right now, the main fact is that the passengers are safe, and the Air India had suffered this critical failure mid-air, wherein an engine completely shut off. The plane Boeing 777 is designed to work on a single engine as well, but it is not recommended. The two-engine system is a fail-safe measure, wherein even if one engine is there, the plane can safely land. But this shows that there was a critical error in the Air India flight that caused this complete failure of one engine, and this could have been another disaster, but that was thankfully averted. But this raises critical questions about the maintenance and serviceability of Air India aircraft, and we will have to find out the reason why such incidents keep on happening.
Absolutely. Ishan, help us a little more on understanding, as you mentioned, that a Boeing is designed that it could run with one engine, although it is not, it is not something that is there is one looking forward to. But of course, a technical glitch of this seriousness, with the fact that the right engine shut down completely mid-air, and although they had landed safely in the airport, what are the response coming in, if at all, from the DGCA?
As of now, no official communication has been made by the DGCA or Air India. However, it will be short. I believe that it will shortly come out, and once they are out, we will update on the same. But this, the DGCA had initially stated that there is an emergency issue in the aircraft. Soon after taking off, there was an issue detected by the pilot, and a full emergency was declared by him. This declaration of this emergency was the critical feature, and it triggered a full response where the entire emergency services of fire brigade, ambulance, and everyone was rushed to the runway. And as soon as the plane landed, in this incident, they did not require the emergency services because of the design of the aircraft, enabled it to land with just one engine. But the engine number 2, that is the right engine that failed, shows that there is some maintenance issue, and this needs to be resolved. Now, this oil pressure issue that has initially been reported could be the cause, or could also be a reason for the aircraft to have entered into such a phase. But this requires in-depth investigation to prevent such issues in the future.
Right. In fact, Ishan, we continue to stay on this story, and we have seen that there is a crucial scrutiny that has been already built on airlines, and especially Air India, after the crash that took place earlier this year that had killed multiple people, and a very, very horrific crash it was. And since then, the ministry, as well as the several of these officials have also come forward, and there is a heavy scrutiny that has been drawn. But even after that, we are seeing such glitches.
Absolutely, this shows that there is a deeper problem within the airline industry itself, because such instances clearly mark that this is a maintenance issue. These are preventable issues if in time and on time prompt maintenance is done. Right now, this right engine issue that shows that the critical oil pressure drop in the right engine shows that there was a maintenance issue, because such issues can only happen either if the pump failed or there is a leak. Now, the oil pressure pump that is managing the engine are independent. Both engines have an independent oil pump. Right now, the right engine failed shows that there was a maintenance. Either there is a leak or there is a pump failure. Now, if there is a pump failure, that is a larger component level issue. And if there is oil leak, that could also have been detected. Both are preventable issues. Now, these preventable issues are causing larger problems, and these larger problems are threatening human life. And it not only threatens the life of the passengers, but it also threatens the people on the ground on which these planes might crash. Now, this could have easily ended up in a disaster. Thankfully, it did not. But it clearly shows that there is a gap in the maintenance procedures that are being followed in India, and this needs to be addressed by the DGCA, not only for Air India, but for all airlines, because Air India is a large operator, Indigo is a large operator, thousands of aircraft are flying every day, and these failures indicate that there is a maintenance issue in aircraft. We have seen multiple maintenance issues come up in the past few months, wherein Indigo flights have been forced to land, wherein Air India flights have been forced to land, and all these landings indicate that there is one or the other component failure, fuel leakage, other problems. All these indicate that there are maintenance issues, and DGCA needs to address this, and Ministry of Civil Aviation needs to set out that human life in India is valuable, and this cannot be tolerated.
Ishan, do we know the number of people, the passengers who were traveling in this particular flight, and the number of crew members? Of course, for our viewers, it is very important to understand all of the crew members and the passengers are safe. But in order to understand the occupancy, what has been the number, if at all?
The Boeing 777-300 is rated for around 222 passengers and crew. Now these more than 200 passengers and 5 crew, the exact occupancy is not known yet because Air India has not released the manifest. We will only come to know the exact number of people on board once the manifest is released, but this aircraft is capable of flying more than 200 people at a time. So this could have easily been a very large disaster.
That's right. A large disaster has in fact been averted there. Although Ishan, to be a little going on a generic side, we are seeing that the aviation industry has been facing several setbacks. You know, whether it is the Indigo Airlines, which had seen its crisis just a week before, you know, and of course Air India flights constantly reporting glitches, and almost every week we are seeing that there are several glitches that have been reported, technical snags that are being reported. As you also mentioned that it is something related to maintenance. Why do you think that there is some way that we are seeing that the maintenance of these aircrafts are not being done properly?
See, the airlines are under a tremendous pressure to turn around the aircraft. That is, once it is landed, then it has to be filled with people, fuel and food, and then turned around. This creates a pressure for the airlines to keep the aeroplanes on air, because the airlines are only earning money once the plane is flying. So this causes them to put a lot of pressure on the mechanics and the maintenance crew to complete all maintenance procedures as soon as possible and return the aircraft back into service. So this undue pressure that is being created on the passengers, sorry, not the passengers, but the maintenance crew, leads to them trying to do the work as soon as possible, and there are glitches in this. This is clearly visible that this is showing cracks because the system is not working. Because if the system was working, we would not see such issues, and the mandatory maintenance hours although being completed, but it is clearly showing that this fuel leak, there is passenger safety issues. We also saw that the emergency exit of the Indigo flight was incorrectly working, and now navigational errors. Now all this is combining into another disaster waiting to happen. The DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation needs to figure out how and why these maintenance issues can be prevented.
That's right, Ishan. That's right. Thank you for giving us the details on that breaking news coming in this morning, as an Air India flight in fact has faced that technical issue with one of its engine getting completely shut down mid-air and then returning back to Delhi. With that, viewers, we now shift our focus and get you some more news and updates coming in. The Jeffrey Epstein case is back in spotlight as old files, the photographs and unanswered questions resurface. Inside his home, released visuals show rooms that appear ordinary but quickly grow disturbing, from provocative artwork and bizarre sculptures to unsettling portraits placed in the bathrooms and the living areas. The presence of what appears to be hidden cameras near the beds and the massage room adds to the chilling picture, offering a rare glimpse inside homes now central to one of the most disturbing cases in the recent time.
Let's go behind the doors of this 7-story townhouse of Jeffrey Epstein. Behind the walls of what stood as the innocuous J.E. plaque etched in stone. Broken wooden doors in places more than one. This portrait of Bill Clinton, painted in a blue evening gown, donning Epstein's wall, is totally viral. Here's the Clinton print from another angle. It is casually hanging in what seems like a file cabinet. Here's another room, seems like a regular home office. But zoom into the walls. Marilyn Monroe appears to be framed up there, a visual of a lady in bed, candy on the table. Into the stationery room. It seems like regular stationery supplies, but zoom in further and you'll see a stack of the book, Fire and Fury. Now that's the book by journalist Michael Wolff, which claims to detail the behavior of Donald Trump and his close circle of staff during his 2016 presidential campaign. For some odd reason, Epstein had 3 copies of the books, stacked one on top of the other, right under 2 copies of the TOEFL IBT books, which also seems odd. given the TOEFL IBT is a learning book for non-native English speakers around the world. The strangeness of the Epstein-Clinton relationships seems to grow through these pictures. Look at this picture in the bathroom above the toilet seat. It's a strange choice to have what seems like a caricature of Bill Clinton and Epstein together, hanging up in the bathroom right above the commode. This console table, marked D, has a framed redacted picture of what appears to be a young girl, with sculptures of babies clinging to the ornate golden legs of the table. Here's a long shot of the same table from another angle. It seems to establish quite clearly it was right by the fireplace in one of the living rooms. Even in the common places, bizarreness shines through. For example, this entryway couch with an iron sculpture of a young boy in a cap seated. Or this one from the inside of a bathroom with framed pictures of what seemed like naked women or little boys looking at their private parts. Or this one, where as the staircase comes down to what seems to be the entryway foyer, instead of a chandelier, hangs what seems to be like a showpiece of a woman wearing a wedding dress, clutching to a rope that falls from the ceiling. In contrast to several of the inside pictures of Epstein's home, which seem deserted and unkempt, is this ornately decorated living room. Hanging chandeliers, antique, well-polished wooden mantles, and a hand-woven carpet. But as creepy as the rest, on the carpet lays a taxidermy Royal Bengal tiger, casually sprawling. Now into what seems like the massage room. The walls mimic the dark reality that is likely to have gone on inside it. Naked women on the wall and redacted faces of women on others. The art that Epstein chose also had painted naked women, like this one, casually sitting in a park, or wall-to-wall, full-wall murals like this one against the pink walls, where you can see naked women in living rooms. Also across multiple stills released from the $70 million Manhattan townhome of Jeffrey Epstein, what's clear is the presence of cameras, hidden cameras, from those above beds to those plugged surreptitiously in the believed to be den of crime, the massage room. A photo of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor lying on the laps of women has surfaced in the newly released Epstein files by the US State Department of Justice. Convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is seen smiling in the background casually. The image is believed to have been taken inside the royal estate in Norfolk. Its release adds to scrutiny of Andrew, who was stripped of his titles over links to Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew, though, has consistently denied any wrongdoing. Apart from these stills is, of course, the released video of Epstein's Palm Beach home. This video is reported to have been re-released by the DOJ and dates back originally to 2005. The Palm Beach home is where many of the crimes that Epstein undertook were undertaken. The home was later demolished after Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious death.
And viewers, that was all that we had shown you in terms, frame by frame, of Jeffrey Epstein's home and the files that have been released. Now, moving on, the Aravalis are at the center of a major environmental and political flashpoint as concerns rise over the 100-meter definition and allegations of illegal mining, and the debate now focuses on future of North India's ecological shield.
The Aravalis are North India's green lungs, checking desertification, regulating rainfall, and recharging groundwater for major urban centers like Gurugram and Jaipur. But the new 100-meter threshold leaves vast portions of this ancient range outside protection, triggering ecological risks and health hazards, an issue Republic has tracked extensively on the ground. Citizens are demanding ecological safeguards over technical classifications, warning that the Aravalis play a critical role in stabilizing air quality across an already populated North India. As the Save Aravali movement builds momentum, government voices have begun weighing in.
उसके लिए भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया है कि आपने जैसे सारंडा और झारखंड में एक पूरा पहले माइनिंग प्लान बनाया है, वो प्लान तैयार करिए। वो प्लान तैयार करने के बाद भी ICFR जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है उसकी परमिशन होगी, उसके बाद ही परमिशन मिलेगी। दिल्ली में कोई भी माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है, ना होगी। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूँ, दिल्ली के अरावली हिल्स में माइंस पूरी तरीके से बैन है।
The Rajasthan Finance Commission chairman has also entered the debate, raising sharp concerns and calling out political posturing.
पिछले दिनों राजस्थान के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी ने 100 मीटर के दायरे में माइनिंग की अनुमति के विषय के ऊपर ट्वीट करके इस न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के विषय को राजनीतिक चर्चा का विषय बनाने का काम किया। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है कि खुद गहलोत जी ने 2002 में जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनकी सरकार थी, तब इस विषय के ऊपर सहमति देने का काम किया था। आज उसी विषय को वो फिर एक बार खड़ा करके ठंडे पानी में पत्थर मार करके उछालने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि वर्तमान केंद्र की सरकार और राजस्थान की सरकार, उन्होंने लगातार अरावली के क्षेत्र को प्रोटेक्शन के लिए लगातार काम किए। इसलिए 100% का विषय को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर पूरी कार्ययोजना बनाने को केंद्र सरकार को कहा है। जब तक वो कार्ययोजना नहीं आए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं कहा है, तब तक इस विषय के ऊपर किसी प्रकार के प्रिजम्पशंस लेना, मुझे लगता है ये अतिशयोक्ति होगी और हमारे लिए ठीक नहीं रहेगा।
BJP leader Rajendra Rathore has further escalated the political clash, accusing Ashok Gehlot of misleading the public on the Supreme Court's observations.
अरावली को लेकर अशोक गहलोत जी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले को लेकर चिंता के नाम पर लोगों को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं। सरकार कटिबद्ध है अरावली के संरक्षण के लिए, पहले से ही केंद्र और राजस्थान की सरकार कटिबद्ध है। और ये फैसले का जो आधार है, जिसको सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने अपने फैसले में कहा, ये 2002 की अरावली की वो परिभाषा है जो 1968 के लैंड रिफॉर्म्स के आधार पर अशोक गहलोत जी की कैबिनेट ने स्वीकार मंजूर की थी।
Meanwhile, Republic's on-ground investigation shows the Aravalis, North India's last natural barrier against desert expansion, facing unprecedented pressure from illegal mining, unregulated blasting, and shrinking green cover.
The structural damage to each and every house of most of these villages. There are huge cracks in the foundation. The people telling that because the deep hole blasting, because of the high impact deep hole blasting happening so close to the residential area without following the minimum required distance between a habitable area and a mining area. So this is, the people have definitely come on the roads. The people are definitely protesting, and they're looking to find a recourse for this entire scene.
As citizens, policymakers and the courts collide on the issue, the central question remains: can the Aravalis be saved before the damage becomes irreversible?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, we will be focusing on top national and international stories. But first up, the headlines. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response, says misinformation is being spread on Aravalis. DGCA approves 6-month extension for Turkish Airlines partnership. And is the Augusta case collapsing? We'll track this latest developments, the latest updates on the Augusta case. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to Delhi, likely due to a serious glitch. Indian force to join Russian army, sends SOS video from Ukraine, asks government of India for help. Viewers, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment. Indigo has received a third extension from the DGCA to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft along with the crew from Turkish Airlines after previously facing a directive to end the partnership. This is a very big development, big breaking coming in. The DGCA has given Indigo a third extension. The third extension has been given by the DGCA to Indigo. This is to lease aircraft and crew. This is also known as damp leasing. Now, this is from the Turkish Airlines. Why is Indigo receiving such extensions? This is the big question. Indigo has received this third extension from the DGCA, and that extension has been given to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircrafts along with the crew from the Turkish Airlines, and after previously facing a directive to end the partnership. For more information, we are being joined by the Deputy Executive Editor, Shawan, on the phone line. Shawan, what are the details in this story? Again, an extension from the DGCA to Indigo to have a crew along with two Boeing 777.
Well, in fact, of May, when the DGCA had said that it was granting a one-time final extension for about 3 months, and that would have been up to 31st of August 2025, and the rationale that was given at that stage was that it was to avoid passenger inconvenience due to flight disruptions. Permission was basically due for a review. Surprisingly, DGCA in fact has now given a third extension to lease the aircraft. Now, this was in the month of September itself when they have actually given yet another extension to lease aircraft and crew. So this time, the damp leasing that is actually taking place from Turkish Airlines, which includes not just aircraft, but also crew. And this time they've been allowed to use two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft and also crew from Turkish Airlines. This was because of a directive that had earlier come in to end the partnership amid heightened anti-Turkey sentiment. But despite that, it seems that this directive actually came in. The directive that was to end the partnership. After that, this move was actually taken. And the reasoning that was given by the DGCA was that a sizable number of Indigo's aircraft were basically grounded. Now, there was a global shortage of aircraft, and that is the reason why this decision was essentially given, allowing Indigo Airlines to also use the aircraft from Turkish Airlines. Now, interestingly, not just Indigo, in fact, DGCA had also approved SpiceJet plan. They wanted a wet leasing of at least 5 Boeing 737 aircraft from the Turkish carrier Corendon Airlines. Now, this happens to be aircraft used by the Turkish Airlines, which is again a budget airline that is operated. And their aircraft, the Corendon airline, or their aircraft was being used by SpiceJet as well as Indigo.
All right, we are also being joined by Vandana Singh, who is an aviation expert on the phone line. Vandana, how do you track these developments? An extension has been given again to lease aircraft and a Turkish crew. Vandana.
Thank you. First and foremost, the first reaction is, of course, that there is a definite shortage that we know of, we all are aware of. Whether it's on the domestic routes within India, whether it is outside India, there's a definite shortage of equipment. So if it's a short-term measure, it's fine, but it has to be very much politically measured, we know very well who are our, friends here, who have a vested interest here, and politically what is correct and what is incorrect. I think as long as that is being kept in mind, it is taken as a short term, it's okay, but definitely this is not the solution to the situation or the problem here. That this problem should have been understood, mapped accordingly, and a proper action plan should have been drawn out, and not like this, like a knee-jerk reaction with an extension after extension, or taking wet lease from other equipment carriers like the Turkish carrier. This is not supposed, this is not in tandem with how the policies within our, or regulations within our aviation industry in India should work. This should be done very carefully, mapped very carefully. So if this has been done for short term, very short term, it's okay, but they have to find the right way to go about it. This route is not okay, but maybe to relieve the passenger discomfort, this route has been taken. Over to you.
Vandana, the kind of relation that we had with the Turkish authorities and the government post-Operation Sindoor also, we also saw how the security clearance of Turkish ground handling firm Celebi Airport Services India Private Limited was revoked with immediate effect. And now this latest development, this is another extension given to Indigo. Is the DGCA being too generous for Indigo, and why Turkish Airlines only?
I totally am in agreement with you, because we know, I know Celebi very well, and the Celebi had to, that license had to be revoked, and they were asked to leave because this is a national security issue, and nothing is hidden as to what happened and who was backing whom during the Operation Sindoor conflict. I don't have to name. Having said that, what is happening right now is against our national security. I repeat, against our national security, and it is not the way, this modus operandi, or this way we should have gone. However, without understanding who has the availability right now for wet lease, or really doing the entire mathematics of it, I see this as a very, very short-term measure, but this has to change. I do not think DGCA is, following the proper procedure. I think lots of socks have to be pulled up. There are lots of vacancies there, and I think right decision-making bodies have to be sitting there to take such decisions. I think this is not in the interest of national security for our country. Over to you, Niranjan.
Definitely, Vandana. Thanks for the insight on this big development. And definitely, it's not in the interest of the national security. The kind of relations we had with the Turkish government, and now another extension to Indigo and a crew from the Turkish Airlines. This should be scanned. All right, so this is a very big development that we are getting, the DGCA lifeline for Turkish planes flying in India. So as we saw what happened during Operation Sindoor and how the role of the Turkish government, which helped the Pakistani government during Operation Sindoor and during those times, and how the government has revoked the security clearance of Turkish ground handling firm Celebi Airport Services India Private Limited. Now, this has to be thoroughly scanned about how this was allowed, how an extension was given, and why the DGCA is being too generous for the Indigo. They have been given enough time to recruit more people, to buy more aircrafts, but why this extension? Why this extension again and again? This is another big development, a DGCA lifeline for Turkish planes flying in India. How can this be allowed post-Operation Sindoor, the kind of relation we had with the Turkish government? And now we are going to lease, we as in the Indigo, has received a third extension from the DGCA to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircrafts, and along with the Turkish crew. Big development. DGCA has given Indigo a third extension to lease aircraft and crew, also known as damp leasing, from Turkish Airlines. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top big breaking news that we are getting right now. Live and breaking, an Air India Mumbai bound plane has returned to Delhi, likely due to a serious glitch. Engine shutdown reported on the flight. An Air India spokesperson issues a statement. They said the crew operating flight AI887 from Delhi to Mumbai on 22nd December decided to return to Delhi shortly after takeoff due to a technical issue, a technical glitch, as per standard operating procedure. They call it standard operating procedure. The aircraft landed safely at Delhi and the passengers and crew have disembarked. Air India also said that it sincerely regrets inconvenience caused due to this unforeseen situation. The aircraft is undergoing the necessary checks that it should get. Our ground team at Delhi is providing immediate assistance to the passengers, and alternative arrangements have been made to fly them to their destination shortly. At Air India, the safety and well-being of our passengers and crew remain top priority. But this is alarming. Why again and again a lot of issues are coming up, especially when it comes to Air India. These glitches and such issues again and again are being reported from Air India. India has seen an aircraft disaster, and post that there are serious issues that are arising. The airlines also have become extra cautious, which is a positive step, but again it's coming from Air India. This is a very big development. Let me tell you the breaking news, the live and breaking news again. Serious glitch was reported on Air India flight. The crew, as the Air India spokesperson said, the crew was operating flight AI887 from Delhi to Mumbai. The flight was going from Delhi to Mumbai, and it decided to return to Delhi just shortly after the takeoff due to a technical issue. As per the standard operating procedures that are there in place, the aircraft landed safely at Delhi as per them, and now they are probing the whole incident and they are trying to find what happened to the aircraft. The aircraft landed safely at Delhi and the passengers and crew have disembarked. Air India says it sincerely regrets the inconvenience caused due to this unforeseen situation. So this was an Air India Mumbai bound plane which has returned to Delhi. It has safely landed in Delhi, but there was a serious technical glitch that happened mid-air. Just imagine what could have been the consequences had these technical issue, if the technical issue was quite bigger. But this was a serious glitch. The engine allegedly shut down, reported on the flight. One engine shut down mid-flight. So this is a serious concern and it should be looked after and thoroughly examined what exactly happened with the flight, with this Air India flight, which was a Mumbai-bound plane, which returned to Delhi due to a serious technical glitch. A big development. The Air India has also responded. The Air India has also quickly responded and given a statement on what has happened. They have said that they faced a technical issue. Shortly after takeoff, there was a technical issue that they faced, and as per the standard operating procedure, they decided to come back, that is to safely land at Delhi. All right, viewers, we are getting another big live and breaking news coming. Gujarat student was forced to join the Russian army and he has sent an SOS video from Ukraine. A young man from Gujarat who went to Russia for studies. He went there on a student visa, and in his video message, he has requested the people who travel to Russia not to join the Russian military under any circumstances. He was allegedly forced to serve in the Russian military, as he alleges, after being blackmailed with a false drug case in which he was implicated. He said the name of the student is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. He made the appeal in a video taken in Ukraine, where he has been kept after his capture by the Ukrainian forces. So he was captured in action by the Ukrainian forces. There's an ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, and they need more soldiers, more boots on ground. And in the video shared by the Ukrainian authorities, Sahil Mohammad Hussain, who is from Gujarat's Morbi, asked the Indian government to help him return home. He said he had been working part-time for a courier firm while studying in Russia. He alleged the police in Russia falsely implicated him in a drug case and promised to drop the case if he served in the Russian army. Let's listen into what he has said.
My name is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India, Morbi, Gujarat, Morbi city. Now I'm in the Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin, from President of Russia, to returning me at home, come back home. My name is Sahil Mohammad Hussain. I'm from India, Morbi, Gujarat, Morbi city. Now I'm in the Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian jail. I also don't want to sit in the Russian jail. That's why I write the contract for Russia-Ukraine war and catch the Ukrainian territory. Now I know about the President Putin, President of Russia. He came in India to meet my government. Also want to tell my government to conversation with Vladimir Putin, from President of Russia, to returning me at home, come back home.
All right, we are being joined by Swarali for more information on what has happened. Swarali, what are the latest updates in this story? The student, he says he is from Gujarat and he was fighting for Russia and he has been captured by the Ukrainian forces. What are the latest updates?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Sahil, who hails from Gujarat's Morbi district, went to Russia for his further studies, higher studies, and at that time he alleges that he was falsely implicated in the narcotics case and he was imprisoned in the Russian jail. At that time, he was informed that if he signs a contract for Russia-Ukraine war and serves Russian army during the war, the imprisonment, the punishment will be decreased, and that's the reason he says that by mistake I signed this contract under certain financial pressure, and that was his message. He was trying to tell another Indian youth who travel to Russian or Ukrainian countries not to sign such contracts, because there are several such scammers and such things are done with the youth who go there for, and he alleges that he was falsely implicated. On the other hand, he is also trying to request Indian government, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to get in contact with the Russian authorities so that he can come back to India. Right now he is in the captivity in the Ukrainian authorities as per his allegations. So his message overall was that he was falsely implicated under the narcotics case, and then he was imprisoned in the Russian jail. So we can see these are the allegations, very huge allegations leveled up by Indian youth who hailed from the Gujarat's Morbi district, and he is seeking help from the Indian government so that he can come back to his hometown.
All right, Swarali, this is not the first instance when Indian nationals were recruited to fight for the Russian army in the Russia-Ukraine war. There have been many instances. Is there any reaction from the government, from Gujarat government, or is the government of India trying to contact the authorities in Ukraine? Because this video has been released by the Ukrainian security forces, as we are being told. Surali.
Gujarat government or say for that matter Ministry of External Affairs, but we are yet waiting for the official confirmation from the government side. On the other hand, as you rightly pointed out, this is not the first instance where we have seen the examples of people coming out and saying that they were forced to serve the Russian army, and now in another fresh case wherein a youth from Gujarat's Morbi district has claimed that he was there for his higher studies, and under the financial pressure he signed for a contract. During that time he was falsely implicated in the narcotics case and he was imprisoned in the Russian jail. At that time he signed for a contract of Russia-Ukraine war to serve the Russian military, and during while he was serving the Russian army on the forefront, he was captivated by the Ukrainian authorities, and he has released this video from that part of the world. And now this is a very fresh case when he has requested the Indian government to take a major step or communicate with the Russian authorities in the terms he can come back to his homeland, that is India.
All right, Swarali, the government of India continuously stays engaged with Russia, especially when it comes to Indian citizens who are being lured into the war. Any more such cases that you remember? And also, what action is being taken by the government here in India against those who lure these young men into war on the pretext of taking them for a job or some work visa or some student visa?
Yes, that's true. As we all know that this is not the first instance of Indian youth or youth across the several parts of world claiming that they were forced to serve the Russian army. On the other hand, we also know that Indian government or Ministry of External Affairs is in constant touch with the Russian authorities regarding such cases. Now, as we wait for the official confirmation, we are very sure that major steps will be taken by the Indian authorities in an effort to, initiate a official communication with the Russian authorities in a way to see and look into if this youth can be brought back to India, because we also have to understand that in this instance he has alleged and he has claimed that he was serving Russian army but is now currently in the captivity of the Ukrainian authorities. So while he was fighting for Russia, he was captivated on the forefront, on the war field. He was captivated by the Ukrainian army. But this is also very, very important for a message for the youth. He was trying to say that please be aware about all such forceful implications that are being done by the Russian army. On the other hand, how they are forcefully, they're forced to serve the Russian army. So Indian youth should be, whoever who are going there for the higher studies or say for that matter for job.
All right, Swarali, thanks for the latest updates on this developing story. We'll come back to you for more updates as this story unfolds. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next segment, that is Bharat in 1 minute. Crisis response team of J&K police carried out combing operation at the Jammu railway station. The search operations come in the backdrop of recent recovery of assault rifle telescope near NIA headquarters. Early morning search operation was conducted with security beefed up outside the railway station amid terror threats. Delhi NCR continues to breathe toxic air with highest response GRAP 4 already in place. AQI still edged towards severe in many areas of Delhi NCR. Visibility dwindles as toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital. The AQI around Delhi's Akshardham remained above 400 this morning. Bands of the armed forces march on Delhi's Kartavya Path. Preparations and rehearsals are underway for the 76th Republic Day Parade. All right, time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming up next, DGCA approves 6-month extension for Turkish Airlines partnership.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A top story after Ankara's support to Pakistan after Operation Sindoor. Both Indigo and SpiceJet continue to use the DGCA clearance. That's the top story we are tracking right now. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines are tracking right now. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response, says misinformation is being spread on the Aravalis.
DGCA approved 6-month extension for Turkish Airlines partnership. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in ED case. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to Delhi likely due to a serious glitch. SOS from Ukraine. Indian forced to join Russian army and sends SOS video from Ukraine. So viewers, a top story which is coming in right now. We'll be debating this later on with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami later in the day. However, it's not just Indigo operating Turkish leased aircraft, it's also SpiceJet. That is right. Big update coming in on Republic TV. Not just Indigo, even SpiceJet operating Turkish planes on Indian soil. SpiceJet has secured clearance to lease 5 Boeing 737 aircraft from a Malta-based subsidiary of Turkish operator Corendon Airlines. Although the subsidiary operator under a separate license, it's wholly owned by the Turkish parent. Huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And we're getting you all these updates coming in. SpiceJet also operating Turkish planes. This is very concerning. Both Indigo and SpiceJet are currently operating aircraft leased from Turkish operators and with Turkish crew under DGCA approved arrangements. Indigo has received a 3rd extension from DGCA to continue on leasing 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft along with crew from Turkish Airlines. This is called a damp lease arrangement. A damp lease arrangement where the aircraft and pilots are provided by the foreign airline. Let's go straight across to Shravan, who's joining us live. Shravan, very, very concerning. And the reason we are highlighting this is because it was Turkey who was openly backing Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor.
Well, in fact, the airline says it is purely from the business standpoint, and given the fact that this is at a time when they face a massive shortage of aircraft. In fact, what is interesting is that after there was a ban that was basically put into place, you've had Indigo making this request before the DGCA that they want a one-time extension of the lease. In fact, this lease is a damn wet lease that was essentially taken by Indigo, which essentially means that they not only take the aircraft but also the crew. Now, this time it was with the Malta-based subsidiary of Turkish Airlines, that's the Corendon Airlines, and 2 Boeing 777 was taken as on lease, and not just Indigo. Interestingly, you have SpiceJet also going ahead with a wet lease agreement with Corendon Airlines, which essentially means that a Turkish aircraft would be flying on domestic routes in India. In fact, multiple routes from Kolkata, Surat, Ahmedabad, in fact, in Maharashtra, as well as in Karnataka. These are routes that have been flown by Corendon Airlines itself. Now, what are the national security implications here? Of course, at a time when you have essentially seen what you've already pointed out a short while back, Turkey's role, particularly during Operation Sindoor, and top generals have already pointed out the role that Turkey has essentially played in supplying drones to Pakistan. It has been a cause of concern. Now, for the airlines, they essentially said that this is purely from the business standpoint, and it is also with regards to the code sharing that they have had with Turkey, keeping in mind that part of the global passenger volume that is handled from Istanbul itself, it is impossible for Indigo to really carry out this kind of an operation if at all they do not go into some sort of an agreement with Turkish Airlines. Similarly, this is the case for SpiceJet also. Now, what is important to highlight is the role of the DGCA itself. If at all the agreement had lapsed in the month of May, why exactly did DGCA really go ahead and give the airline perhaps a free hand as far as operations, as far as the Turkish airline operations are concerned? And why exactly looking into only the concerns of one airline, that is Indigo? the very fact that Indigo has been arguing that they are unable to carry out any further operations if they do not get help, adequate help from the Turkish airlines, they will not be able to match up to the volume of passengers flying to Turkey and then, of course, onward a journey to Europe as well as North America.
That's right. And Shaman, this is also happening in something called a damp lease agreement. If you could help our viewers understand what exactly does this really mean, a damp lease agreement?
Well, in this kind of an agreement, you not only are in a position to use their aircraft, but also crew members. So effectively, on your domestic route, you would have Turkish crew members catering to the needs of the passengers. That's the kind of lease agreement that you're looking at. This is not a dry agreement that has been signed with the Turkish airline. And in fact, Corendon Airlines actually happens to be a subsidiary of Turkish Airlines, which is based out of Malta, effectively owned by Turkish Airlines itself. And not just Corendon Airlines. What I'm also picking up is that Indigo is already in a final stage of another agreement to be signed with another airline, and it happens to be a Turkish airline itself. So we are trying to get in more details on the fact that how exactly is Indigo essentially going ahead with the kind of agreements that they are trying to sign with the foreign carriers at this point in time. Now, from the airline standpoint, remember it's important to highlight that they're essentially saying that this is purely from the business standpoint and not from the national security standpoint. But can the DGCA really come clean on this entire matter as to why was a one-time extension actually given to Indigo Airlines? On what grounds were they really given? These are some questions that remain completely unanswered from the DGCA at this stage.
Yes. And just putting on those pictures, exclusive pictures coming in Republic TV from Jabalpur Airport, Shavan. So this is SpiceJet has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from the Turkish airline, Corendon Airlines. So that you can see that written there very clearly, which is a Turkey-based operator, like you were saying, Shavan. But, you know, these arrangements have been cleared by the DGCA even after Operation Sindoor, which was India's counter-terror operations. When will DGCA ask these airlines to wind up these arrangements?
Well, in fact, that hasn't really happened so far. And there is no response really coming in from the DGCA as to by when can this arrangement really come to an end and whether at all it is possible to begin with. Because for the airlines, they have essentially said that if at all international operations are to be carried out, then they will have to have code-share agreement with foreign carriers. And in this particular case, because there is a large volume of passengers traveling to Turkey and thereafter to Europe and North America, Istanbul happens to be the transit hub. And that is the reason why most of these airlines are essentially going in with agreement with foreign carriers so that they can handle the passenger volume till about, at least till about Istanbul. And this kind of an agreement is also signed with Qatar as well as Norwegian Airlines, because these are airlines which have essentially supported providing their own aircraft to Indian airline carriers. In fact, this is a global practice. But having said that, remember, these are changing. These are different times that we are living in right now, particularly post Operation Sindoor, where there has been a national security concern of how exactly Turkey has supported Pakistan. The question is about the cargo services. And the very fact that when these airlines essentially go in for refurbishing or for that matter some sort of a servicing, they're essentially going back to Turkey. What are the implications of it, at least as far as operations on our own Indian soil is concerned? That remains a cause of concern. That is where the DGCA had to basically step in post-Operation Sindoor, asking the airlines to cease these agreements. But despite that, in the month of September, we are talking about the last extension that actually came in for Indigo Airlines was in the month of September itself.
That's right. Well, Shaman, we are showing our viewers these exclusive pictures from Chennai Airport and Jabalpur Airport. Both pictures are showing how both Indigo and SpiceJet are relying on a foreign airline, that too Turkish airlines, Turkish aircrafts. Speaking of which, Shaman, also this is raising questions about dependence, especially on Turkish planes. Shaman.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get your question here.
Yes, Shravan. So we're putting these pictures out for our viewers. Corendon Airlines, which are on lease to Indigo and SpiceJet. And the other question, of course, that we are raising right now, which is concerning, is dependence on foreign airlines, that too Turkish planes.
Well, there are two arguments to it. One, if you go by the argument put forth by the airlines, they essentially say this is purely from the business standpoint and they are unable to carry on international, in fact, operations unless they get into some sort of a code-share agreement with foreign carriers. They're also highlighting the fact that post the pandemic, there has been a massive shortage of supply of aircraft, despite that they have essentially put across several attempts to, increase their supply chain. That hasn't really happened so far. And the difficulty that they've essentially faced is that despite the supply shortage, they've increased the routes in which they're operating. So the question that goes to the airlines is that why exactly would you really go in for this kind of an expansion when you are unable to perhaps augment the aircraft supply itself, and they're essentially depending on foreign airlines. It's quite different in the case of Air India here, because Air India has largely got into code-share agreement, but these leasing of aircraft that you're talking about aren't essentially from countries like Turkey.
Right. And even though, like we said, this is so-called a temporary measure which is being taken, Shravan, but the question of national interest also comes up. I mean, national interest should be coming first, Shravan.
Well, in fact, let me just bring in Vipul Saxena, aviation expert, joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Saxena, if you go by the argument that has been put by the airline, they are saying that this is from the business standpoint. In fact, they are saying that you need to open up the market. But there is an issue here. The issue is with whom are you signing this agreement? An enemy country. So somewhere down the line, if tomorrow a situation actually comes up, can you really sign an agreement with countries like Pakistan as well as Bangladesh? Not that they are in any position to provide us with any aircraft, because they are unable to even carry on with their own operations. But just for the argument's sake, can you really sign an agreement with a country who is actively participating in supporting our enemy nation?
Not at all, because nation comes first above everything. Second thing, there's something called security clearances. And when in September this issue was raised about Indigo made a special request that since we have an agreement, we would like to seek 6 months time frame to conclude this. And 6 months, more than 6 months now it's getting over. And I think it's time when Indigo should conclude their agreement, and also SpiceJet is really surprised came to me after Indigo's issue, why SpiceJet automatically did not initiate such action. So I think things are being taken too lightly by the airlines whenever it comes to any kind of orders or any kind of regulations of DGCA or Minister of Civil Aviation. I think somewhere IB should also come into action and take some action against this. The security clearance of directors should be suspended till the time this issue is closed. Then only these people will get some lesson.
But Mr. Saxena, we are talking about national security concerns. But is there anything wrong if an airline actually signs an agreement, because they say that you cannot otherwise really operate in today's situation, because you do not have enough number of aircraft. There isn't enough number of supply of aircraft, especially post the pandemic. They've placed the orders, but that isn't really enough. Where exactly are the airlines really going wrong in their thought process?
See, because this is an enemy country. An enemy country can do any kind of sabotage. They may set suicide bombers, they may put bombs there. They may do anything, any kind of threat to the aircraft. Who will be responsible? For the business interest, we cannot keep national interest and national security on the sides. The first priority and first responsibility of any business entity is national security and national safety. And that is why there is a clause. If they say that because there is an agreement of long term and all that, but every agreement has a clause of force majeure. Force majeure talks about this only any kind of situation which is beyond control of any legal framework or any of these signatories. That is called force majeure. Under force majeure, there is no case can be filed, there is no compensation can be asked. So under that clause, the government should asked both the airlines to immediately terminate this contract, and Indian Air Force should stop giving ADC clearances to this aircraft which are from Turkey agreement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Saxena, for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective. It is quite essential to basically focus on what aviation expert Mr. Saxena had to point out that it is, after all, the responsibility of the airline as well as business entities like Indigo and SpiceJet to look into several concerns that are basically emerging, particularly post-Operation Sindoor and the role that Turkey has played. Despite the hue and cry that we have essentially seen, it seems that the airlines haven't really paid much heed to what is really becoming the biggest talking point now.
Yes, Shravan, we're staying with these pictures coming here, putting out some information for our viewers. 2 Turkish planes with Turkish crew on Indian skies. Another DGCA lifeline for Turkish planes flying in India. And has the promise been forgotten? Indigo received 3rd extension from DGCA on Turkish Airlines. Going back to Shravan Sen, Shravan, now there are extension after extensions which have been given to these airlines. But like we were talking to our aviation experts, they're raising the question that we are also asking. What about national interest? After all, it's always nation first.
Well, that's something that the airlines will have to answer. And more importantly, the regulator here. The regulator has a larger role to play. The airlines cannot really continue with this agreement had it not been for the role that DGCA has played. And just look at the sequence of events here. The agreement had already lapsed in the month of May. And that's when they were essentially told, Indigo was essentially told that they cannot renew the agreement. It seems that there was a further request that was made by Indigo Airline where they largely put the onus on the regulator, saying that if at all these agreements are not renewed, they would not be in a position to carry on with the international operations to begin with, because they do not have enough aircraft or, for that matter, even crew members to carry on with the flight operations. That is exactly where the DGCA basically stepped in, and it seems that in the month of September, a one-time extension was granted to Indigo. Similar is the case for SpiceJet, where they have also been allowed to carry on with their operations, which effectively means that if you are taking a flight from certain sectors, you would essentially be not in a Indigo or a SpiceJet flight or aircraft. It would be a Corendon aircraft that you would be flying in. And not just that, you would also be flying with Turkish crew members and not Indian crew members, that too inside domestic routes. So it is important to highlight that it is essentially the entire operation thereafter is basically taken care by the Turkish Airlines. Now, what are the security ramifications here? You've had aviation experts raising their concern here, saying that anything could actually happen. If a country is supporting our enemy nation, can you really take away the fact that they could actually tamper with the route operations itself? And what are the implications of it? So these are some major cause of concerns at this stage.
That's right, Ashram. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. And viewers, remember that we'll be debating this issue later on in the day with our Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami. Moving ahead, next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get to what's happening across the nation. Combing operations continue. A crisis response team of Jammu and Kashmir Police carried out combing operations at the Jammu railway station. Search operations come in the backdrop of recent recovery of assault rifles, telescope near the NIA headquarters. Early morning search operation was conducted with security beefed up outside the railway station amid terror threats. Delhi NCR continues to breathe toxic air with highest response Graph 4 already in place. AQI still edged towards severe in many areas of Delhi NCR. Visibility dwindles as toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital. AQI around Delhi's Akshardham remains above 400 this morning. Bands of the armed forces marched on Delhi's Kartavya Path. Preparations and rehearsals are underway for the 76th Republic Day Parade. Right, getting you some breaking news coming in. A bomb threat was received at Hyderabad airport. Viewers, getting you these updates. Let's go to the fresh inputs. We're getting on the story. Bomb threat email was received at the Hyderabad airport around 12 a.m. And this is coming in. This was for the Amsterdam to Hyderabad KLM Airlines flight. Flight landed safely around 1 a.m. Standard safety protocols were initiated. Rajiv Gandhi International Airport, Hyderabad is where this happened. Okay, so putting on these latest updates, Hyderabad Airport receives a bomb threat email. We'll be getting our viewers more updates. This is a series of bomb threat and emails which have been sent across different airports. So this is the latest case that we're getting for our viewers. Hyderabad Airport receives a bomb threat email. Ashurya is joining us live. Ashurya, just take our viewers through what the latest is. Bomb threat email has been received. Any update on the investigation so far, Ashurya?
Currently, the flight which received the bomb threat, which is from Amsterdam to Hyderabad, the KLM Airlines, received bomb threat late in the night, and it landed at 1 a.m. Safely. All the initiated necessary checks, security checks were also undertaken, is what the police have confirmed to us. After they have also initiated a security check, after which they have proved that this particular bomb threat was false. And all the other necessary action would be taken place, and the email will also try to find out the sender behind that email, who had given this particular hot threat, is what the police have also told. Further details are awaited as the police are trying to find out the meaning behind who has issued this particular email, and as the security checks are also being thoroughly checked.
That's right. We're getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV, and one more bomb threat email has been received, like Ashurya is telling us. Ashurya, has the one who sent that bomb threat email been traced yet? Has the IP address been traced? Any update on that?
No, not the police are investigating this particular case. They have what the airport authority have confirmed that they have informed the police, and it has been handed over to them, and they are undertaking the necessary security checks as well. He's yet to be identified. But as it happened early in the morning, the police are still investigating. And as first preliminary, what they did was undertook an entire security check at the airport as well as the airlines after it landed safely.
Right. Okay. Thank you for getting those details. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for our viewers. Let's put out the next set of breaking updates coming in. Minister's defense on Aravali has been questioned, viewers. This is coming in the backdrop of the centre had said that 90% of the Aravali region will remain protected, rejecting claims that the new definition of the Aravali range will allow large-scale mining and cited a Supreme Court ordered freeze on mining leases in the region. Okay, getting these updates coming in, viewers. Government faces questions over Minister's defense in Aravali case. An activists are questioning the Environment Minister's defense on the Aravali. The activists give point-by-point rebuttal over the Aravali defense. Republic TV has also been on a campaign to save the Aravalis. We're putting out these pictures for you where illegal mining could be very, very clearly be seen. And Republic TV has been on the ground exposing the illegal mining. I want to go across to our guest, Subra Puri, Save Aravali activist, Chetan Agarwal, also joining us, Save Aravali activist, live with us on Republic TV. Now, you would like to perhaps answer to what the centre is saying. A centre has said a short while back that 90% of the ranges will remain protected. I would go to your response. Let's go first to Subra Puri.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, so basically, he's given a series of convoluted statements which have left us with more questions than answers. he needs to lend further clarity on what he means by 90%. First of all, the way he's defined 100 meters, that itself is questionable. He's talking about 100 meters above sea level, or is he talking about 100 meters, because he said that Aravalis are also below ground in many areas, and therefore we will actually take the height from below the ground. So 100 meters definition itself is questionable. Then he talks about the fact that Aravalis is there in 39 districts. Fair enough. Can he tell us, according to his definition of 100 meters, how many of the Aravali hills will be protected and how many are not protected? And the biggest thing is that intentionality. If the government is crystal clear on its intentionality that it indeed wants to protect the Aravalis, then why we are doing this wordplay and semantics and gimmicks, and why we are giving information which is confusing the citizens? After all, citizens want to work with the government. We are only asking for clarity. It's not a us versus we. But the way he has given these statements and the way he has talked about the entire issue, it seems that the government wants to hide something under the confusing jargon of words, right? So therefore, what we are demanding now, if your intentions are clear and if you indeed want to protect the Aravalis, declare Aravalis as a national conservation zone. That will leave Aravalis for the rest of the time. Let's just leave Aravalis, define what Aravalis is, and let's declare it as a natural conservation zone for all times to come. Yes. So that, we don't keep changing the definitions, keep changing the areas, and put the citizens at risk.
Right. Mr. Chetan, I would like to also come across to you. Now, even
Right. Should I stop?
Three agenda.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Three agenda-setting stories at 12 p.m. on the live report. Starting with why the government's defense on Aravali is not convincing. Activists are questioning it. Facts on the ground don't match, and we have a new investigation. And then, are Turkish planes and Turkish crew still flying in India with Indigo? We have some new details coming up of the DGCA's action to try and give them a new lifeline. And finally, is the Augusta Westland case collapsing? Will Christian Michel get away? Three focus stories, 12 p.m. Stay tuned.
Our pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरबन मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
All right, viewers, getting you top updates coming in Republic TV, and we see that some of the activists will be joining us live in a short while from now. They will be questioning the centre's latest response on the Aravali ranges. So that is one of the top stories tracking right now. The government is facing questions over the minister's defense on the Aravali ranges, and this is coming in the backdrop of Republic TV's campaign to save the Aravalis. Okay, we're getting some breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Hyderabad airport receives bomb threat email, and this is coming in the backdrop of the bomb threat email which was received by the Hyderabad airport. We'll try to go close to Ashurya in a short while from now and try to see exactly what is happening there. The latest update we're getting for our viewers, a bomb threat email was received at Hyderabad airport around 12 a.m. For the Amsterdam Hyderabad KLM Airlines flight. The flight landed safely around 1 a.m. Standard safety protocols were initiated, and Rajiv Gandhi International Airport, Hyderabad, is where this incident has taken place. Yes, let's go to the next set of breaking updates coming in, viewers. Government faces questions over minister's defense in Aravali case. Activists questioned Environment Minister's defense on Aravali. Activists give point-by-point rebuttal over the Aravali defense. Activists are questioning Environment Minister. Just giving a background of what has happened so far. A short while back, asserting that 90% of the Aravali region will remain protected, and the centre has rejected the claims that the new definition of the Aravali range will allow large-scale mining and cited Supreme Court ordered freeze on new mining leases in that region. It said a Supreme Court approved framework provides for stronger protection of the mountain system and places a freeze on new mining leases until a comprehensive management plan is finalized. All right, let's go to our guest who's joining us. Being joined by Subra Puri, Save Aravali activist, Chetan Agarwal, Save Aravali activist, both of them joining us here. Let's continue a conversation. Subra Puri and Chetan Agarwal. Glad to have both of you back. Let's go to Chetan Agarwal. Chetan Agarwal, you know, we were speaking about that the activists have a lot of questions about what the centre has said. And Republic TV has been on a campaign to save the Aravalis, and our campaign has found a lot of resonance among our viewers. We exposed illegal mining post-sunset. What do you really want to say about that, given the fact the centre has given a defense on the Aravali mountains?
So firstly, it's very heartening that the minister has finally spoken after 20 days or 1 month. The judgment came out on 20th of November, but it's unfortunate that they have given they've given two numbers. One, they say the Aravali range is 1,44,000 square kilometers, but there's no basis for that number. There's no report, there's no FSI report, there's no any other report where that number is coming from. Secondly, it is said that 90% of the area will be protected. We don't know what area, but I'm assuming it means 90% of 1,44,000 kilometers. So, but if you look at the FSI report, which is the official data which is available, that for 15 districts of Rajasthan states there's only about 40,000 kilometers of Aravali, and which is scientifically and mapped and delineated. So on the one hand, we have 40,000 square kilometers, which the MOEF report has said for 15 districts of Aravali. On the other hand, and that is supposed to cover 18,000 hills, which again, the Indian Express has reported. This data was not put out before the court or in the public domain by the FSI. And out of these 18,000 hills, only 1,000 hills are above 100 meters. That means about, not 18,000, sorry, 1,18,000. So less than 1% of the hills which the FSI has identified are above 100 meters. So it doesn't kind of stand to reason if 1,18,000 hills are 40,000 square kilometers, then 1,000 hills, which is 1% of that, cannot be 1,44,000 square kilometers. So something is not right with this, number of 1,44,000.
Yes. Okay, let's go back to
If the
Surapuri,
minister
who's
could
joining
share
us.
the report
Yeah.
in the public domain.
Absolutely. I don't want to go to Surapuri, who's joining us once more. Surapuri, also a Save Aravali activist. There's so many angles to this. Let's shift our focus to the ecological angle. Do you think that what is happening with the Aravali mountains sets a very dangerous precedent where other sensitive zones which are very important to ecology, which are very important to our environment, could be in danger?
Yeah. Yeah, as you rightly said, Aravali is our protection from the desertification, the desert winds of Rajasthan. Aravalis help recharge our water. Aravalis protect the flora and the fauna of the biodiversity, and also the under the catchment areas and the Aravali hills. There's a lot of flora and fauna that it protects, and it is helping us in fighting climate change. And at a time when the air quality is so poor, at the time when we were struggling with the poor air quality, this directive from the Supreme Court acts as a last straw.
Yes. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Chetan Agarwal once more. I want to come across to you and speak a little bit more about the illegal mining issue. Even though new leases have been stopped for now, we do know that a lot of illegal mining has been happening. The Republic TV has been talking about this on our channel. Now, let's talk a little bit about the 100-meter hill criteria. Now, it's just because a hill is 100 meters, a lot of activists are saying, does not mean that it is not important when it comes to ecological balancing, when it comes to biodiversity, when it comes to any other important environment issue. Villagers that Republic has spoken to are also worried about their future. If you could help our viewers understand, what do the activists think about this?
Well, the activists say that 100% of the area should be protected, but that's not realistic. What is critical is that the areas which have high ecological value need to be identified and mapped out and put in no-go zones, and the least amount of area should be allocated for mining. And that can very well be done by the second half of the judgment. The second half of the judgment talks about a sustainable mining management plan. And there's no problem with that if it's done properly. The problem is with the first half of the judgment, which says that Aravalis will only be hills which are only 100 meters or 100 meters higher are Aravalis. Because what it does is that there are at least 15 Supreme Court judgments for conservation of Aravalis and restricting mining and real estate. And all of those judgments say protect the Aravalis, don't mine in a specified area of the Aravalis. For example, a 2002 judgment says don't mine within 5 km of the Delhi border and in the Haryana Aravalis. Now you have a judgment which says hills below 100 meters are not Aravalis. So that order will not apply to, the Aravali protection orders will not apply to hills below 100 meters. So this is a underhand way of trying to undercut these 15 odd judgments. And that is the real problem. And as far as the illegal mining is concerned, all of these judgments, or most of them, the mining judgments have come about because of the concern with illegal mining, over mining, exposure of groundwater, as you can see in the visual here. No mine is supposed to be so deep that it hits the groundwater. That is not allowed. So there's a huge regulatory capacity and issue and a lack of regulatory will, if we may say, which has been overpowered. The regulatory system has really been overpowered. There's been regulatory capture, and this definition suggests that regulatory capture has happened in the MOEF as well.
Yes. Okay, so you're saying there's some cases where the protection has been diluted. That's what you're saying, Chetan Agarwal. There's some cases where the protection has been diluted.
Visuals you were showing, their groundwater is exposed in that deep mine. You're not supposed to mine so deep that you hit the groundwater. All permissions say you should stay well above the groundwater level. So this is clearly, this is a regulatory failure. And I guess if some inspector goes to enforce the rules here, he might get shot. So it's not easy doing that job either.
Right. Okay. Shubhra Puri, just continuing from that, now we see that the center has said that existing bans and court orders remain unchanged. But is that really, really true? Do you have any on-ground cases? You're an activist. Do you know about on-ground cases where this, what the center is saying and what's happening on ground is absolutely different from each other?
Yeah. So we've seen cases in the past when, there have been some directives from the government, but the citizens have gone for protection to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has given protection, to the Aravalis in the past. So, in a democratic system, it is, the judicial system which has to show wisdom. And very often in the past, they have protected the Aravalis. They've given notifications, they've given, clarity on definitions that has protected the Aravalis. But this time, when the Supreme Court itself has, come out with a ruling which is so absurd, it really, concerns us because, as Chetan so rightly said, that we cannot give a numeric value to, nature. Just like we cannot define how much meter of the depth of Ganges will qualify to be Ganges, or what could be the height of the Himalayas. It is very absurd to put a numeric value to nature. And Aravalis are typically low-lying ridges. They are typically low-lying ridges. I have been born and brought up in Delhi, and it was, in these low-lying ridges in the north of Delhi where we would go for picnics. So if you are attacking these low-lying ridges, which are 90% of Aravalis, you are actually, you will have Aravalis out.
I would like to thank both our activists for joining us on Republic TV. We'll be coming back to our activists on this story, but we're getting some more breaking news coming in. I just want to go across the breaking news we're getting for our viewers. The latest is that India and New Zealand announced free trade deal. India and New Zealand announced free trade deal. PM Modi is speaking to the New Zealand Prime Minister after finalization of the FTA. This is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. New Zealand and India have struck a free trade agreement, New Zealand said, making it easier for its exporters to reach the world's biggest population, an economy forecast to be worth around $7 trillion by 2030. The agreement cuts and reduces tariffs on 95% of New Zealand's exports to India, with more than half of products to be duty-free on day one of the pact, improving access to India's rapidly expanding middle class. This is what the New Zealand government has said. It is a huge update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. India and New Zealand finalized free trade deal. That means tariffs will be slashed on 95% of exports from New Zealand. The pact is designed to open doors to the Indian market, projected to reach a value of $7 trillion by 2030, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Until the agreement was signed, tariffs will be eliminated or lowered on 95% of New Zealand goods shipped to India. More than half of these products will attract zero duty from the very first day the deal comes into force. This is what the New Zealand government has said. This is a huge, huge win. PM Modi holds a telephonic conversation. PM Modi holds a telephonic conversation with the New Zealand Prime Minister on this. And New Zealand and India have finalized a free trade agreement, a move which is very, very important to widen access for its exporters to the world's most populous country, one of the fastest growing major economies globally. So it's a huge for New Zealand. And the pact is designed to open doors to the Indian market. So this pact will be opening New Zealand's doors to the Indian market and the value will be reached around $7 trillion by 2030. It's a huge boost specifically for New Zealand's business to tap into the rising demand driven by India's very, very big and expanding consumer base. So Prime Minister Modi holding a telephonic conversation. We'll try to go across to our editors on this to help us understand why this is a significant move which has been made. So tariffs will be eliminated or lowered on 95% of New Zealand goods, viewers. Huge update coming in, viewers of Republic TV. And this is a deal which has been reached. India and New Zealand concluded a free trade agreement deal. And this deal is benefiting not just India but also New Zealand. It's a landmark deal, landmark free trade agreement which has been signed between both the countries. So India and New Zealand have concluded the free trade agreement, offering Indian consumers unprecedented access to New Zealand's markets. And the landmark agreement will eliminate or reduce tariffs on 95% of New Zealand's exports to India, one of the highest levels of tariffs concessions offered under any Indian free trade agreement. Let's go straight across to Shivam joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Landmark FTA has been signed, Shivam. Yes.
All right, this is a very big development that is coming in right at this moment. India and New Zealand have announced a free trade agreement, and this would be serving as a catalyst for trade and investment. Now, since the US have tried to impose sanctions on many countries, and that has hampered trade with India and USA and many other countries. Now, since those restrictions were in place, India and other countries were finding another routes and more opportunities and more places for trade investments. And India is definitely trying for more free trade agreements. And this is a very big development. As you can see, India and New Zealand announcing a free trade agreement means we have more alternatives when we have such sanctions in place in the near future, or such sanctions which were placed before earlier also. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a telephone conversation with the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, and they have jointly announced. This is a very big development, a very positive development indeed, I would like to say. The two leaders have jointly announced a landmark India-New Zealand free trade agreement. Because there are lots of restrictions and lots of things to be noted when you trade between two countries. Now, this free trade agreement is going to help increase the exports and imports for both the countries. So both will mutually benefit from the trade agreement. Now, the leaders have agreed that FTA would serve as a catalyst for a greater trade. Now, this will be tracked by the US authorities also. They are also keeping a track, because there's a very big development. Since they tried to push India to a limit when we would listen what their terms are, and we would behave as per what they want us to behave like. But we have found alternative routes, and this is a very great achievement. You can say that the FTA agreement with New Zealand, and you will have greater investment, more opportunities, and this will open a path to innovation and shared opportunities between both the countries. And also, both the leaders have welcomed the progress that is happening in other areas also, like defense sector. It is the biggest sector, one of the biggest sector in the world to trade in is the defense sector. So a partnership might happen in that region also, in that sector also. A free trade agreement would involve and be a part of the defense sector also. And also sports, education, and the people-to-people connect, which we should never forget. It's all about how diplomacy works. And in the Narendra Modi government, he had been focusing on having better diplomatic relations with all the countries in the world. When one door is shut, the other door has to be open by one way or the another. It's a very good welcome step. The way Donald Trump has been behaving in the recent few months, in a recent few days, imposing sanctions, putting restrictions, not just India, but on China, other countries, how he calls even Canada. These all will be noted, and now you can call this as a backlash or whatever
Shivam,
Donald Trump has been doing.
I just want to read out. Shivam, I just want to read out what the Prime Minister of New Zealand has also just put on the social media platform X. So I'm just going to read that out for our viewers. I've spoken with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi following the conclusion of the New Zealand-India Free Trade Agreement. FTA removes tariffs on 95% of our exports to India. Boosting trade means more jobs, in New Zealand, higher wages and more opportunities for hard-working New Zealanders. Agreement builds on the strong friendship between our two countries. India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and this gives the New Zealand, or he's calling it Kiwi businesses, access to 1.4 billion Indian consumers. So this is very important to highlight, Shivam, because what we see here is that the New Zealand Prime Minister has said that that New Zealand has access to not just the huge consumer base that India possesses, but he's made it very clear, one of the fastest growing economies. He's talking about India, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely one of the fastest growing economies and one of the safest to invest in. When everybody asks, comparison is done between India and China, the biggest question that even I ask to each and every person is, do you want a development that is of the China model? Because there's no democracy out there. India is the Make in India initiative, if you focus on that also. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wants India to grow and everything should be made in India and exported. The made in India products should be exported from India, from handsets, mobiles, to chip manufacturing, to cars, to automobiles, to motorcycles, to whatnot. Now, this reflects the confidence New Zealand has on India. We should also understand that previously also many countries showed interest to invest in India, to open their factories, industries in India. And during those times, Donald Trump had imposed many restrictions on India.
Absolutely. India and New Zealand sign a historic and landmark FTA. We'll be coming back to the story. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get to all the updates coming in. All right, crisis response team of Jammu and Kashmir Police carried out combing operation at the Jammu railway station. The search operation comes in the backdrop of recent recovery of assault rifle telescope near NI headquarters. Early morning search operation was conducted with security beefed up outside the railway station amid terror threats. Delhi NCR continues to breathe toxic air with the highest response graph already in place. AQI still edged towards severe in many areas of Delhi NCR. Visibility dwindles as toxic smoke continues to blanket the national capital. AQI around Delhi's Akshardham remains above 400 this morning. Bands of the armed forces march on Delhi's Kartavya Path. Preparations and rehearsals are underway for the 76th Republic Day Parade. All right, viewers, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking. The big story today is not just Indigo, but even SpiceJet, viewers, is operating Turkish planes on Indian soil. SpiceJet has secured clearance to lease 5 Boeing 737 aircraft from a Malta-based subsidiary of Turkish operator Corendon Airlines. Although the subsidiary operates under a separate license, it is wholly owned by the Turkish parent. Huge updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. This continues to be one of our top stories that we are tracking right now. And just getting you the latest. Both Indigo and SpiceJet are currently operating aircraft leased from Turkish operators. And not just Turkish operators, also Turkish crew under DGCA approved arrangements. This is called a damp lease agreement, where the aircraft and pilots are provided by the foreign airline. This is what you see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And this is coming at a time following Ankara's support for Pakistan after Operation Sindoor. Both Indigo and SpiceJet continue to operate Turkish leased aircraft with Turkish crew under DGCA clearance. Putting out these facts for you on your screen. Another DGCA lifeline for Turkish planes flying in India. Indigo receives third extensions from DGCA on Turkish Airlines. Third extension to lease 2 Boeing aircraft. Turkish planes in Indian airspace raising concerns. Specifically, we're talking about what about national interest? What about nation first? Indigo gets third extension to work with Turkish Airlines. So huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And the DGCA is being questioned on giving these leases, letting Indigo lease Turkish operator airlines. SpiceJet has been given DGCA clearance on the Turkish pact as well. So these are some of the big updates coming in Republic TV. Indigo and SpiceJet both both are leasing Turkish aircraft. And we see that Indigo received extension to lease Turkish Boeing 777-300ER planes. SpiceJet leased 5 Boeings from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines. So we have put Corendon Airlines on a screen. Corendon Airlines, a Turkish operator, can be seen not just in Jabalpur Airport on the right hand, but also at Chennai Airport. These exclusive pictures that we're getting for you on Republic TV. Corendon Airlines parked here, a Turkish-backed airline parked here on Indian soil at a time just months after Ankara openly supported Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor. They both are operating Turkish planes with Turkish crew, according to the latest details that we have on this story. The DGCA has granted Indigo a 3rd extension to continue damp leasing 2 Boeing 777 aircraft and crew from Turkish Airlines. And the decision has been made just months after strained India-Turkey relations, after Turkey openly backed Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor. Turkey has publicly supported Pakistan in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, which was India's counter-terror operation. And Turkish Airlines, by the way, viewers, is a state-linked carrier and very close and aligned with Ankara, which is the capital of Turkey. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And putting out those pictures for you as well on your screen. This is Corendon Airlines, very clearly. It's parked in an Indian airport. It's a Turkish-based airline. And at a time when India's relations with Turkey have been strained after Turkey openly supported Pakistan, we see that Indigo and SpiceJet are continuing to operate Turkish-leased aircraft and crew, that too under the clearance of the DGCA. So back-to-back updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. We'll be focusing on the story the entire day. In fact, later on in the day, do not catch the debate with Arnab on this issue. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. In fact, let's take a short break instead. We take a short break right now. Much more coming up as we keep getting you the biggest updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response, says misinformation is being spread on the Aravali. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला।
Crisis response team of J&K police carried out combing operation at the Jammu railway station. The search operations come in the backdrop of recent recovery of assault rifle telescope near NIA headquarters. Early morning search operation was conducted with security beefed up outside the railway station amid terror threats. Delhi NCR continues to breathe toxic air with highest response GRAP 4 already in place. AQI still edged towards severe in many areas of Delhi NCR. Visibility dwindles as toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital. The AQI around Delhi's Akshardham remained above 400 this morning. Bands of the armed forces march on Delhi's Kartavya Path. Preparations and rehearsals are underway for the 76th Republic Day parade.
सुबह। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July.
Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report. It's 12 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, and the focus story here on Republic. The government's Aravali Defence, the minister, tried putting out a few facts yesterday, but in those facts were contradictions which are being pointed out today. Nobody's buying the Aravali Defence, essentially. That and the story of even 6 months after Operation Sindoor, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to fly Turkish planes, and DGCA has given Turkish Airlines, Turkish operators a free pass. It's not just Turkish Airlines, but operators based out of Turkey. A promise forgotten after Operation Sindoor. There and more coming up. Here are the headlines. Environment Minister Bhupender Yadav issues tempted response on Aravali's campaign. He claims misinformation is being spread, but his own statement is unconvincing. Contradictions being pointed out. No lessons learned post-Operation Sindoor, a promise forgotten. Both Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Spotlight back on the Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in the ED case. How politicians failed, how agencies failed, how India failed on the bribery, the kickback case. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to Delhi after crew reports critical drop in engine pressure. In the right engine, serious glitch on Air India. India and New Zealand announce landmark free trade agreement. The Prime Minister holds telephonic conversation with counterpart. It's the third deal in the last few weeks. Gujarat-based student forced to fight in Russia-Ukraine front lines. He went to Ukraine, was forced by the Ukrainian government, he says, sends an SOS to India from there. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last few weeks, Republic TV has been reporting on the Aravali campaign. How a definition to define Aravalis was presented by the government in court, accepted by the courts, and now is an existential threat for the Aravali range, which spans across 4 states along almost 700 kilometers. And after the Republic report, the minister, Bhupender Yadav, issued a statement. He claimed that this was misinformation being spread by a few people and YouTube channels, etc. He claimed that the facts were clear, that the government definition had changed a lot and defined and brought to end the Aravali definition. Now let's tell you why it doesn't really add up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show you why it doesn't add up. The minister says in his response on Sunday, he says there is no relaxation in the Aravali case. But when you look at the fine print and the government definition, activists say that facts are missing. The clear definition is not even there in the government response. And the government said the definition is clear because Aravali covers exactly 39 districts. But activists say there is ambiguity in the government's own response in the last few years by saying 39, 37, 34. There is contradiction in the government's lists, district lists published in the last few years. And when asked, the government says the 100-meter definition came from a 1968 study. But then activists point at the 3-degree slope definition, which has been followed, which clearly contradicts the government and leaves Aravali to the miners, to the mining firms. And the government also claimed that Aravali issues finally settled with this definition, and that this definition is the end of a chaos, a legal battle that's been on for over 5 to 6 decades. But activists point and claim that critical Aravali data and maps are still withheld, which means it's left to the ambiguity of these mining firms and different district administrations, etc., like Republic TV has been saying. Let's listen into what the minister said, and I'm going across to my colleague Shambhavi joining us live on the story.
मैं आपको फिर क्लियर कर रहा हूँ, 100 मीटर का अर्थ है टॉप 100 मीटर से बॉटम के अंदर तक जो उसका पूरा फैलाव है। पहाड़ी तो ऐसे होती है, तो उसका बॉटम तो बड़ा होता है, जहां तक उसका बॉटम जाएगा वहां से लेके 100 मीटर तक प्रोटेक्शन है। और अगर एक पहाड़ी और दूसरी पहाड़ी के बीच में 500 मीटर का ही गैप है, तो वो जमीन भी अरावली रेंज मानी जाएगी। इस डेफिनेशन के आने के बाद 90% से ज्यादा एरिया प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में आ गया, 90% से ज्यादा। मेरा ये स्टेटमेंट लिख लीजिए, टोटल अरावली का एरिया 1,47,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है। इसके बाद केवल अभी की जो मेरे पास 39 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, केवल 217 किलोमीटर, मतलब 2% में ही माइनिंग हो सकती है। दिल्ली में कोई भी माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है, ना होगी। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, दिल्ली के अरावली हिल्स में माइंस पूरी तरीके से बैन है।
Okay, Swarali is joining us live from Udaipur, and I have Shambhavi joining us live from the Aravali range. She's been reporting live. Okay, as far as the definition goes, Shambhavi, why does what the minister said on Sunday not make sense? And we've been looking at the definition, what the government said, and what the government has said in the past and now in court, and there are contradictions being pointed out. Swarali, sorry, Shambhavi. Shambhavi first up, and then I'll go across to Swarali.
Well, definitely one thing which you can see even in the reports that the Republic has been showing our viewers, and also the definition that the justification that has come from the government's end, is the ambiguity in it. There is a lot of ambiguity in everything that we have been showing, because there is a lot of contradictions, and whatever papers, whatever documents and whatever explanation we are getting, they are very ambiguous. Like the explanation of him explaining how that 100 meter will be measured. Now, typically, if for our viewers' understanding, we explain how a mountain looks that closely like a triangle, which is broad from the bottom and then peaking towards the top. Even if we measure 100 meters from top to bottom, and that is what he's saying, that they'll start measuring 100 meters from the very peak of it, and then they'll move towards the very end, that just cuts down more mountain, because on the sides of it, there'll be more area. So whatever area which will not be under 100 meters, that will not be considered a part of the Aravali as per the new definition. So it is not making any sense. The new definition, the new justification and everything that we have been reporting till now, it is not making much sense. And the ambiguous nature of it, where there is no clarity, there is no hard fact, no hard proof, except the things, except how Republic has caught a couple of times illegal mining, how there were a different story on paper, on lease, then there was a different story going on actually in the minings. So we can see that this entire issue, there are multiple versions of the same. Back to you.
Yes. I'm going across to Udaipur where the protests continue right now. I'm joined by Swarali, who's with the protesters, and these protests have now gone viral after the Republic investigation. Swarali, over to you.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, entire nation is questioning this Aravali hill range. That is, the issue is being questioned by the entire nation right now. And we are standing in Udaipur's collector office. In front of collector office, hundreds of people have thronged in to protest against the issue that has been raised by the people of Udaipur. And now we are going to cut across to localites, environmentalists who are protesting for the issue. Sir, सर आप हमें ये बताइए कि क्या कहना है प्रोटेस्टर्स का?
बात करना बोलिए। राम राम भाइयों और बहनों, ये प्रोटेस्ट अरावली बचाओ को लेकर होता है। मैं तो उस समाज और संस्कृति से आता हूँ जहाँ पर मेरे शहीदों ने हंसते हंसते पेड़ों के लिए अपना सिर कटा दिए थे। हमारे समाज की एक कहावत है, सर साटे रुक रहे तो भी सस्तो जान। यदि इस अरावली के लिए हमको सर भी कटाना पड़ेगा तो हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
So you can see that it's a question of valor with the ecological importance of this site, and people are emotional about safeguarding the Aravali hills. Let us also try to talk with other protesters over here. Sir, आप हमें ये बताइए कि क्या मांगे हैं प्रोटेस्टर्स की और कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है अरावली हिल्स का राजस्थान के लिए उदयपुर?
राजस्थान में उदयपुर क्षेत्र में मेवाड़ में अरावली सिर्फ चट्टान या पहाड़ नहीं है। अरावली पे आप देखेंगे तो सारे केंद्र हैं। जो राणा मारना चित्तौड़गढ़ पे दुर्ग बना सकते थे वो अरावली कटा भी सकते थे। दूरदृष्टि थी, हवा पानी वेग युद्ध सब तरह से अरावली ने हमेशा रक्षा की है। आप देखेंगे तो करनी मात अरावली पे स्थापित है, नीमच मात अरावली पे स्थापित है, अपने दूड़ी माता अरावली पे, जगन्नाथ का मंदिर अरावली पे स्थापित है।
ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकली क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? जो थार डेजर्ट का शील्ड है अरावली रेंज, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर इधर इलीगल माइनिंग होता है?
जब जब भूकंप आया है, जब जब वेग से आंधी आई है, जब जब वेग से तूफान आया है, जब जब वेग से बाढ़ आई है, इस अरावली ने उदयपुर की रक्षा की है झीलों से बसे हुए सारे बातों में। उसके बाद भी आज भी उदयपुर खुशहाल है। अरावली रक्षा के साथ साथ पूजनीय का केंद्र भी है, बायोलॉजिकली और एथिकली, और आप देखेंगे रीजनली भी अरावली सब तरह से केंद्र रहा है और हमेशा रहेगा। उससे भावनाएं जनता की ऐसे ही जुड़ी हुई है।
डेटा के बारे में भी बात करिए ताकि हमारे व्यूअर्स समझ पाए कि 93% से भी ज्यादा जो है इकोलॉजिकल जोन अरावली का वो डेंजर में आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे इलीगल माइनिंग हो पाएगा। क्या डेटा की बात करें?
देखिए सज्जनगढ़ और चित्तौड़गढ़ का जो दुर्ग है उसको 93 या 100 मीटर के मापदंड पे तो हम तोल नहीं सकते, है ना, क्योंकि राजधानी है, उसके किला बना हुआ है। अगर सब ध्वस्त किया जाएगा कहीं ना कहीं हमला उस पर भी होगा। अगर लॉजिकली सबको हम ले रहे हैं तो ना उसमें किला गिना जाएगा ना मंदिर गिना जाएगा। तो ऐसे बहुत से क्षेत्र गिने हुए हैं, उनको हमें छोड़ना पड़ेगा।
There are other protesters also. We can see emotionally slogans are being raised. I am going to cut across to several other people who are protesting over here. सर आप हमें ये बताइए कि क्या भावना है फिलहाल लोगों की और क्या मांग?
हम लोग सारे बैंक कर्मी हैं। हम लोग यहाँ पे अरावली को बचाने के लिए आए हुए हैं। जैसा कि गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू अभी हम लोगों ने, न्यायाधीश ने जो फैसला दिया है उस फैसले को लेके हम उस फैसले की निंदा करते हैं। हम लोग बैंक कर्मी हैं, हम लोगों का किसी पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से कोई लेना देना नहीं।
क्यों निंदा कर रहे हैं ये बताइए व्यूअर।
मैम, जब अगर जीव जंतु आज जिस तरीके से शहरों में आ रहे हैं, जीव जंतुओं के लिए, वन्य जीवों के लिए उनके रहने की अरावली नहीं बचेगी तो वो लोग रहेंगे कहाँ? जब मुगलों के लिए युद्ध लड़े गए इस धरती पे, आज उस धरती को हमारी जरूरत है और हम लोग अगर नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा उसके लिए? तो हम लोग इस अरावली पे निंदा करते हैं और इसका विरोध करते हैं, कड़ा विरोध करते हैं।
Here we can see common man, common people are hitting the streets to safeguard the Aravali hill range. We are also trying to talk with other people. Sir, आप बताइए क्या काम करते हैं आप? और मैं देख पा रही हूँ कि साधारण आम जनता आज सड़कों पे उतर आई है प्रोटेस्ट करने।
हम लोग सब ऑल फाइनेंशियल ग्रुप से हैं। हम पूरे उदयपुर में फाइनेंशियल वर्क करते हैं, सर्विसेज देते हैं, फंड की अवेलेबिलिटी कराते हैं और हम लोग अरावली बचाओ के समर्थन में खड़े हैं आज यहाँ पर आके। सारे हमारे काम काज छोड़ के हम पहले यहाँ आना, बचाया जाए, अरावली को बचाया जाए।
मेरा नाम महेंद्र प्रजापति है। हम लोग यहाँ पे सब बैंकिंग और फाइनेंशियल परिवार से हैं, लेकिन हम जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय लिया है उसका हम पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं, क्योंकि अरावली हमारी माँ है, हमारी मातृभूमि है और इसमें मरने वाले लाखों जीव जंतु, जिसने सदियों से जो हमारी प्रकृति के विनाश से हर तरह की विपत्ति से हमारी सहायता करी, बचाव किया, हम उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय लिया है उसकी हम बढ़चोर भर्त्सना करते हैं और हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट से, सरकार से आग्रह करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इस पर निर्णय पुनः लें, अन्यथा हम बहुत भीषण आंदोलन करेंगे और हम सरकार की ईंट से ईंट बजा देंगे।
मैं यहाँ सुन पा रही हूँ कि लोग कह रहे हैं कि अगर अरावली को नहीं बचाया गया तो हम सर कटवाने के लिए भी तैयार है। इतनी स्ट्रॉन्ग आलोचना की जा रही है, इसका क्या कारण है?
मैडम, अरावली पर्वतमाला जो है उसने हमेशा से हमारे अभिभावक का काम किया है, हमारा पालन पोषण किया है और हमें सभी तरह के आंधी, तूफान, भूकंप, जितनी भी प्राकृतिक आपदाएं होती है।
तो here we can see people over here are emotional for the entire issue and we are going to keep you updated. Back to the studio.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Shambhavi and Swarali. I'm going across to the next story. We are keeping a focus on that. Ladies and gentlemen, after Operation Sindoor, after Turkey decided to give Pakistan support in fighting India, Turkish drones were used by Pakistan. Turkish operators were sent to Pakistan to fight the war against India. And all of us spoke about it. We questioned the government. And now, and we were told that contracts will be cancelled for Turkish operators will not be allowed to operate in India, etc., etc. But the irony is, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a Turkish free pass given to Indian airlines, and not one, but two Indian airlines. Look at that on your screens right now. Indigo has been given a DGCA clearance. They have leased two Boeing 777-300 aircraft from Turkey, specifically from Turkish Airlines. So they continue to use Turkish planes with Turkish crew. SpiceJet has got clearance to lease 5 Corendon Airlines planes. And some of these planes are still being used in India. In fact, they are flying in India with Turkish crew. Believe it or not, we promised not to work with Turkish companies, Turkish Airlines, but DGCA continues to give one clearance after the next for Turkish operators and Turkish-based airlines to work with Indian airlines. And SpiceJet and Indigo, which also decided to continue working and collaborating with Turkish operators after Operation Sindoor, which means they too forgot about the promise. They frankly don't give a damn about that promise. Let me go across to Shavan, who breaks it down. Shavan, can I show the pictures as well, please? As we go across to Shavan, let's show the pictures of, these are not us, simply us showing the pictures, but across India, passengers are taking pictures and asking questions. This was a passenger picture from Jabalpur Airport from the 15th of December. Once more, if you can show the picture, please. From Chennai Airport, Jabalpur Airport, you had the pictures come in. This is from Jabalpur Airport of a Corendon Airlines plane, which was leased. And both Indigo and SpiceJet continue to collaborate with Turkish operators. These are not just Turkish planes, but Turkish crew as well on board. There's a picture from Chennai. Can we put that picture out from Chennai? This was Jabalpur Airport. And next, we'll show you the picture from the Chennai Airport. In the Chennai Airport, look at that. That's a SpiceJet flight. SpiceJet flight being operated by Corendon, including the pilot, the crew, etc. They're Turkish. They're Turkish who swore to back Pakistan in the war against India and waged war against India, send their own people to fight against India. And we are giving one clearance after the other. DGCA giving one clearance after the next for Corendon. Let me go across to my colleague Shavan joining us with the full details. Shavan, what did they say? What did they promise after Operation Sindoor? And what have they, by doing this, both Indigo and SpiceJet, ended up doing? Shavan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, as far as Indigo is concerned, they have actually increased their flight operations, particularly through Istanbul, because that happens to be a major transit point. Now, with inadequate aircraft, what they've essentially done is that they've gone into a code-sharing agreement with Turkish Airlines. Post-Operation Sindoor, remember, there was a restriction that was basically put in place, which would essentially mean that would have crippled their flight operations put together. It turns out that in the month of May earlier this year is when their agreement with Turkish Airlines had already come to an end. That would mean that they cannot perhaps continue using the aircraft. These were leased aircraft and the agreement had come to an end. It turns out that Indigo had written to DGCA saying that they need a renewal of the agreement because that would essentially enable them to continue with their domestic operations too. It seems that DGCA was convinced and one-time extension was actually given in the month of September, which would mean that at least 2 of their Boeing 777 30ER aircraft were basically used. And these are aircrafts which are basically part of the damp lease, which means that not just the aircraft but also crew members of Turkish Airlines would be used by Indigo. In fact, remember, Corendon Airline happens to be a subsidiary. It's a Malta-based subsidiary group of Turkish Airlines, which is wholly owned by Turkish Airlines itself. Now, there are 2 points here. One is from the national security point of view, and the other happens to be a business standpoint. Now, from the airlines side, it is a business standpoint where they say that they are unable to carry out international operations unless there is some sort of a code-sharing agreement that comes into picture. And the fact that post the pandemic, there isn't enough supply of aircraft to begin with, so they cannot perhaps increase their flight operations or perhaps buy more aircraft and also continue with the hiring of the crew members. And that's where this entire lease process actually helps them. And it's not just Indigo. It is also SpiceJet, which has gone into a similar sort of an agreement by which you have Corendon Airlines carrying out domestic operations too. So it seems, so there would be a possibility that if you're flying sectors like Aurangabad to Delhi, or for that matter, from Surat to Delhi, these are some of the routes where you would find Corendon Airlines operating, and not just the aircraft, but you would also have Turkish crew members who would be present there. The question here is for the DGCA as to whether at all they should be allowing this, because many within the aviation sector are now raising questions about the national security aspect itself, that you have Turkish crew members carrying out the operations. You have an aircraft which is also operated by a Turkish airline, and not to forget the role that Turkey has essentially played during Operation Sindoor by backing Pakistan.
Yeah. Shravan, thank you for joining us with those inputs. In fact, we continue to investigate, and there could be more, Shravan, because the collaboration does not end with just leasing or flying airlines which are Turkish, but the collaboration is much deeper, which we will tell you in a short while from now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm moving on to the next story. We will continue to ask questions to both the Civil Aviation Ministry and also DGCA. Our focus story now on Live Report is on whether the government, whether agencies failed to bring this man to account. Christian Michel was extradited to India. And when he was extradited to India, we were told that we had the critical link to ensure that we will get the truth out in the Augusta Westland case. But Christian Michel, over the years, believed to be the middleman, there was a handwritten note, was wanted by different agencies, different countries at one point of time. But today he's getting away in one case after the next. ED case, CBI case, he's getting away in all of these cases. And the irony is, Christian Michel is defending the courts. He's saying the courts are doing a fantastic job. He's saying the judges are fantastic. Now, this coming from an accused who's being let off in one case after the next. And this is happening as we speak. The court has ordered release of Christian Michel in several cases. I'm going across now to Ishan. Ishan is joining us live. Ishan, very critical case today when he could perhaps get away in another case. And that is why what happens in court today will be extremely important. I'm going across to Ishan to tell us more about Christian Michel and how Christian Michel got away.
Absolutely. Christian Michel is the alleged middleman in the Augusta Westland scam. He was the one that engineered the entire movement of money through shell companies, and he was being tried by the Enforcement Directorate for various cases. Now, the money laundering case in which he was a prime accused had a maximum sentence of 7 years, and Christian Missel has currently served this entire sentence, and that is why this bail is being granted. Now it is being seen that however the bail is being granted, the investigation still continues and there is no further course of action for him to stay in prison. And this is a complete failure of the investigating agency. They had him in custody for 7 years, and during this time they were not able to enforce the law, and they were not able to ensure that the case is brought to justice. And this created a havoc, and this created a precedent for him to apply for other bail proceedings as well. Now, Christian Missel was extradited to India from Dubai, where he was staying in 2013, and since then he has been in custody of various agencies. And now the primary argument of Christian Missel's lawyers is that he has completed the sentence and there is no further course of action. He had earlier applied for bail at the half point of the sentence as well, which was rejected. And now, since the entire 7-year period has been completed, he has been granted bail in this particular case. We are seeing this happen again and again, and now a similar bail plea is pending before the CBI court as well. The CBI has also accused him of similar misappropriation and distribution of bribes, and that is being also investigated. But in that case also there has been delay after delay, and now a similar bail plea is before the CBI court as well. Back to you, Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Christian Missel, and we had a sequence of Christian Missel which we will play out in a short while from now. But it's bizarre that someone who's accused, rather was accused, now being let off in one case after the next, was pursued by India, evidence on him shared with India, he was extradited to India, and finally this man is being let off in all these cases, and he's thanking the courts, he's applauding the courts, applauding the judges. He was allowed to get away, ladies and gentlemen. Continues to be our focus story here on the live report. We're taking a short break. Back with the Air India emergency, the serious glitch, low oil pressure on an Air India plane. It's a big Air India flight scare, and they should be held to account. We are taking a short break. Back with that story. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We just now felt this entire
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegations against Russia, Putin claimed Moscow did not start the war. Putin blames roots of Ukraine.
The top headlines are tracking right now. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response, says misinformation is being spread on the Aravalis. DGCA approved 6-month extension for Turkish Airlines partnership. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case of Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in ED case. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to Delhi likely due to a serious glitch. SOS from Ukraine. Indian forced to join Russian army and sends SOS video from Ukraine.
We are soon going to launch discussions for the terms of reference with Canada also. And we are already at an advanced stage in our discussions with the USA. This reflects the growing strategic importance of India in world geopolitics. One must also recognize that this nation with a smaller population, smaller GDP, has high growth potential. Our current trade being a small proportion of their overall trade in goods and services, the upside that is available for us is very huge. both in goods and in services. And having gained access in a large number of service areas, including audiovisual, and 100% access in goods, we see tremendous potential for doubling this trade in the next 5 years, possibly greater than doubling this trade. And our complementary strengths between New Zealand and India, whether in agri-tech, whether in food processing, whether in clean energy and renewable energy, whether through mining, whether through our talent and skills of our young professionals, opportunities for dual degrees and setting up campuses of prestigious universities in India, while also encouraging Indian students to go to New Zealand and gain high quality education, and promoting MSME manufacturing in India. This FTA provides opportunities for all sections of our export community, opens up new doors for new exporters with new products wishing to diversify their export basket, and at the same time helps every region of the country, north, south, east, west, northeast, in different areas. It has some very interesting new elements of technical collaboration in fruit cultivation, in honey production, and other areas, including dairy, where they will bring latest modern technology to India to help our farmers, our dairy persons increase their incomes. It will certainly be a great boost for labor-intensive sectors like textiles, apparel, home decor, footwear, rubber and leather, while also encouraging export of automobiles, auto components, machinery, electronic goods, electricals, pharmaceuticals and chemicals. This shows you the wide range of products that will benefit, particularly areas where either there were high duties or some areas where there were barriers to trade, which we have both agreed to simplify and smoothen for faster access to their market. In terms of mobility, you are well aware, students who go to New Zealand to study will now be eligible for a 2-year work visa if they take a degree course, 3-year work visa if they take a bachelor's degree with honors, a 3-year work visa if they graduate in STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and a 4-year work visa when they do postgraduate studies in New Zealand. It's also interesting that almost 5,000 of our professionals who are yoga instructors, chefs, Ayush professionals, IT or educational teachers, nurses, caregivers will get professional visas for serving the New Zealand economy. We have also been able to open up 118 sectors, which will also give us an opportunity to participate in tourism, IT, telecom, audiovisual, etc. We are very happy to report back to the nation that for pharmaceutical products, there will be a fast-track mechanism for approval of Indian pharmaceutical products, which will open up the doors to the New Zealand market and help us capture a larger share of their current imports of pharmaceuticals and medicines, drugs. They have also agreed to mutually accept good manufacturing practices which are approved in India by US, UK, EU or Canada, so that products or companies approved by these countries will get faster access in the New Zealand market. We have also been successful in negotiating collaboration in traditional medicine, the Ayush stream of wellness and medication, and this will open up good opportunities for healthcare, preventive healthcare, wellness and traditional medicines, which is India's area of strength. Friends, our farmers stand to gain hugely, both through market access in New Zealand and through technology collaborations. Similarly, for our fishermen, our dairy persons, and giving a very small conditional TRQ, very small volume of concessional duty.
All right, viewers, that was a statement that was coming in from Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal on the India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. We'll track those responses for you. For the moment, we shift to some breaking news coming in. Union Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav has issued a statement after widespread outrage over the Supreme Court's order on Aravali Hill Range, urging citizens to stop spreading misinformation. The minister stated that the total range for Aravalis is 1,47,000 square meters and that maximum portion of the Aravali stays intact. This comes after the Supreme Court stated that a land form taller than 100 meters would constitute as Aravali Hills. Bhupendra Yadav clarified that it is wrong to conclude that the 100 meters equals to top 100 meters of the range and mining will be permitted below that level. In fact, as we speak, there are protests that are currently going on in Udaipur near the Aravali Hills, where the local residents, the farmers have all gathered, essentially explaining and protesting against the Supreme Court's order, citing the impact that illegal mining would have on the biodiversity and wildlife conservation and natural conservation in the area. There are protests that are currently underway in Udaipur, and from Udaipur we'll cut across to a live feed that is now coming in from our colleague Swarali's frame, who joins us from the protest spot. Swarali, I'll come straight to you. If you can show us what's happening around you, the live visuals that are coming in as locals protest against the Supreme Court order.
Protesters are being detained over here and we are going to talk to them directly. Sir, आप हमें ये बताइए कि ये प्रोटेस्ट कब पहुंची पुलिस को आदेश करता है जब मोदी करता है गिरफ्तारी कर नहीं चलेगी नहीं चलेगी ये मोदी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की तानाशाही दूसरे गेट से लो वो एक गेट आज शांतिपूर्ण आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और अरावली पहाड़ियों को लेकर आज ये सरकार पुलिस के दम पर आंदोलन कुचलना चाह रही है। ये मेवाड़ की जनता इस सरकार को और केंद्र की सरकार को कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। कितने जेल खुलेगा? See, people are nabbed over here and they are dragged into the vans. चलो चलो इस तरीके से और ले आओ, उठा के ले आओ आगे चला जाओ। The police are not letting us talk to the people who are detained right now. We can see in our visuals and they are trying to say that we were protesting peacefully. Although protests were getting a bit violent, we have shown you through the visuals and they are saying it is unjust. अरे कितनों तक के रोकेगा ये नरेंद्र मोदी, कितनों तक को जेल में डालेगा? पर्यावरण की बात है, सर कट जाएगी लेकिन रुकेगा नहीं। डिटेन इसके क्या विरोध दर्ज है, विरोध कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए डिटेन किया गया अरावली को बचाने के लिए। परमिशन ले रखा है,
5 लोगों का परमिशन लिया था और शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन का बोला था। उसके बाद भी ये जबरन हम पर लाठीचार्ज कर रहे हैं। पुलिस को बिल्कुल लिया था 2 दिन पहले, सभी लिया गया, पूरी मेवाड़ की जनता आएगी। मैं फतेह सिंह राठौड़, शहर कांग्रेस कमेटी उदयपुर।
So we can see over here that protesters are detained right now. People are agitated. The reason we can see in the live visuals on our screens that they are being detained. They are saying that permission of we can see over here. Elderly people are also here we can see in an unjust action that is being taken by Rajasthan police. Elderly people are also detained. I can tell you that hundreds of people have thronged to protest against the issue that is being raised by entire nation, and we can see power is being used on the protesters who are demanding that decision taken by Supreme Court should be reviewed. Again we are going to cut across to the sir, आप बताइए क्या मांग है
लोगों की? यही मांग है कि इस अरावली पर्वतमाला जो है इसको बख्श दिया जाए। जिस तरह से खनन माफिया को इनको दिया जाने की जो मंशा है इनकी सरकार की, उस सरकार की इस मंशा के खिलाफ हम लोग हैं। इस अरावली पर्वतमाला को बचाया जाना की बहुत जरूरत है।
मोदी जी के खिलाफ भी नारे लग रहे हैं।
तो ये पर्यावरण मंत्रालय किसका है? केंद्र सरकार के अधीन में ही तो आता है। जब पर्यावरण मंत्री एक सिफारिश कर रहे हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कि अरावली के 100 मीटर के दायरे में लाया जाए,
पर्यावरण मंत्री है वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो पहाड़ है उसका जो ढलान है उससे लंबाई नापी जाएगी। ये इलीगल,
ये सब उनकी बातें हैं। बातों से काम नहीं चलता है, काम करने से काम चलता है। इस तरह की बातें करके वो जनता को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
देश की जड़ों को खत्म करना चाहती है। ये देश महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें हैं।
भैया आप गुंडे हो क्या? या अरावली के लिए हो आप?
ये भगत सिंह की जड़ें, ये महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें खत्म होने वाली। नरेंद्र मोदी मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद, मुर्दाबाद।
The power that is being unleashed on the people of Rajasthan, citizens of India, for demanding to safeguard the ecological shield of Rajasthan, that is Aravali hill ranges. We all know that it is billions of years old. It is one of the oldest hill ranges of India, and we know that it dissects the Thar desert and other parts of the country, because we know that desert always march past, it marches ahead, but Aravali is the shield, is a barrier to this entire phenomenon. And now Supreme Court has given a decision saying that hill ranges, hills which are above 100 meters of height, will be counted as the Aravali hills. And against that, for them it is not just an ecological site which has importance ecologically, environmentally, but it is valor for them. Let us again try and talk to people over here who are being detained right now, and let us try and talk to people what are their demands and why are they protesting. So they are agitated and they are protesting. Sir, आप हमें ये बताइए, मैं देख पा रही हूँ देश की जनता, देश का युवा सड़क पे उतरा है. Women are also being detained, transgender.
आप देख रहे हो किस तरीके से मोदी की तानाशाही बढ़ गई है।
ये महिला के ऊपर जो उसको नहीं छोड़ा। महिलाओं के ऊपर जिस तरह से
बाहर खींचो ना, बाहर कैसे खींच रहे हो? बाल मत लगाओ,
वो नहीं
हो गया है।
जिस तरह से कार्यकर्ताओं के एक अरावली बचाओ
अरावली के लिए लड़ेंगे और लड़ते रहेंगे, आगे भी लड़ेंगे और मर के भी दिखाएंगे, पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। करके यहाँ से खदेड़ के ले जा रहे हैं। मैं पूरी आदिवासी समाज और संत समाज से आह्वान करती हूँ कि मोदी सरकार को और बच्ची सरकार को आने वाले समय में यहाँ से दक्षिण से भगा देंगे।
वजनलाल तेरी तानाशाही।
Protesters are also alleging that it is a dictatorship rule of central government and the state government. In both state and center, it's a BJP government cutting across to protesters again. आप बताइए, देश का युवा सड़क पे उतर आया है, क्या मांग है सरकार?
सरकार से यही मांग है कि अरावली को बचाना है। अगर अरावली नहीं रहेगी तो पानी कहाँ से आएगा? अरावली नहीं रहेगी तो किसान कैसे जिंदा रहेगा? रेगिस्तान बनने से उसको कौन रोकेगा? ये खनन माफिया को सीमेंट फैक्ट्रियों में दान देने के लिए खनन कर रहे हैं। ये कानून अपने हाथ को खुला कर रही है, खनन माफिया को फुल आजादी दे रही है।
सर, आप हमें ये बताइए, जो आम जनता को इस तरीके से डिटेन किया जा रहा है, फोर्स अप्लाई किया जा रहा है, उसके बारे में बताइए।
जी देखिए, सरकार ने
करोड़पतियों के लिए एक रेड कारपेट बिछा दिया है। उनका काम यह है कि कैसे इन अमीरों को और अमीर बनाए और आम जनता को इस प्रकार से कुचले, जो अपने हक के लिए, अपने समाज को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पीढ़ियों को बचाने के लिए लड़ रही है। ये निश्चित तौर पे सरकार की दमन नीति अपनाता है। और सबसे बड़ी शर्म की बात है कि केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री राजस्थान से आते हैं, अलवर से भूपेंद्र यादव जी मिनिस्टर बने हैं जीत कर, क्या अलवर में फिर वो मुंह दिखा पाएंगे? जिस प्रकार से अरावली को काटने का षड्यंत्र रचा जा रहा है वो हम कभी सफल नहीं होने देंगे। और इस लड़ाई में युवा, आमजन, महिलाएं सभी साथ है और निश्चित तौर पे सरकार को कोर्ट में अपना फैसला बदलना होगा।
And it's a fact that even women are being detained. We can see in live visuals, forcefully people, elderly people, protesters, youngsters, women, all are being detained from the protesting site. And protesters are claiming that protest permission was being taken. 500 protesters were allowed to be on site, but still they are being detained. सर, आप हमें बताइए, जिस तरीके से लोगों को डिटेन किया जा रहा है, क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
ये बिल्कुल सरासर तानाशाही है और इस तानाशाही से हम डरने वाले नहीं है। मेवाड़ के वासी हैं, स्वाभिमान से समझौता नहीं करते हैं और नहीं करेंगे, चाहे कितना भी कुछ भी हो जाए। लेकिन सर, समाज से लोग आए हुए हैं, इस तरह डिटेन कर रहे हैं, आम जनता के आंख में धूल झोंक रहे हैं, इस धूल को हम झोंकने नहीं देंगे।
We also have people from transgender community. मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ कि आपके कम्युनिटी के लोग भी बड़ी संख्या में जुड़ते हुए मैं देख पा रही हूँ, कुछ डिटेन भी हुए हैं, कैसे देखते हैं और क्या मांग है सरकार से?
सरकार से ये मांग है कि अपने जो भी फैसला है राज्य खुशी करें, हम सब एक हैं, किसी पार्टी पक्ष में भी नहीं बोल रही हूँ, पर शांति से ये निपटा जाए। और पब्लिक क्या है, जो लोग आ रहे हैं वो जोर जोर से बोल रही है, अपने क्या सोशल पे फेमस होने के लिए आ रहे हैं। और एक को तो
सरकार से क्या मांग है?
सरकार से ये मांग है कि अपने अरावली को नष्ट नहीं किया जाए। प्रकृति के साथ आज खिलवाड़ कर रहे हो तो फिर आपकी जो पिछली पीढ़ी क्या कहेगी? जो राजपूतों ने इतना बलिदान दिया, राजस्थान का नाम ही राजपूतों की वजह से पड़ा हुआ है।
Again and again we can see for them it has a historical importance as well. Again showing you the visuals of people, protesters being detained and force is being applied over here. Protesters are constantly saying that permission for 500 protesters was taken on this site.
हमारी आवाज को, और जो मोदी सरकार है वो हमारी आवाज को दबाना चाहती है। और अब हम लास्ट कहना चाह रहे हैं कि मोदी सरकार सुन ले, सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपने जो आदेश है उसको वापस ले ले, अन्यथा इससे भी बड़ा उग्र आंदोलन इस पूरे राजस्थान के अंदर होगा और मेवाड़ के अंदर होगा।
सर, आप हमें ये बताइए कि इन्हें
डिटेन क्यों किया जा रहा है? सर,
चले आराम से।
Trying to confront police officers over here, but we can see they are not answering our questions. Sir. People are agitated and they are saying, why are they being detained? It's a dictatorship rule in the state as well as central. The demand is that Aravali should be saved. We are also going to talk to protesters again. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि
आज जो शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है अरावली को बचाने के लिए, सरकार और पुलिस द्वारा ऐसी जादगी की गई, उनको मारा गया, अरेस्ट किया गया। क्यों सरकार नहीं चाहती कि अरावली बचे? इसका मतलब सरकार का कहीं ना कहीं श्रेय है इसमें। सरकार को खुद नहीं चाहती कि अरावली बचे, और अरावली से ही जाना जाता है भारत राजस्थान। अगर ऐसा होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा सरकार खुद हमें खत्म करना चाहती है।
यूनियन सेंट्रल जो एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्टर है उनका कहना है कि जो स्लोप है उसका 100 मीटर्स ये जनता में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फैलाई।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जनता सब समझती है। अगर वो कुछ कर रहे हैं तो वो गलत बोल रहे हैं, और अगर ऐसा कुछ है तो वो आए, बीजेपी वाले खुद आए और करें, इसके साथ बताएं हमें क्या हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, जनता को खुद बताएं।
So we can see over here people are agitated and slogans are being raised continuously. We are again going to talk to people over here. I can see the villagers also. Sir, आप हमें बताइए आप कौन से गांव से हैं और अरावली का ये जो डिसीजन लिया गया है उसके बारे में आपकी क्या सोच है, क्या मांग है सरकार से?
मुझे बुखार आया है अभी, मेरी
We can see farmers community over here. We are going to talk to them. Farmer समाज से लोग मुझे यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहे हैं. क्यों प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? क्या मांग है सरकार से?
अरावली बचाने की मांग है. हमारे जो अरावली बचाने के हमारा जो पशुपालन है और हमारा आदिवासी लोग में बैठा हुआ है और इस बारी इलाका में हम जो अनाज पैदा करते हैं और पशुपालन की पालना करते हैं तो भी ये कौन लोग है जो हमारे उसेरने वाले इस ये बारी में जो हम तो यही पट्टा मांगे रहे और तो ये लोग उसेरने वाला है कौन है? ये
आपके एरिया में इलीगल माइनिंग देखी है आपने? अवैध आवंटन देखा है?
आवंटन हमारे भी देखा है. जब जैन इस दाई का हम ये आंदोलन करे रहेंगे.
कौन से गांव से?
हमारा भानपुरा बसंत गोकुंदा तहसील में.
कहाँ से आए आप यहाँ?
वहाँ से बहुत दूर है, बहुत दूर है. हमारा लाइट गोकुंदा और कुमलगंज की सीमा पर बहुत समय.
See rural residents over here who have come from far away to protest. We also have women over here. क्या नाम है आपका?
हमारा तुलसी भाई.
क्या मांग है सरकार से?
सरकार के जमीन पट्टा कौन, गेला कौन, बिजली कौन, कैस कौन, पानी ने न इस बाप दादा माँ बेटा में भी तुम्हारे कैस को जमीन माँ में इस बेटा पट्टा है कौन, गेला है कौन, न खाता
पट्टा. She is trying to say that now with the decision that has been taken by the Supreme Court, the belts of the Aravali will be allotted to multi-billionaire people who will then go on for illegal mining. That's what she was trying to say. We also have youth over here. We are going to cut across to them. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि ये जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रही है, उग्र प्रोटेस्ट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है. क्या कहेंगे?
बताओ नहीं, उग्र हो रहा है तो नहीं होना चाहिए. ये तो पहाड़ियों को इनको सारे को हमारा जब जंगल है ये गलत हो रहा है. सरकार गलती कर रही है.
क्या मांग है सरकार से?
सरकार से यही मांग के कि जो भी आदेश दिए हैं उनको तत्काल वापस लिया जाए.
Right. So again through visuals, I want to show our viewers that here the protest was taking place and several protesters were detained from the site. On the other hand, they kept on saying that they were protesting peacefully, although at one point of time protest did turn violent, but they were detained very forcefully. Women were involved in them, elderly people were involved in them, and we have shown you through visuals how people who are protesting for safeguarding the Aravali hill ranges. The issue is being raised by entire nation, and right now we are standing in front of the collector office of Udaipur and we are going to keep you updated. Back to you.
और उस कारण से ये फैसला सामने आया है. अगर ये बात बच्चों के साथ अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखी जाती तो इस तरह का फैसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट से नहीं आता. एक तरह से हमारी जो सरकार है उसने सुप्रीम कोर्ट की आड़ लेकर उसके पीछे से ये देश की जनता पर हमला किया है. साथियों, आज हमारे
Viewers, getting pictures. Aravali protesters to Udaipur. Exclusive pictures coming in. Many of these protesters are being detained. They're protesting over government's defense in the Aravali range issue. I think we have Surali with us. Surali, we have been speaking to a lot of activists here itself on Republic TV. And they say that they have documented cases of violations when it comes to ecological damage along the Aravali range. We'll go back to Aravali in a short while from now, viewers. But back-to-back coverage coming in on Republic TV. We are speaking to a lot of activists as well who have been telling us that they have a point-by-point rebuttal of the centre's defense on Aravali Hills. Let's go back to our colleague. We have with us Surali. Surali, protests over government's defense of Aravali in Rajasthan. This is Udaipur. Many of these protesters are being detained, being taken away. However, they're raising their voice. What are they saying, Surali?
Yes, that's true. Slogans were being raised, and we have seen people agitated. Viewed the decision taken by Supreme Court, the decision that was being led out, saying that 100 meters and above hills will only be considered as the hills of Aravali. Their only demand was that it should be reconsidered. It is the matter of ecological importance, historical importance. They have been saying that Rajasthan has the history with the entire range of hills. On one hand, wherein we know that Aravali hill range dissects the Thar desert and other part of the country, and there are several layers to the ecological importance of this range, which is billions of years old. It is considered to be the one of oldest hill ranges in the country, in our country, in India. The demand is that this decision taken by Supreme Court should be reviewed again, and Aravali hill ranges should be saved. And also we can see agitation against the government, that is state government or the central government. They are saying that it's a dictatorship while people are protesting in front of the collector. People are standing in front of the collector office, and they were demanding justice for the Aravali hills. At the same time, the people were detained, and that's why they are agitated. Sir, आप हमें बताइए कि क्यों इतना आक्रोश क्यों देखा जा रहा है?
ये इसलिए आक्रोश देखा जा रहा है कि ये अपने भविष्य के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, आगे चिंता के लिए वो हो रहा है। तो सब जने लोग इसलिए घर छोड़ के, ये तो अभी छोटा सा आंदोलन है, लोग तो घर बार आसपास के गांव है और गांव के गांव उमड़ पड़ेंगे, उदयपुर और प्रशासन को संभालना भारी पड़ जाएगा। इसलिए हम सबसे ये रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, एक कानून लाएं, इसको वापस लें और सबको जीवन जीने का एक अनूठा जो उदाहरण, जो लोग आए सड़क पे उतरे उनके लिए।
He's trying to say that police won't be able to control, that will be the number of people hitting the streets of उदयपुर और राजस्थान। आप हमें बताइए सरकार से क्या मांग है लोगों?
सरकार का मंत्री भूपेंद्र जी यादव साहब है, उनका दिमाग का दिवाला निकल चुका है। वो राजस्थान के रहने वाले हैं और अरावली पर्वत को नष्ट करना चाहते हैं। ऐसा क्यों?
उनका तो कहना है ये कि जो जमीन के नीचे भी पर्वत शुरू होता है, वहाँ से नापा जाएगा, वहाँ से गिना जाएगा, तो कोई लीगल माइनिंग नहीं होगा।
कल तो उनको बोले कि अपनी जमीन से आप अंदर अपने को कितना पाते हो वो उनको पूछो, वहाँ से नापा, अपने आप को वहाँ से नापेंगे क्या? वो ये सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है, ये अडानी और उनको देना चाहते हैं। मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर समय मंदिरों के साथ आती है, सेंटर में हो या राजस्थान में हो। आज 90 मीटर की हर ऊंचाई पे अपने सभी शिव जी के मंदिर भी हैं, हर तरह के मंदिर है। क्या सरकार उन मंदिरों को भी तोड़ेगी? अगर मंदिर को तोड़ के और इस प्रकार से करती है तो इन सरकार के दिवालियापन आप देख सकते हैं।
Frustration is also against the multi-billionaire companies who they feel are going to excavate this region. आप सरपंच हैं गांव के, उस नजरिए से हमें बताइए कि कितना इकोलॉजिकल, पर्यावरण के रूप से कितना महत्व है इन पहाड़ियों?
पर्यावरण के महत्व से ये है कि पूरा जनजीवन, मानव और जीव जंतु और जो रहने वाले तमाम जितने सारे सभी इससे नष्ट हो सकते हैं। पर्यावरण की दृष्टि देखा जाए, जिस तरह से दिल्ली में रहने वाले लोगों को सांस लेने में तकलीफ आ रही थी, उससे हम लोग ये ऐसा कदम उठाए थे, आने वाले जो राजस्थान के जितने भी लोग हैं और जो अपने अरावली के आसपास रहने वाले सभी का जीवन नष्ट हो सकता है।
प्रदूषण भी कंट्रोल होता है ऐसे कहा जा रहा है।
नहीं, जितनी पेड़ पौधे ज्यादा होंगे उस ऑक्सीजन देने वाले ही अगर खत्म हो जाएंगे तो जीव रहना मात्र हो जाएगा।
मैं यहाँ पे गाँव के लोग भी देख पा रही हूँ, पीपल हु हैव ट्रैवल्ड फ्रॉम रूरल एरियाज और एल्डरली लोग भी यहाँ पे। आप हमें बताइए कि क्यों ये प्रोटेस्ट, ये मुहिम क्यों चलाई जा रही है?
हाँ, हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे मतलब लोगों की परेशानियां हैं। हमें खाद की परेशानी, पेड़ पौधे की, हर बातों की, हर अरावली के बारे में हमारे बहुत सारे भू विज्ञान वाले हमारी जमीन को खोद रहे हैं, हमारी जमीन को जबरदस्त हड़पना चाहते हैं। हमारी जमीन आज कई वर्षों से हमारी जमीन
अवैध आवंटन आपके गाँव में भी
हमारे
कौन से गाँव से?
नटारा, खोड़ी, मऊड़ी।
कौन से विभाग में आते हैं?
वो रेवेन्यू विभाग में जमीन आती है और हमारी जमीन को जबरदस्त खातेदारी को हड़प।
आप किसान नेता है?
मैं इस मेवाड़ के वासी हैं और खेती से आते हैं। ये जो अरावली अगर नष्ट होती है तो आप देखिएगा आने वाले समय में, जैसे आपने देखे होंगे पैंथर शहरों में दस्तक दे रहे हैं, तो जंगली जानवर जो जीव हैं उनके घर आप नष्ट कर रहे हो, पर्यावरण नष्ट कर रहे हो। एक तरफ सरकार कहती है माँ के नाम एक पेड़ लगाओ और एक तरफ आप पहाड़ों के पहाड़ों नष्ट करने के लिए कोर्ट में पैरवी नहीं करके सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट आ जाता है। सरकार, किसान आंदोलन हुआ फिर झुकी, झुकी, नोटबंदी हुआ फिर झुकी, और उसके बाद ये किसान ने सरकार ने जीएसटी लाई फिर झुकी, फिर ऐसा आंदोलन करके लोगों को भड़काने का काम क्यों कर रही है? क्योंकि सरकार एक सोची समझी चाल है कि मेवाड़ के आसपास के क्षेत्रों के आदिवासियों को, इन लोगों को आगे से आगे लाकर भड़काया जाए ताकि रोजी रोटी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य पे वो नहीं मांगे, शिक्षा के लिए बात नहीं करे, स्वास्थ्य के लिए बात नहीं करे, रोजी के लिए बात नहीं करे, अपने मूल अधिकारों के लिए बात।
पर्यावरण की बात करें तो जो इंस्टिंक्ट एनिमल्स है, जैसे लेपर्ड्स हो गए, टाइगर्स हो गए या बेयर्स हो गए, उनका भी घर है ये
उनका पहाड़ियों का उनका घर है, परंपरागत घर है, आदिवासियों का घर है, पर्यावरण है और प्रकृति है जिसको बढ़ाया जाता है। लेकिन अब ये इस तरह से खत्म हो जाएगा। मतलब
गुजरात से लेकर दिल्ली तक ये पर्वतमाला हमें दिखाई देती है।
ये पर्वतमाला दिखाई देती है तो आप दक्षिण के जो पश्चिमी का जो राजस्थान का रेतीला इलाका है, इसको इस अरावली ने रोके रखा है।
बैरियर है, शील्ड है,
बैरियर रोके रखा है। अगर ऐसा हुआ तो ये बैरियर इधर भी बढ़ेगा और आने वाले समय में जनजीवन नष्ट हो जाएगा।
रेगिस्तान आगे बढ़ेगा ऐसी संभावना है?
बिल्कुल, रेगिस्तान इधर बढ़ेगा, मेवाड़ की तरफ बढ़ेगा, इस क्षेत्र की तरफ बढ़ेगा और ये जनजीवन नष्ट होगा। ये बात
यंग पीपल ऑल्सो वांट टू कम इन फ्रंट एंड टॉक। आप बताइए, युवा भी सड़कों पे उतरते हुए हमें नजर आ रहा है, क्यों इतना आक्रोश दिखाई दे रहा है लोगों में?
क्योंकि मुझे तो लगता है सरकार या तो अनपढ़ है या बेरहम है, उनमें दया भावना नहीं रही। अनपढ़ इसलिए क्योंकि उनको इतना तो पता होगा कि इनका परिणाम क्या हो सकता है। आगे टाइम में मैं शादी करूंगा, मेरे बच्चों के मैं उनको क्या जवाब दूंगा कि इतनी पोल्यूशन क्यों है, तो हम लोग वहाँ जाके खड़े नहीं हुए थे इसलिए। और बेरहम इसलिए कि आज भी जो इलीगल माइनिंग होती है वहाँ के गाँव में बीमारी होती है, क्योंकि जहरीली हवाओं की वजह से घर घर पे बीमारी है वहाँ पे। तो इतनी।
आप कौन से गांव से?
मैं खेरवाड़ा तहसील से हूँ।
आपके यहाँ भी इलीगल माइनिंग देखी जाती है?
नहीं, वहाँ नहीं। जैसे हम वहाँ से आते हैं, वहाँ से जो 100 किलोमीटर का रास्ता है, वहाँ टीडी पड़ता है, प्रसाद पड़ता है, वहाँ दिखता है जावर माइंस। वहाँ के लोगों में बीमारी है।
और हम ये देखते हैं रात में किया जाता है ये इलीगल माइनिंग।
ये तो मैंने नहीं सुना है, लेकिन होता होगा। अगर है बात तो होगी।
करनी माता का काट देंगे क्या? करनी माता पहाड़ पे बना हुआ है, पहाड़ काटेंगे। जगदीश मंदिर उदयपुर का पहाड़ पे बना हुआ है, महल बना हुआ है, वो क्या काटेंगे क्या?
क्योंकि चित्तौड़गढ़, कुंभलगढ़, ये सारे भी मंदिर 100 मीटर से अबाउ नहीं है।
चित्तौड़गढ़ मंदिर पहाड़ पे, आप पहाड़ काट दोगे? क्या लगता है अडानी को करोड़पति बनाना चाहते हो, अंबानी करोड़पति बनाना चाहते हो? आबू रोड में मंच खोल के बैठे हो, आबू रोड काटोगे, यहाँ से दिल्ली तक पहाड़ ही पहाड़ है, क्या करोगे आप?
सर जी, हमारे
उदयपुर में अगर ये हो गया, आने वाले टाइम में पूरा रेगिस्तान बनेगा और पानी तक खत्म हो जाएगा, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं बचेगा, पूरा केमिकल का पानी। अभी आप जाओ मादड़ी, उदयपुर का बता रहा हूँ, मादड़ी इंडस्ट्री एरिया जाओ, बेड़वा से पूरा केमिकल का पानी आता है। आने वाले टाइम में आप कीचड़ का पानी पियोगे।
रेगिस्तान में हालत जैसा हो जाएगा, रेगिस्तान में हालत जैसा हो जाएगा।
गड़बड़ी हो रही है।
The reason behind sarcasm and agitation is that they are trying to put forward all the ecological reasons, environmental reasons, and the way Aravali Hill Ranges is safeguarding this entire belt since billions of years, and we know that it's dissecting the Thar desert on the other and other parts of the country. More people are trying to talk to us. Please sir, हमें बताइए कि इतना आक्रोश, जन आक्रोश हमने देखा कि लोगों को डिटेन करके ले गए, जो महिलाएं थी, वरिष्ठ लोग थे, उन्हें भी डिटेन करके लेके जाया गया। क्या बोलेंगे, ये मुहिम क्यों चल रही है और इतना जन आक्रोश क्यों?
ये भाजपा की तानाशाही है। प्रशासन को, पुलिस प्रशासन को आगे कर ये मतलब एक माहौल बनाना चाह रहे हैं और फिर दूसरी पार्टियों का नाम लेके बदनाम करें। मैं राष्ट्रीय महाकाल सेना प्रदेश अध्यक्ष होने के नाते आज ज्ञापन देने आए थे। हमारे भी कुछ कार्यकर्ता उसके अंदर गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, जिनको अभी हम जाके छुड़वाएंगे। उसके बाद अभी तो हमने कोई अंगड़ाई ली नहीं है। कई साधु संतों के साथ में हम राष्ट्रीय महाकाल सेना, हमारे जो संस्थापक है कुशाल भारती जी महाराज।
सर, मैं देख पा रही हूँ कि समाज के कई वर्ग, चाहे वो पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड से आते हो, एनवायरमेंटल बैकग्राउंड से आते हो, और आम जनता को भी मैं सड़कों पे उतरते हुए देख पा रही हूँ। इसका कारण क्या है?
इसका कारण यही है कि पहाड़ जो कट रहे हैं, अरावली पहाड़ी जो कट रही है, ये कटनी नहीं चाहिए। उसके लिए हमारी जान भी देनी पड़ेगी तो हम देंगे। और अभी तो कई साधुओं से हमारा संपर्क चल रहा है। उन साधुओं को जिस दिन अगर इन्होंने काटना चालू किया तो हर एक साधु यहाँ पे कलेक्ट्री पे आके अपने अंदाज में बैठेगा।
सर, इसके बारे में हमें बताइए कि ये जो मुद्दा अभी उठा है, देश भर में देश सवाल उठा रहा है कि अरावली पर्वत पे ये जो डिसीजन लिया गया है उसको रिव्यू किया जाए। बहुत बड़ा इकोलॉजिकल डेंजर बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन हमें उसके बारे में बताइए कि इसके पहले से इलीगल माइनिंग चल रही है। 2018 तक 30 से ज्यादा पर्वतों को पूरा फ्लैट कर दिया गया इलीगल माइनिंग के दौरान।
जी देखिए, ये विषय जो आज उठ रहा है, ये ऐसा है कि एकदम से आज एक दिन में पैदा नहीं हुआ है।
ये लगभग 20 वर्षों से कालखंड से चली हुई समस्या है, जो कि आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जाके निर्णय दिया है। लेकिन मैं इन वर्तमान जो सरकारें हैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि 20 वर्ष तक जब ये अरावली कट रही थी, अवैध खनन हो रहा था, माइनिंग हो रही थी, तब तक आपने चुपचाप होने दिया। और अब जब और आज की तारीख में ये जो समस्या है ये सरकार जनित समस्या है, सरकार ने पैदा की है। सरकार ने एक निर्णय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में दिया है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सरकार के निर्णय को माना है, जो कि बहुत घातक है। मेरा यही कहना चाहूँगा कि सरकार पूरे समाज की सोचे, आम नागरिकों की सोचे, केवल माइनिंग माफियाओं की न सोचे।
आपका नाम बताइए।
मैं एडवोकेट भरत कुमावत और मैं भूगोल का विद्यार्थी भी रहा हूँ
जी। वी आर ऑल्सो गोइंग टू ट्राई एंड कॉन्फ्रेंट पुलिस ऑफिसर्स। सर, हम ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कितनी देर तक की परमिशन ली गई थी प्रोटेस्ट की?
सर, 4 दोनों तरफ से चालू करो।
हमें ये तो बताइए सर कि कितनी देर तक परमिशन ली गई थी?
सर से पूछिए।
लोगों को डिटेन किया गया?
SHO साहब से पूछिए, सर खड़े हैं।
आप हमें इतना तो बताइए सर कि कितने
ADM साहब से बात।
So they are just showing fingers at each other but not answering questions. We tried to confront police officers over here because we have seen the visuals, the way people were detained. No doubt that protest got violent because the protesters did climb the barricades and they were raising the slogans. Also there was a stampede-like situation in between which was controlled by police officers, but women were detained, elderly people were detained, and the kind of agitation we can see right now in people. वरिष्ठ लोग भी हमारे साथ। आप बताइए, आप क्यों इतना जन आक्रोश देखा जा रहा है पूरे राजस्थान?
हर बच्चे, हर बुढ़े के लिए खतरनाक है और इसको जनता नहीं अलाउ करेगी, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। ये हर बच्चे के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार भी खत्म करेगी।
सरकार से क्या मांग?
सरकार से मांग है कि इसको पुनर्विचार करे।
Farmers are also here. They are protesting because we all know that tribal people reside in the hilly regions of India, and this is one of the oldest hill ranges of India, that is Aravali. Billions of years ago it was formed. आप हमें बताइए, आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं गाँव मग्गा, सिंगारा पंचायत, तहसील घोगंदा, उदयपुर में जिला में आया हूँ।
कितना दूर है?
तो 100 किलोमीटर होगा सर।
100 किलोमीटर।
100 किलोमीटर।
तो आप बस इस मुहिम के लिए आए हुए हैं?
नहीं, उसी अरावली पर्वत के वो भी चल रहा है तो अच्छा ही है। क्यों हमारी, मैं रहता हूँ वहीं भी हमारा कोई खातादारी नहीं है, क्यों नहीं है सर? हमारा वो बहुत पुराना नक्शा है तो अभी तक मेरे को नहीं मिला है सर।
तो अवैध आवंटन आपके यहाँ भी देखा जाता है, इलीगल माइनिंग जिसे बोलते हैं?
हाँ सर, दिखता है, लेकिन वो ऐसा है, हमारी पार्टी आई है, कम नहीं 100 लोग, 30 लोग आए हो गए उधर, इसलिए आए हैं कि हमारे कोई सरकार से कुछ फायदा नहीं मिल रहा है। क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है सर? हम बैठे हुए हैं तो कुछ वर्षों से, तो अभी तक कोई फायदा नहीं मिला हमारे को, रास्ता भी नहीं है।
So here we can see people, protesters in Udaipur from Rajasthan. They have come across from the state to agitate against the issue that is being raised in the entire nation, against the decision that was being taken by Supreme Court, saying that hills which are above 100 meters will only be counted as the Aravali hill range. We all know that billions of years ago these mountains were formed, and these are the mountains wherein the first sign of human existence was found in the Indian subcontinent, and now the decision has been taken and it is agitated not just across Rajasthan but India is asking questions right now. Back to you.
That's right. Surali is getting us all these top updates coming in. Aravali protest in Udaipur, massive sloganeering happening as cops are detaining those who are protesting. And Surali, we heard a lot of protesters are extremely upset. But what do they really want when it comes to changes, when it comes to any kind of changes, when it comes to legal changes or policy changes? What exactly are they demanding?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that protesters over here are demanding the review of the decision that is being taken by the Supreme Court, saying that 100 meters of above, only those hills will be considered as the Aravali hill range. Let me tell you, only 8.7%, that is 1048, only these numbers of the hills will be counted as the Aravali range. If this definition is executed, multi-agency committee was formed, and in 2025 they have given out the data that Aravali hills, which are above 100 meters, will only be counted as the hills which are the part of this oldest range in India. This cut across the states of Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi. We know that it's the end point of this hill range is Raisina Hill, wherein the Rashtrapati Bhavan is also situated. And now they are demanding that this is not fair. They have the ecological importance. On other hand, it's a very, very important historical hill range for them, as in the entire history of Rajasthan is surrounding the hill ranges of Aravali. We also know that several rivers originate from these hill ranges. There are more than 20 ecological zones, several historical sites like Chittorgarh, Kumbhalgarh. Now they are not above the 100 meters. So people are questioning that will they be demolished also, will they be attacked, and people are agitated.
Yes, Surali, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more government faces questioning from because of the minister's defense in the Aravali case. Many activists, protesters question the environment minister's defense on the Aravali, and Republic keeps getting you the fastest updates on the ground. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And Air India said a Mumbai-bound flight returned to Delhi shortly after takeoff due to a technical issue. The aircraft landed safely at Delhi, and the passengers and crew have disembarked. Airline said in a statement, in fact, the incident, which is reported to the DGCA, has said that Air India 887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. During the flap retraction, the crew detected abnormally low oil pressure in number 2 right-hand engine, which rapidly dropped to 0. Following standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine and safely returned the aircraft to the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, where it landed without further incident. All passengers and crew disembarked normally and no injuries have been reported. Inspection and rectification of the aircraft are underway, with the incident set to be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. So this is what you see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. This is Air India flight which had to turn back due to technical glitches and technical issues. Now, not the first time that we have seen such an incident take place. We have seen many technical glitches on Air India flights. Specifically, latest coming in, we see that another flight had to return because of these technical glitches. The crew shut down the number 2 engine. So putting out those pictures coming in for you. The flight landed in Delhi with only 1 engine. So once again, raising concerns about safety of the passengers. Air India said that a Mumbai-bound flight returned to Delhi shortly after takeoff due to a technical issue. Aircraft landed safely at Delhi and the passengers and crew have been disembarked. The airline is saying this, and the aircraft is also going through the necessary checks. Air India said that it had earlier said it had started to step up the preparations to minimize passenger inconvenience during the fog season, announcing measures. But just even after Air India, and I'm being joined by Shivam on this, Shivam, even after Air India promised that they're going to put on some new safety measures, that did not stop a new technical glitch on a Delhi-Mumbai flight, Shiva.
Definitely, Shivangi, this raises serious questions and concerns about the flight operations which are done by Air India and the technical issues which are occurring one after the other. And the country remembers the air crash, and it's very dangerous, and people fear now when they fly Air India and when such incidents are reported. Now, coming back to the incident, this was a serious technical glitch. Let us come back to the story. It was a serious technical glitch glitch, and the pilot, whenever there is an emergency, a mayday call is done. Now this time it was pan-pan. Now pan-pan means you make aware all the people, all the ground staff and all the other aircrafts which are flying all around you that there is a serious issue, an imminent serious issue that needs to be addressed. And full emergency was declared at the Delhi airport. Now the flight had to travel to Mumbai, but shortly after takeoff, there was a low engine oil pressure that was reported, and the engine oil pressure reported till 0. And then the pilot had to take a decision of shutting the right engine of the aircraft, the engine number 2 of the aircraft, and full emergency was declared, and the aircraft landed shortly after that. Now DGCA has been informed about the incident, and DGCA has informed the Air India also, instructed Air India also to take necessary measures so that the passengers are provided alternative flights. They were even provided refreshments. The senior officials of Air India were on ground attending to the passengers, and alternative arrangements have been made for them. Now this was a Boeing 777 300ER aircraft which was registered as VTALS, and it was operating as flight AI887, and this happened mid-air. So you just imagine a mid-air engine shutdown. It's a serious threat to the stability of the aircraft, and it was the quick thinking of the pilot. A quick decision had to be made as per standard operating procedure, and as per standing operating procedure only, the flight had to be landed quickly. There was not much time with the aircraft, so they landed it quickly. Emergency teams were on ground and they quickly attended to it. Now the plane will have to be checked, thorough inspections will have to be done, a lot of questions. Now the incident will be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board. Now this will be done under the supervision of DGCA. DGCA will be directly involved, and they have sought a detailed report from Air India, and the airline has been instructed to provide all necessary assistance to the passengers who were affected because of this serious technical glitch. This was not a minor glitch. It could have been a fatal incident had it not been the quick thinking of the pilot, who decided to shut off the right engine and decided to land as per the standard operating procedures in place. Shivangi.
That's right. You know, also we have to talk a little bit more about Shivam, that Air India had said earlier that they are putting some very, very important measures in place, especially when it comes to safety, landing systems for aircraft landing, especially when it comes to zero visibility landing during fog conditions. These statements were made by Air India some time back. However, Shivam, why are these technical glitches happening again and again?
Yeah, definitely a serious concern, and we must note the fact that post the crash that took place, Air India and all other flights, you must be able to remember that many other flights also reported one glitch or the other, one technical issue or the other post the crash.
Shivam, hold on for a second there. We're being joined by guest Air Commander Ashminder Singh Behel on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Air Commander. If you could help our viewers understand, Air Commander, what really happened on that flight? Was it a major safety concern for the passengers?
Absolutely. First thing I want to tell you, anything dealing with engine is extremely important and is very dangerous for the safety of the aircraft and the passengers inside it. Fortunately, this is Boeing 777 Dreamliner, is a twin-engine aircraft, and it has two engines. With the result, the pilot was able to take the corrective action and land on priority onto the airport, Delhi airport itself. So that way, yes, that it has two engines, there is adequate safety background to it. But at the same time, any engine-related emergency or glitch, because they haven't yet come out, it's too early to say what was the technical glitch, but anything related to engine is extremely serious and hazardous. And that is the reason why it requires both the expertise and twin engine, which is already present in this aircraft. But coming back to Air India itself, the Air India has been suffering from number of incidents, and especially when it culminated into the major accident that took place at Ahmedabad. Now, it is of serious issue, and that is why Director General Civil Aviation this time taken very prompt action. So I must commend them that they have started the inquiry to find out as to what has happened so that they can prevent in future what will take place. So I personally feel that the Air India needs a proper audit and needs a complete overhaul. The CEO is a foreigner and he's been trying to take a lot of steps. But whatever, I have been speaking to the Air India pilots when I travel on airline aircraft and I meet them often. I've been told that somewhere down the line, the top management has lost touch with the pilots and the ground staff, and there is a disconnect. So now I think the Air India would need to look at its senior management policies, the way they rotate the aircraft, the way they position the pilots, and though this is not related to the current incident, but not all is well with Air India, and there needs to be an investigation, serious investigation into this aspect.
Air Commodore, I also want to ask you that Air India had put in some strong safety measures. Okay, all right. So, big update coming in, viewers on Republic TV. We see that one more technical glitch being reported. This time it is a Mumbai-bound Air India flight returning to Delhi after takeoff due to technical issues. Much more coming up on the other side. We'll continue getting our viewers top updates, specifically Turkish planes.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles.
Crisis response team of J&K police carried out combing operation at the Jammu railway station. The search operations come in the backdrop of recent recovery of assault rifle telescope near NIA headquarters. Early morning search operation was conducted with security beefed up outside the railway station amid terror threats. Delhi NCR continues to breathe toxic air with highest response GRAP 4 already in place. AQI still edged towards severe in many areas of Delhi NCR. Visibility dwindles as toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital. The AQI around Delhi's Akshardham remained above 400 this morning. Bands of the armed forces march on Delhi's Kartavya Path. Preparations and rehearsals are underway for the 76th Republic Day Parade.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Major showdown during protests for Aravali. Police detain activists, parade them away. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on the Aravali's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. No response learnt post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in ED case. India and New Zealand announce landmark free trade agreement. PM holds telephonic conversation with counterpart. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in the right engine. The Rouse Avenue Court has ordered the release of middleman Christian Michel James from the custody in the alleged money laundering case linked with Augusta Westland chopper deal case. Now, James will remain in custody in the CBI case. Now, during the hearing, Advocate Joseph submitted that the investigation has not yet been completed in the last 12 years. Christian Michel James has been in the custody for the past 7 years. Counsel for James said that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after completion of the sentence in any case. Now, during the hearing, James stated that he would participate in the trial if released from custody. Counsel for the accused also stated that Christian Michel James was extradited to India in December 2018. He has already undergone the maximum sentence for the allegations that have been plied against him. This is the Augusta Westland case that we have been tracking, ladies and gentlemen, and the Rouse Avenue Court on Saturday ordered the release of middleman Christian Michel James. Ladies and gentlemen, to put things into perspective here, Christian Michel, who was the middleman in the Augusta Westland case, was arrested. In fact, James is set to remain in custody in the CBI case. Now, during the hearing, Advocate Alijo K. Joseph submitted that the investigation has not been completed in the last 12 years. Christian Michel James has been in custody for the past 7 years, viewers. In fact, counsel for James also stated that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after completion of the sentence in any case. Now, during the hearing, James stated that he would participate in the trial if released from custody. Counsel for the accused also said that Christian Michelle James was extradited to India in December 2018 and that he has already undergone the maximum sentence for the allegations against him. All right, joining me on the phone line is my colleague Ishan. Ishan, talk to us about this particular development that is coming in Augusta Westland case, or the middleman. Christian Michelle James has now been released from the custody in this particular case. However, what we are also coming to know is that he is still in the CBI custody for this case. Give us more updates.
Absolutely. Christian Michelle is one of the main accused in the Augusta Westland case. Now, this was a 3,600 crore scam that had come to light, and it was the deal was initially signed in February of 2010. Now, after that, allegations arose from the Italian authorities that there has been a lot of bribery and malfeasance in this case. Now, Christian, currently in the CBI case, there are 7 different charge sheets filed that the CBI is investigating into. Now, Christian Michelle allegedly received a 30 million euro fees funneled through Indian officials via companies in Chandigarh and multiple companies across the globe as well. Now, this entire scam was orchestrated so that the Augusta Westland company ensurely got the VVIP chopper deal. Now, the main allegations come in of fudging of the requirements and the capabilities of the aircraft to ensure that the Augusta Westland is the only company that is finalized. Now, in the 7 different charge sheets, there are multiple allegations of criminal conduct and acts of malfeasance on behalf of Christian Michelle, money laundering, etc., are being investigated by the CBI. And the PMLA probe that the ED was investigating is the one wherein Christian Michelle has gotten bail. Now, the thing is that Christian Michelle is also set to receive a similar argument on bail on the CBI court, wherein the maximum capability of the punishment has been exhausted. And since that has been exhausted, it cannot be held that Christian Michelle be held in custody longer. Now, this delay in the investigation is the primary cause of the release of Christian Michelle in this case. There were a total of 14 accused in this case, including IAF officers, ministry officials, and the Italian probe that was going on, wherein multiple Italian companies who had orchestrated this money laundering scheme to ensure that the Augusta Westland got the deal have now concluded. The Italian authorities had initially concluded their investigation in 2014, and now the Indian authorities were still continuing with their investigation, and now we can see that Christian Michelle has gotten bail on a technical ground. It is not that he is being freed from any charges. It is not that the case against him has been quashed or anything like that, or he has been found innocent. It is just that the investigation has taken so long and the authorities had dilly-dallied for so long that on a technical ground, Christian Michelle has been released from ED custody. Only the CBI custody remains, in which 7 charge sheets have been filed and multiple accusations are there. But a similar argument is being presented to the CBI as well, that Christian Michelle has remained in jail for 7 years. Any and all accusations against him or any investigation that he could have helped have already been completed, and now he should be released on bail.
Absolutely.
Ideally, he should be convicted of the crimes that he has committed, but the delay in investigation is the primary cause of his release from prison. Back to you.
Absolutely, Ishan. In fact, what we're also coming to know is that the delay, the person who is accused, he filed the applications on very frivolous grounds, as per the reports that are now coming in. In fact, what is also being said is that the trial was delayed because accused kept seeking documents and adjournments. So for our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could explain what exactly were the technical grounds on which he has now been released, and what exactly was the delay about, Ishan?
Absolutely. I will start with the short timeline of the entire scenario. The initial contract was signed in February 2010. In February 2013, the Italian authorities started arresting people linked to this scam. Thereafter, in March 2013, CBI filed an FIR where amongst Christian Michelle and Tyagi, 12 other
Ishan,
persons
thank you for getting us those updates. I'll have to interrupt you there. What I'm being told is we are getting a breaking news that is now coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are putting out the details in just a moment from now. We are tracking the Augusta Westland story very, very closely, ladies and gentlemen. And we cannot help but ask if this was a cover-up where Michelle was allowed to get away as agencies failed to pin him down. And now the breaking news that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the National Herald case where the Delhi High Court has issued notice now to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. The National Herald case, the law is catching up to them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Delhi High Court has now issued a notice to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. They have probably been now asked to appear in the National Herald case. This is also another top focus of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are tracking this story very, very closely. In fact, Delhi HC has issued notice not just to Sonia and Rahul, but also the other accused in the National Herald's case over ED's main petition and stay application against the trial court order rejecting its money laundering case. This is the latest update that we are picking up right now, ladies and gentlemen. The National Herald case. The law is catching up to them, and it's catching up to them fast. And at this point, Delhi High Court has issued a notice to Sonia, Rahul and the other accused. All right, joining me on the phone line is Executive Editor Rhythm Bharadwaj. Rhythm, this is one of the top updates that we are now picking up. Delhi HC has now issued a notice to Sonia, Rahul and the other accused in the National Herald case.
Right, let's tell our viewers this matter is now going to be coming up on 12th of March in the Delhi High Court. This is against the trial court order of a few days ago when the trial court had rejected the ED's complaint. They held it was not maintainable since it was on a private person's complaint. So it was on a technicality that the trial court had rejected the ED's complaint. Today, in the Delhi High Court, the Solicitor General of India, the country's top law officer, appeared for the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. He gave the timeline of the case, and he said in this case, the ultimate conclusion is that 50 lakh rupees was used, and then the accused people, which includes Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and others, got the property of 2,000 crore rupees. He took them through the facts, and he informed the Delhi High Court how the order of the trial court was wrong, because even if it's a one-page FIR, that can be the subject matter of any ED offence. So on a technicality, the Solicitor General of India, appearing in the National Herald case, explained to the Delhi High Court why the trial court had gone horribly wrong. He said, this will affect many cases if the ED cannot do this and not take cognizance of a private complaint. The court asked them certain questions which were answered. The Solicitor General also went on to say that the mode and manner of registration of the offence is not mentioned in the PMLA Act. It does not say FIR or criminal complaint. He highlighted what had happened. He spoke about Section 200 of the CRPC, but this is going to be seen as, this is going to be seen as a loss for Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, because they will now have to explain themselves in the Delhi High Court. Appearing for them was Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has come to the court today. Solicitor General spoke and showed the urgency. He said this matter needs final adjudication on the returnable date, and therefore they wanted to be heard finally, and hence the Delhi High Court has said there will be a notice that will be there. This case will now be taken up on the 12th of March before the Delhi High Court.
Absolutely, Rhythm. In fact, it's safe to say that the news of the law is tightening around Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a context here, this is the Delhi HC now issuing a notice against Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, who continues to join me on the phone line. Rhythm, for our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could, help our viewers understand what exactly the case is about. And this is not the first time, in fact, that they have been issued a notice.
This case is about the National Herald newspaper. The ED in its charge sheet had named Sonia Gandhi, Rahul, Suman Dubey, Sam Pitroda, Young India Dotex and Sunil Bandhari as the main accused in the case. The simple case was that assets worth 2,000 crore rupees belonging to AJL were wrongfully taken over. That is the crux of the ED's case that they had made out, and this is something that we at Republic TV had also spoken about. As per, however, the order, this was an AJL interest-free loan of 90 crore rupees that had been taken from the Congress. It is alleged that this loan was not repaid. Young Indian was incorporated in 2010 with a paid-up capital of 5 lakh. It acquired almost all the shareholding of AGL and all its properties. And therefore, there was, according to the private complainant Subramanian Swamy, criminal misappropriation by Sonia and Rahul. But those are the facts of the case. Today, there's an appeal in the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court is going to be hearing the ED's case, and notice has been issued to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi and the others. Against earlier summons had been issued by the magistrate. Now the ED is going to be hearing the matter. We have to see how this proceeds before that.
Right. Thank you for getting us those updates, Rhythm. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to track other stories in this bulletin as well. Ladies and gentlemen, India's aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircrafts with Turkish crew. Sources now say that Indigo has received a third extension to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and the crew still operating in Indian airspace. Not just Indigo, SpiceJet, meanwhile, has also leased 5 Boeing aircrafts from Turkish operator Corenton Airlines under similar arrangements. The continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our top focuses today. India's Directorate General of Civil Aviation has now granted extensions to Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircrafts with Turkish crews. And this is to remind our viewers, ladies and gentlemen, that this is after the central government took a very strong stance after Operation Sindoor. And at this point, DGCA is now softening its stance, and it has now granted extensions to Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircrafts with Turkish crews on the Indian skies. Now, Indigo has received a third extension to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from Turkish Airlines. On the other hand, SpiceJet has leased 5 Boeing aircrafts from Corenton Airlines, which is, again, a Turkish operator. Now, this extension, what the DGCA claims, is aiming to mitigate losses to Indian aviation due to geopolitical restrictions and ensure seamless connectivity. However, what we are also coming to know is that the DGCA has imposed strict conditions on the extensions, including requirements for safety, security, and operational compliance. This is one of the top stories, ladies and gentlemen. DGCA has now granted extensions to Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish airlines and Turkish crews in Indian skies. On one hand, Indigo has received a third extension to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from the Turkish Airlines, while SpiceJet has leased 5 Boeing aircrafts from Corenton Airlines, which is again a Turkish operator.
अगर कम वाली आप पहाड़ियों को हटा दोगे तो खनन अभी से चालू हो गया। आप जाके देख सकते हो जेसीबी चल रही है। और मैं तो कहना चाहती हूँ जेसीबी चलाने वाले उन सबको सोचना चाहिए कि ये जेसीबी नहीं चलाए वो लोग, उनको भी रुक जाना चाहिए इस रिपोर्ट में। तो क्योंकि रिपोर्ट हम पढ़ रहे हैं, हम भी पढ़े लिखे, हमने सारा देखा उसमें। वो बोल रहे हैं कि खनन को रोकने के लिए हमने रिपोर्ट दी ताकि पूरे देश में एक लाइन रहे, एक संतुलन रहे, पूरे देश के लिए एक ही रिपोर्ट रहे। नहीं, अरावली अलग है और सबसे अलग है, प्राचीन है सबसे, तो एक ही रिपोर्ट पूरे देश के लिए लागू नहीं हो सकती है। तो अरावली 100 मीटर से कम अगर आप हटा दोगे तो कुछ नहीं बचने वाला है। सारी बायोडाइवर्सिटी जाएगी, सारे जानवर मरेंगे, सारे बर्ड्स मरेंगे। तो प्लीज मैं एक साइंस की स्टूडेंट होने के नाते कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये गलत है और गलत है। आपको ये हटाना होगा 100 मीटर से नीचे वाला, वरना ये खनन बढ़ता जाएगा। और अभी इसका फैसला लेना, आप बोल रहे सिर्फ रिपोर्ट दी है, कोई कानून नहीं बनाया, पर इस रिपोर्ट के चलते इतना खनन चालू हो गया लीगली। तो फिर अगर 6 महीने बाद आप बोलोगे कि हम हटा रहे या फिर उसके बाद काम करना चालू करोगे, तब तक तो बाहर जा चुके होंगे, तब आप क्या करोगे? अभी आपको इसको हटाना होगा, अभी के अभी।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम यांशी है और मैं उदयपुर से ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि अरावली ने आधे से ज़्यादा राजस्थान की छाया इसी के अंदर पले बड़े हैं और ऐसे अरावली को ये काट नहीं सकते। और अभी मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जो कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स आज गले में 2 सोने की चेनें पहनते, कल को 4 सोने की चेनें भी पहन सकते। और जो मोदी सरकार जो ये कहती है कि एक पेड़ अपनी माँ के नाम पे लगाए और आज हमारी पूरी अरावली काटने पे तुले हुए हैं, इसका सहयोग हम नहीं कर सकते। और जनता इतनी पागल नहीं है जिनको पता नहीं चल रहा है कि ये क्यों कर रहे हैं और ये प्रॉपर्टी कहाँ पे जाने वाली है।
मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा।
नुकसान कैसे नहीं होगा सर? अभी जैसे क्षेत्रफल इलाके में यहाँ पे चीते और टाइगर सब दौड़ के आ रहे हैं, अभी उनको रहने के लिए घर नहीं मिल रहा है, ये सब काट देंगे, सब जीव जंतु कहाँ पे जाएंगे?
कब तक मांग जारी रहेगी आपकी?
जब तक ये हमारी ये इच्छा पूरी नहीं करते तब तक हम धरने पे ही रहेंगे। और मैं ये इसके माध्यम से कहना चाहती हूँ कि जितने भी जैन जी लोग हैं, हमारी यूथ के लोग हैं, मंत्री है वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो पहाड़ है उसका जो ढलान है उससे लंबाई नापी जाएगी, ये इलीगल।
ये सब उनकी बातें हैं, बातों से काम नहीं चलता है, काम करने से काम चलता है। इस तरह की बातें करके वो जनता को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
देश की जड़ों को खत्म करना चाहती है ये देश, महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें।
भैया आप गुंडे हो क्या या अरावली के लिए हो आप?
ये भगत सिंह की जड़ें, ये महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें खत्म होने वाली।
उदयपुर के कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सामने हम खड़े हैं और लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे क्योंकि इमोशनली यहाँ पे नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं और अरावली पर्वतमाला को बचाने की मांग की जा रही है। हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे एक्शन है और लोग यहाँ पे जो है प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं, लोग बैरिकेड्स पर चढ़े हुए हैं। मैं आपको विजुअल्स के थ्रू दिखा दूं और हम अब लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सर, इतने बड़े पैमाने पर प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है, क्या मांग है
लोगों की? मांग है कि अरावली के साथ जो 100 मीटर का नियम बनाया है कि 100 मीटर से ऊपर ही अरावली की पहाड़ियों को माना गया है। ये 100 मीटर का सवाल नहीं है, 100 पीढ़ियों का सवाल है। और ये इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट इसलिए हो रहा है कि अगर अरावली को काट दिया जाएगा तो एक तरह से हमारे राजस्थान की जीवन रेखा को काट देंगे।
सर, हमें ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा इसका?
देखिए, इम्पैक्ट किस लेवल पे नहीं होगा ये पूछिए। जलवायु, पानी, जानवर, इंसान, हर तरह से इम्पैक्ट होगा। आज आप देखिए धरती का टेम्परेचर बढ़ता जा रहा है, 2 डिग्री 3 डिग्री बढ़ चुका है पिछले लंबे समय से। और आज अगर ये काट दी गई तो ये बहुत बड़ा डिजास्टर हो जाएगा धरती के लिए।
मैं विजुअल्स के थ्रू दर्शकों को ये भी दिखाना चाहूंगी कि बैरिकेड्स पे चढ़ करके लोग यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। वहां जाकर भी लोगों से बात करने की हम कोशिश करेंगे। सर, ये प्रोटेस्ट इतने बड़े पैमाने पर किया जा रहा है, कितनी देर तक मुहिम चलाई जाएगी?
अरावली बचाने के लिए किया जा रहा है।
कितने लंबे समय तक ये मुहिम चलेगी अगर सरकार कदम नहीं उठाती?
ऑर्डर कैंसिल नहीं होगा जब तक चलेगी।
मैंने ये भी सुना है, लोग यहाँ पे ये कह रहे हैं कि सर कटवा लेंगे लेकिन ये नहीं होने।
हाँ सर, कटवा लेंगे, काटे भी है, कटवा भी लेंगे, मंगरे नहीं कटने देंगे।
हम मेवाड़ की धरती से आते हैं और यहाँ पर ये रिवाज रहा है कि अगर कोई नहीं मानेगा तो जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं चलेगी। अगर सर कटाना पड़ेगा सर कटाएंगे और सर काटना पड़ा तो सर काटने से भी नहीं चुकेंगे। ये महाराणा प्रताप का खून है, वो अंग्रेजों से भी लड़ने के लिए तैयार थे हम लोग और हमने आतंकियों से भी लड़ा है, हमने मुगलों से भी लड़ा है और हम आगे भी लड़ते रहेंगे। लेकिन इस देश में इस अरावली को बचा के रहेंगे और उसका खून का बदला खून से लेंगे हम। अगर अरावली कटेगी तो पहले हमारे सर कटेंगे। हमें वो तमन्ना, हमें वो जोश है कि अरावली जाने नहीं देंगे। सरकार से यही मांगे, जो इन्होंने प्रपोजल बना के दिया उस प्रपोजल में संशोधन करें, अरावली का क्लॉज हटाए। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो 100 मीटर का दायरा फिक्स किया इन्होंने, अडानी से पैसे खाकर उसको वापस ले।
सर, ये मुहिम कब तक चलाई जाएगी? मुहिम कब तक चलाई जाएगी?
Well, those are some of the live visuals that are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot of fire on the streets of Rajasthan. In fact, protest is erupting in different pockets of Rajasthan. It is this protest is against the Supreme Court's recent ruling on the Aravali range, where the court has now accepted a new definition of Aravali Hills. And those are the visuals that we are getting in. Our reporter continues to bring us these minute-by-minute updates that we are tracking from on the ground, where there is a lot of ire, there is a lot of outrage now spilling on the streets, where the protesters are now demanding a reversal of that order. All right, joining me live is my colleague Swarali. Swarali, you have been reporting for us live from Udaipur. What is the current situation there? What we can see as per the live visuals that are coming in is that there is a lot of outrage on the streets. What are the recent updates that we are picking up?
Yes, that's true. Total outrage has been seen on the streets of Udaipur. We have been showing you through the visuals. Let me tell you, the issue is being raised throughout the nation. But right now in Udaipur, in the collector office, in front of collector office, hundreds of people throng the streets, and we have seen how people were raising slogans, and they were demanding only one thing: the revision of the decision that was being taken by the Supreme Court, as in the hills which are above 100 meters only, they'll be counted in the Aravali hill range. Now, let me tell you, it is spread across the 700 kilometers of patch, cutting across 4 states, that is Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi. And the major part of this hill range is found in the state of Rajasthan. We also know that it dissects the Thar desert from the rest of the country, and it's a shield, it's an ecological shield. It holds more than 20 ecological zones, and these are the reasons why people are agitated. On one hand, it has multiple environmental and ecological importance, but on the other hand, for the people of Rajasthan, people of Udaipur, it is also the matter of valor. It has the historical importance. We also know that only 8.7% surpasses the definition that has been accepted by the Supreme Court, which is, if we talk about the data, only 1048 hills, to be very precise, 1048 hills will be counted as the Aravali hill range. Rest others, that the total number is 12081, and now if we subtract 1048, that is 8.7% to be very precise. On the remaining 93% does not surpass the definition that has been given by the Supreme Court. We also have to understand the agitation behind this, that in 2010, Forest Survey of India itself, in its report, had said that mountains or hills which are surpassing the limit of 20 meters will be counted as the Aravali hill range. But now it has contradicted the self-decision, the self-report that was being produced in 2010. And we also have the data saying that till 2018 already more than 30 hills are flattened due to the illegal mining. All these issues are coming out because the decision, the acceptance of Supreme Court on the decision that was the definition that was being given by the multi-agency committee constituted to have the same definition of Aravali Hills across the 4 states. This has raised, and now several other illegal mining instances are also coming out due to this. But the agitation, the outrage and the sarcasm and the demand of people over here is that they want the revision of the acceptance of the decision, because with ecological importance it also has a historical importance, and this is not acceptable to people of Rajasthan as well as India, because it can be proven as the environmental catastrophe. We all have been looking at the points that have been put out by the environmentalists, that deserts are usually the march past so they can cover the other regions as well.
Absolutely, absolutely, Swarali. Thank you for getting us those ground details. We continue to track the story very, very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we continue to track the Aravali protests. Massive protests are breaking out in different pockets of Rajasthan. We'll continue tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Republic is live and breaking on the other side. Protests are erupting across India, particularly in Jaipur and Udaipur against Supreme Court's recent ruling on the Aravali range.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Major showdown during protests for Aravali. Police detain activists, parade them away. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on Aravali campaign and says misinformation is being spread on social media. No lessons learned post Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in ED case. India and New Zealand announced landmark free trade agreement. PM holds telephonic conversation with counterpart. A Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop engine oil pressure in the right engine. Hello viewers, well, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Republic TV has exposed how the government itself has given a nod for mining in the Aravali Hills. This is a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravali Hills. It is mentioned that while restrictions should apply to new mining leases for general minerals, such curbs need not apply to critical, strategic and atomic minerals. It further argues that restrictions should be applicable to minerals listed under the MMDR Act 1957 or to those deemed crucial for overall economic growth, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV, and this is the government's defense had come in a short while back, but what we are highlighting is that the government's defense is unconvincing. It does not really add up. Republic has accessed government's 2,334-page affidavit on Aravali range. Okay, government's batting for mining at Aravali range for critical minerals. Niranjan is joining us for more on this. Our executive editor, Niranjan, over to you.
Well, we've got the detailed document. In fact, this is part of the 2,334-page affidavit filed by the government in the court. And we've gone through the details of it, and we, in fact, continue to go through the the minor details of what the government said in Supreme Court before that order was passed to bat for mining, especially for critical minerals mining in Aravali. Now, so far, we have been told by the government, and a response came in from the minister, where the minister himself said that, this had solved the issue and that, in fact, it saves the Aravalis. But going through the details of this particular order, and let me tell you, this particular affidavit, rather, 2,334 pages. And on page 100, we found a very, very interesting mention where in point 5.2.5, the committee notes that the request of the Ministry of Mines dated 22nd of November 2024, mentioning that Aravali Hills are host to several important major minerals such as lead, zinc, silver, copper ore, etc., which are deep-seated and critical minerals which are essential for economic development of the country and transition to cleaner sources of energy. So point number one, the government in this particular point has said that the Ministry of Mines order mentions that the Aravali Hills are host to several important major minerals. So important to note at this point that the mining ministry itself had mentioned how there are critical minerals in Aravali and how they are important for the country. Point number one. Let me continue reading now. The affidavit also said that these deep-seated and critical minerals are site-specific and the country is presently reliant on exports to meet the demands of these minerals. Therefore, these minerals are important from national security point of view. The state government of Rajasthan reiterated about the presence of deep-seated minerals covered under the 7th schedule of the MMDR Act 1957 in the Aravali Hills and Ranges, which have application in various strategic projects. So at this point, the affidavit filed essentially by the government and the Environment Ministry, while quoting the Mining Ministry, is also saying that the Rajasthan government has reiterated about deep-seated minerals which are at present covered under 7th schedule of MMDR Act 1957 and have application in various strategic projects. Now it gets even more interesting. It then says, the affidavit, that the committee, after detailed deliberations, was of the view that while the above restrictions on mining projects should apply to new leases of general minerals, they need not apply. They're saying the restrictions need not apply to mining of critical, strategic and atomic minerals. Atomic minerals notified in Part B, critical and strategic minerals notified in view of their strategic and defense significance and national security considerations. And here is why it gets even more interesting, not just atomic minerals. And then it says, in view of their strategic and defense significance and national security considerations, shall not be applicable to minerals listed in Schedule 7 of the MMDR Act 1957. So Schedule 7 MMDR Act 1957, all the minerals in Schedule 7 of MMDR Act 1957, which have applications and are critical for overall economic growth and development of the country, saying there should be no restriction on this. So essentially, what this part of the affidavit proves is that the government, while going to the Supreme Court, asking for the change in definition, also spoke about deep-seated critical minerals at the Aravali range, also spoke about how the government of Rajasthan had said that critical minerals are now covered under Schedule 7 of MMDR Act of 1957, and then said that the rules should not apply to critical minerals, which means the critical minerals can continue to be mined. And minerals which are critical for India's growth should continue to be mined. I have, in fact, if you don't believe me, you can go through the 2,334-page affidavit. I have it here in my hand. In fact, let me read it out for you. It is mentioned here on page number 100. The government, in fact, says that it does not need to apply to minerals of mining of critical, strategic and atomic minerals. So, essentially, this tells you in contradiction to what the minister has said, this particular page confirms that the government itself batted for mining at the Aravali range. They batted for it, and they in fact asked for a few sections of the MMDR Act of 1957 not to apply to some of these critical minerals which are currently under that schedule. So this part confirms that yes, the government wanted mining of critical minerals in the Aravali range. They wanted it to happen, and that is mentioned here. You can go through it. It's a public document by now. You will get access to it. And this confirms that they batted for mining of critical minerals.
All right, Niranjan, we have also put the pledge out for our viewers. It's on our screens. Save Aravali, Save AQI. Petition is live. Viewers, you can scan the pledge and save the Aravalis. The Republic TV campaign continues. In fact, we'll also go to Swarali, who's in Udaipur in Rajasthan, and we see a lot of anger on the streets of Udaipur. Now, the protesters, Swarali, have been speaking to them. They want concrete action to save the Aravalis. Swarali.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, a huge protest took place some time before in front of the collector office in Udaipur, and we have shown you through the visuals. Hundreds of people thronged the streets, and some of them were also detained in the police action that was being taken after it got a bit violent. But it was also to be seen that women and elderly people were also detained. They were dragged to the buses. We have shown you through the visuals. Their only demand was that the revision of the decision or acceptance that was being done by the Supreme Court. Mountains or hills that are being raised above 100 meters only will be considered as the Aravali hill range, which is one of the oldest hill ranges in the Indian subcontinent. It goes behind billions of years, and the first human existence was also to be found around the Aravali hill range in the Indian subcontinent. And we also know that it dissects the Thar region and other parts of the country. It cut across the 4 states, that is Haryana, Gujarat, Rajasthan. Major part is in Rajasthan and Delhi. Let me also tell you, the demand was that it should be revised because it's a major ecological hotspot. It's a major ecological shield, and there are several reasons. There are more than 20 ecological zones homing tigers, leopards and bears. We all know that these are distinct animals. These are on the reduced. These are on the verge of extinction. But these Aravali forest rangers provide them a shelter, a home for these animals. On the other hand, several rivers originate from these mountain ranges, and it is also said by the environmental experts, if these are demolished or illegal mining takes place in these ranges, Delhi will become a desert, because we have to understand that deserts usually march past, they walk ahead, they travel ahead. If the layers of dust are settled on the vegetation or green cover, it starts turning dry, and the desert, that's the exact process of desertification. On the other hand, we also know that Union Environmental Minister says that 90% is under the cover, but the data talks very differently. If we talk about this definition of more than 100 meters, the hills which are more than above 100 meters, only 8.7% to be very precise. And if I talk in numbers, only 1048 hills surpass this definition. Rest of all, total hills are around more than 12,000, 12081. If only 1048 surpasses this definition, rest, that is 93%, are in danger. It means that open permission for illegal mining is being given. We already know that FSI, Forest Survey of India, had given out reports in 2010 saying that hills which are about 20 meters of height will be considered as the illegal hill ranges of Aravali. But then it was contradicted by the government machinery itself, the committee, multi-agency committee that was constituted. It said that the hills which are above 100 meters will be classified and Supreme Court accepted. Further, it was ordered by Supreme Court that proper roadmap of legal mining should also be given out, and that's the reason why hundreds of protesters, people of Udaipur, Rajasthan, hit the streets, and not just people from Rajasthan, but at this point of time, entire India is questioning the decision that has been taken, because it might prove to be an ecological disaster. It's a shield, and that's going to impact several states across India. Back to you.
That's right. And Sorali, you have been speaking to so many protesters, and many protesters were detained as well when we saw those protests in Udaipur. They want action, and they are also warning, Sorali. They have been telling you that their movement will only keep getting bigger. Let's play out those reports.
क्या मांगे हैं प्रोटेस्टर्स की और कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है अरावली हिल्स का राजस्थान के लिए उदयपुर?
राजस्थान में उदयपुर क्षेत्र में, मेवाड़ में अरावली सिर्फ चट्टान या पहाड़ नहीं है। अरावली पे आप देखेंगे तो सारे केंद्र हैं जो राणा मारना चित्तौड़गढ़ पे दुर्ग बना सकते थे, वो अरावली कटा भी सकते थे। दूरदृष्टि थी, हवा, पानी, वेग, युद्ध, सब तरह से अरावली ने हमेशा रक्षा की है। आप देखेंगे तो करनी मात अरावली पे स्थापित है, नीमच माता अरावली पे स्थापित है, अपने दूडी माता अरावली पे, जगन्नाथ का मंदिर अरावली पे स्थापित है।
ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकली क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? जो थार डेजर्ट का शील्ड है अरावली रेंज, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर इधर इलीगल माइनिंग होता है?
जब जब भूकंप आया है, जब जब वेग से आंधी आई है, जब जब वेग से तूफान आया है, जब जब वेग से बाढ़ आई है, इस अरावली ने उदयपुर की रक्षा की है, झीलों से बसे हुए सारे बातों में। उसके बाद भी आज भी उदयपुर खुशहाल है। अरावली रक्षा के साथ साथ पूजनीय का केंद्र भी है, बायोलॉजिकली और एथिकली, और आप देखेंगे रीजनली भी अरावली सब तरह से केंद्र रहा है और हमेशा रहेगा।
क्या भावना है फिलहाल लोगों की और क्या मांग?
हम लोग सारे बैंक कर्मी हैं, हम लोग यहाँ पे अरावली को बचाने के लिए आए हुए हैं। जैसा कि गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू अभी हम लोगों ने, न्यायाधीश ने जो फैसला दिया है, उस फैसले को लेके हम उस फैसले की निंदा करते हैं। हम लोग बैंक कर्मी हैं, हम लोगों का किसी पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
क्यों निंदा करें ये बताइए व्यूअर।
मैम, जब अगर जीव जंतु आज जिस तरीके से शहरों में आ रहे हैं, जीव जंतुओं के लिए, वन्य जीवों के लिए उनके रहने की अरावली नहीं बचेगी तो वो लोग रहेंगे कहाँ? जब मुगलों के लिए युद्ध लड़े गए इस धरती पे, आज उस धरती को हमारी जरूरत है और हम लोग अगर नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा उसके लिए? तो हम लोग इस अरावली पे निंदा करते हैं और इसका विरोध करते हैं, कड़ा विरोध करते हैं।
क्या मांग है
लोगों की मांग है कि अरावली के साथ जो 100 मीटर का नियम बनाया है कि 100 मीटर से ऊपर ही अरावली की पहाड़ियों को माना गया है, ये 100 मीटर का सवाल नहीं है, 100 पीढ़ियों का सवाल है। और ये इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट इसलिए हो रहा है कि अगर अरावली को काट दिया जाएगा तो एक तरह से हमारे राजस्थान की जीवन रेखा को काट देंगे।
सर, हमें ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा इसका?
देखिए, इम्पैक्ट किस लेवल पे नहीं होगा ये पूछिए। जलवायु, पानी, जानवर, इंसान, हर तरह से इम्पैक्ट होगा। आज आप देखिए धरती का टेम्परेचर बढ़ता जा रहा है, 2 डिग्री 3 डिग्री बढ़ चुका है पिछले लंबे समय से, और आज अगर ये काट दी गई तो ये बहुत बड़ा डिजास्टर हो जाएगा धरती के लिए।
सर, ये प्रोटेस्ट इतने बड़े पैमाने पर किया जा रहा है, कितनी देर तक मुहिम चलाई जाएगी?
अरावली बचाने के लिए किया जा रहा है।
कितने लंबे समय तक ये मुहिम चलेगी अगर सरकार कदम नहीं उठाएगी?
ऑर्डर कैंसिल नहीं होगा जब तक चलेगी।
मैंने ये भी सुना है, लोग यहाँ पे ये कह रहे हैं कि सर कटवा लेंगे लेकिन ये नहीं होने।
हाँ सर, कटवा लेंगे, काटे भी और कटवा भी लेंगे, मंगरा नहीं कटने देंगे।
हम मेवाड़ की धरती से आते हैं और यहाँ पर ये रिवाज रहा है कि अगर कोई नहीं मानेगा तो जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं चलेगी। अगर सर कटाना पड़ेगा सर कटाएंगे, और सर काटना पड़ा तो सर काटने से भी नहीं चुकेंगे। ये महाराणा प्रताप का खून है, वो अंग्रेजों से भी लड़ने के लिए तैयार थे हम लोग, और हमने आतंकियों से भी लड़ा है, हमने मुगलों से भी लड़ा है, और हम आगे भी लड़ते रहेंगे। लेकिन इस देश में इस अरावली को बचा के रहेंगे, और उसका खून से खून का बदला खून से लेंगे हम। अगर अरावली कटेगी तो पहले हमारे सर कटेंगे।
All right, and that was my colleague Sorali, who has been speaking to protesters, and you can clearly see, viewers, that the protesters, they want the environment to be saved. They want the Aravalis to be saved. Aravali are one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world, and the kind of protection they give to many areas in the northern India bit especially cannot be stated in words. They give a lot of protection, and they are a hub of biodiversity, and they also maintain the ecological balance. So we see a lot of these protesters saying that they want the government to intervene and make sure that the Aravalis are safe. We'll try to go back to our colleague in a short while from now. We have Surali. Surali, you know, we have been talking to so many protesters, and we also in Republic have been talking to activists. The activists are not convinced with the centre's explanation on the Aravali ranges.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, even the protesters, when we were trying to talk to them and we were asking about the statement that was being put out by the Union Environmental Minister, they said that this is a misleading statement in itself. The Union Environmental Minister himself belongs to the Aravali range from Rajasthan, and they alleged that he himself is becoming a reason for deteriorating situation of Aravali hill ranges. If we talk about the situation right now, the definition that is being accepted by the Supreme Court of India, only hills or mountains which surpass the height of 100 meters will be counted in the Aravali hill ranges, and that alienates 93%, which endangers the existence of 93% of Aravali hill ranges. If we talk about the total number, around 12081 is the number, and only 1048 hills surpass these numbers of 100 meters, and that's the reason why people across the nation are questioning, are raising their voices against this could be ecological disaster, because at multiple levels, that has multiple layers. It has ecological and environmental importance. It is home to more than 20 ecological zones, and animals like leopard, tiger, bears, which are very distinct animals. We know that they are on the verge of extinction, but these reserves, these forests are home to them. Several rivers originate from these areas, and it cuts across the 4 states, that is Haryana, Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Delhi. The end of this range is Raisina Hill, wherein this Rashtrapati Bhavan is situated, and we know it's a green cover. It also contributes to controlling the pollution. People from here were saying that today we can see the situation in the national capital, the levels of AQI which is not being discussed in the parliament. The same situation will arise in Rajasthan, and it will be threat to several factors, like the desert will march past. It's a phenomenon. Deserts usually walk ahead, they travel ahead. If the layer of sand is situated on the green vegetation, it dries out, and that's the process of desertification that environmentalists are talking about. We also know that it's a barrier, it's an ecological shield, and it has been there for billions of years, safeguarding, and people from Rajasthan call it as the crown of Rajasthan, because it has been a major contributor ecologically, and it's a major part of their history as well. It spreads across the 700 kilometers, and according to the definition that has been put out and accepted by a Supreme Court, which has been constituted by a committee, multi-agency committee. But we also have to note that in 2010, Forest Survey of India itself had given a definition that hills or mountains which are above the range of 20 meters, will be considered as the Aravali hill ranges. But in the contradiction of its own machinery, its own mechanism, the report that was given out by the FSI, and we also have to understand that Geological Survey of India, FSI, all the officers from various departments were part of the same committee which is given out a definition, current definition of Aravali hill ranges, which means the hills above 100 meters will only be classified
Sonali,
in this range.
We have put out some sections of the government affidavit that Republic has accessed, and in that affidavit that Republic has put out, it clearly says that the Aravali hills are hosting some deep-seated critical minerals like lead, zinc, silver, copper, ore, which are essential for economic development, clean energy transition and national security. So basically, the government has formally acknowledged that yes, it does want to mine these minerals, even though they're critical minerals for strategic purposes. But yes, that is out there now. This is one of the top exclusives we have for our viewers.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, the government departments, the mining departments had put out this information during the entire procedure of affidavit saying that deep-seated minerals, which are very rare, and India depends on the imports of these minerals, may it be zinc, copper or, silver. India depends on the imports, and it's very, very important for the economic development. Somewhere it shows the will and wish of the government to, give an open hand for the illegal mining, even if it is important for the economic development of the country. On the other hand, we cannot, underdo the importance of ecological barrier, that is the Aravali hill ranges. It cannot be done. That's what the protesters are saying. Miners cannot be given an open hand to do it illegally. There should be a certain process parameters, and 93% of these hill ranges or hills are below the height of 100 meters. So how is it possible for the government or the Supreme Court, the committee that has constituted this definition, calling it the hills are billions of years ago, even before the human existence, and how the humans, Supreme Court or even the government can take such kind of decision? That are the questions being raised by the people of Rajasthan, and this question right now is being raised across the country.
All right, Save the Aravali's petition is live for our viewers. You can scan that QR code on your screens and give your pledge, because this campaign by Republic TV has found so much of resonance among our viewers. You can do your bit to save the Aravali. Scan that QR code. And at the same time, Surali has been speaking to many protesters while they speak about the doubts that they have when it comes to what the center is saying on the Aravali range. Let's go ahead and play out those reports.
मंत्री है वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो पहाड़ है उसका जो ढलान है उससे लंबाई नापी जाएगी, या इलीगल।
ये सब उनकी बातें हैं, बातों से काम नहीं चलता है, काम करने से काम चलता है। इस तरह की बातें करके वो जनता को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
देश की जड़ों को खत्म करना चाहती है। ये देश महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें हैं।
अरे भैया आप गुंडे हो क्या, या अरावली के लिए हो आप?
ये भगत सिंह की जड़ें, ये महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें खत्म होने वाली।
So viewers, the petition is live. You can scan that QR code. In the meanwhile, let's move ahead, viewers. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. A woman was pushed out of a moving local train after an argument with a man who had entered the women's compartment. The woman, who sustained serious injuries, is reported to be in stable condition. The accused, identified as Akhtar Nawaz, was apprehended by the police and a case has been registered. Auto driver was murdered in front of a crowded ISBT bus stand, terminal Jabalpur, in broad daylight. Accused fled the scene after slitting the man's throat in one of the busiest areas. An investigation into the crime is underway. The Bihar CM Nitish Kumar met Prime Minister Modi, and he will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today in New Delhi. It is his first meeting since he saw in as CM, and the leader stated that it would ensure for a smooth centre-state relationship. And viewers, much more coming up on the other side. We put our focus on the big story attracting simultaneously. India and New Zealand have gone ahead and they have signed a landmark free trade agreement. PM holds telephonic conversation with his New Zealand counterpart. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रूंगा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, healthy every day.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principle.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking at 2:30 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Republic's campaign, the Save Aravali campaign, has now resonated so much so that the Environment Minister has now gone on to say that it is not about Aravali being destroyed. Only 0.19% of that is being used. But that is a very bizarre defense that's coming from the minister. And there is anger mounting among the local. We'll tell you why. But first, a quick check of the headlines.
ये दीवाने का चले, जेल चले, जेल चले, ये दीवाने का चले।
Major showdown during protests for Aravali. Police detain activists, parade them away. Republic exposes how government gave the nod for mining at the Aravali Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravali Hills. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on Aravali's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. No lessons learned post Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of middleman Christian Michel in ED case. Landmark India-New Zealand FTA announced. Prime Minister Modi holds a telephonic conversation with his counterpart. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to the national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine pressure in the right engine. And we start this edition with the top focus story that's coming in from the national capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rouse Avenue Court has ordered to release Christian Michel James from custody in the alleged money laundering case that is linked with the Augusta Westland chopper deal case. James will remain in custody in the CBI case. During the hearing, Advocate Algio K. Joseph submitted that the investigation has not been completed in the last 12 years and that Christian Michel James has been in custody for the past 7 years. Counsel for James had in fact said that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after the completion of the sentence in any case. During the hearing, James stated that he would participate in the trial if released from custody. Now, counsel for the accused also said that Christian Michel James was extradited to India in December 2018. He has already undergone the maximum sentence for the allegations against him.
All right, so this is a major case that's come to light from the national capital. The Rouse Avenue Court has ordered to release Christian Michelle James from the custody in the alleged money laundering case that's linked with the Augusta Westland chopper deal case. A very big development that's coming from the national capital. Remember, a court in Delhi has recently ordered the release of Christian Michelle James from custody in a money laundering case. It is linked to the alleged Augusta Westland VVIP helicopter scam. The order was passed on Saturday by the special judge Sanjay Jindal. Relates to a case where a case was filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the judge had noted then that Michelle had already spent 7 years in custody, while the maximum sentence prescribed for the offence under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Meanwhile, it was just earlier when Republic had confronted Christian Michelle James. Listen in to what he had to say.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
And Republic, they are confronting Christian Michelle James, where he remains completely quiet on the answers and on the questions if he was in touch with any politician and if he did take bribe from any Indian politician. In fact, today is the day when we confronted him. It was earlier as well when my colleague Soumya had confronted Christian Michelle James, and then as well he had no answers. Watch that sequence now.
Sir, as your release ordered by the court in ED matter, what do you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India. I've been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent, and let's hope the constitution will be followed. and it's holding India together, and terribly important that things like this happen.
So are you hopeful for CBI case same order?
Yes, I am hopeful.
So when you are going to get the travel document from your embassy, because your passport has been expired?
Yes, well, everyone is working, everyone is doing their work. Things take time.
Sir, as your release ordered by the court in ED matter, what you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India. I've been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent, and let's hope the constitution will be followed. And it's holding India together, and terribly important that things like this happen.
So are you hopeful for CBI case same order?
Yes, I am hopeful.
So when you are going to get the travel document from your embassy, because your passport has been expired?
Yes, well, everyone is working, everyone is doing their work. Things take time.
All right, so that was Christian Michel James being questioned. We confronted him earlier, we confronted him today, and he had no answers to give. This is a big development that's taken place in the national capital, where the Rouse Avenue Court on Saturday had ordered the release of Christian Michel James from the custody in alleged money laundering case linked with the Augusta Westland chopper deal case. Christian Michel James will remain in custody in the CBI case. A similar bail application is pending in the CBI case as well. Now, Christian Michel James had sought release from the custody on the ground that he has completed maximum of sentence, that is 7 years in custody in the money laundering case, and that he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in CBI case and by the High Court in the money laundering case. Now, on being informed of the court's decision, Christian Michel had said that he was happy that there were good judges. He also said that he is working on organizing his travel documents. When my colleague Soumya confronted Christian Michel, he also had to say that he had full faith in the court. Earlier also, Special Judge of the CBI Sanjay Jindal, after hearing the initial submissions by the counsel for accused Christian Michel James, sought a reply from the CBI. The CBI is yet to file its reply on December 22nd, that is today. During the hearing, we learned that Advocate Algio K. Joseph had submitted that the investigation has not been completed in the last 12 years and that Christian Michel James has been in custody for the past 7 years and the investigation into his involvement remains pending still. There are primary agencies that are investigating the case. Now, the court had also asked if on what does he want, under what conditions can be released from the jail. And then the counsel for James had said that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after the completion of the sentence in any case. During the hearing, James had also stated that he would appreciate and participate in the trial if released from custody. And when we confronted Christian Michel, here's what he had to say.
Mr. Michel, investigation is not completed by the agencies. Would you like to say anything about that?
Well, it's taken a very long time.
Investigation is not completed by the agencies. Would you like to say anything about that failure?
Well, it's taken a very long time.
And now moving on, let's also get you a quick check of all the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A woman was pushed out of a moving local train after an argument with a man who had entered the woman's compartment. The woman, who sustained serious injuries, is reported to be in stable condition. The accused, identified as Akhtar Nawaz, was apprehended by the police and a case has been registered. An auto driver was murdered in front of a crowded ISBT bus stand terminal in Jabalpur in broad daylight. The accused fled the scene after slitting the man's throat in one of the busiest areas. An investigation into the crime scene is currently underway. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Prime Minister Narendra Modi and will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today in the national capital. It is his first meeting since he sworn in as the Chief Minister, and the leader stated that it would ensure for a smooth centre-state relationship. Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in, a Russian general was killed today after an explosive device detonated underneath his car in southern Moscow, is what investigators are saying. The Lieutenant General Fanil Sarvov, head of the Operational Training Directorate of the Russian Armed Forces General Staff, died from multiple injuries. And the official of investigating the crime scene have said. Investigators have also said that they are pursuing numerous lines of inquiry regarding the murder. One of these is the crime was orchestrated by Ukrainian intelligence services. Russian news outlets, in fact, have reported that a car exploded in a parking lot on Moscow's Yeniseva Street with the driver inside at approximately 7 a.m. Ukraine Security Service claimed the responsibility for the similar attack against a high-ranking Russian soldier in December 2024. Lieutenant General Igor, the chief of the military's nuclear, biological and chemical protection forces, was also killed by a bomb hidden on an electric scooter outside his apartment building a day after Kiev leveled criminal charges against him. His assistant was also killed in the same case. All right, so this is the latest escalation that we have seen, and it comes ahead of Donald Trump's Christmas deadline for the peace deal that he had set. Keeping in mind that we're just 3 days away from Christmas, it remains to be seen if there will be an escalation in the war, or will we be able to subside it. Meanwhile, let's shift our focus to what's happening here back in India, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has reacted to the cough syrup death case, stating that no accused involved will be able to escape. He added that the Uttar Pradesh government has fought the battle and won the case. Here's a report on that.
यानी इसमें एडिटेशन का भी नहीं है, यह इलीगल डाइवर्जन का है। इस डाइवर्जन के माध्यम से इन होलसेलर ने, जिसमें सहारनपुर का भी है, गाजियाबाद का भी है, वाराणसी का भी है, लखनऊ का भी है और कानपुर का भी है, इन लोगों ने इसको उन देशों में पहुंचाया है, उन राज्यों में पहुंचाया है जहां मद्य निषेध है, लेकिन वहां पे नशे के आदी लोगों को इसको लेने की एक आदत सी है, तो वहां पर उसका दुरुपयोग किया गया है, जबकि बिना चिकित्सीय परामर्श के इसका सेवन नहीं हो सकता, खासतौर पर बच्चों के लिए। एडल्ट भी चिकित्सीय परामर्श से इसका सेवन करता है। कौन ऐसा व्यक्ति है जिसने कफ सिरप नहीं लिया? खांसी होती है, हर व्यक्ति लेता है। और मुझे लगता है अगर आप इसकी गहराई में जाएंगे तो घूम फिर करके वही मामला है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई समाजवादी पार्टी से जुड़ा हुआ नेता या उनसे जुड़ा हुआ कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति उसकी चपेट में आता है। और इलीगल ट्रांजैक्शन भी जो हुआ है वो अभी आपकी लोहिया बहाने के एक पदाधिकारी के अकाउंट के माध्यम से हुआ है। एसटीएफ इसकी जांच कर रही है। इस पूरे मामले में हाई कोर्ट से उस पूरे मामले को एनडीपीएस के अंतर्गत इस मामले में मुकदमा चलना चाहिए। ये उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस लड़ाई को लड़ा है और उसको जीता है।
And moving on to the other big top story that we're tracking, India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. Sources have said that Indigo has received a third extension to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar agreements and arrangements. The continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. Remember, why this has become a big issue is because it was during Operation Sindoor time when we learned that Turkey had aided Pakistan in attacking India. And that is exactly when the government had taken a hard stance on Turkey. But with DGCA's this move, are they giving a free pass to Turkey? That's the big question that we are asking, because India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extension to Indigo and SpiceJet, allowing them to continue operating Turkish aircrafts with a Turkish crew on it. And there were two airports. Number one was Jabalpur, where there were Turkish airlines that were spotted. We learn that the extension is valid until February 28, 2026 and is subject to certain conditions, including the possibility of transitioning to dry lease agreements. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator under similar arrangements. The DGCA's decision, they say that it aims to mitigate losses to Indian aviation due to geopolitical restrictions and ensure seamless connectivity to Istanbul and beyond, particularly during the peak travel season. So is DGCA then trying to bank on Operation Sindoor and the plight of the victims? The extensions, remember, have come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor amid tensions that were still prevailing between India and Turkey. The DGCA had previously granted a one-time final extension to Indigo in May, but has now allowed the Turkish airline to operate in Indian airspace and Indian airports. 2 visuals there that we have coming in from Chennai airport and Jabalpur airport, where the Turkish airlines were seen, and this came after DGCA had given them a green signal, especially to the 2 aircraft, SpiceJet and Indigo. All right, with that, we move on to the other top story that we're tracking. We are pulling back the curtain on a document that will redefine the geography of North India. Republic has exclusively accessed a massive 2,334-page affidavit filed by the government regarding the future of the Aravali Hills. For years, ladies and gentlemen, the Aravalis have been seen as the green wall, the only thing standing between the fertile plains of Delhi NCR and the advancing Thar Desert. But this dossier reveals that a radical shift in thinking. The government is no longer just looking at these hills as ecological barrier. They are identifying them as a strategic mineral fortress. The government's argument is simple. In a world of broken supply chains, India cannot leave these essential, quote-unquote, essential resources buried under the hills while we remain dependent on foreign imports. The most shocking part of this 2,334-page document is the extension clause, where the government is claiming free pass to mine critical, strategic and atomic minerals listed in the MMDR Act 1957 on account of economic development and nation building. Again, with this episode, the age-old debate has resurfaced, that is environment versus development. And it is needed to be seen how the government will manage both these aspects in a sustainable manner. All right, so the 2,334-page matter, it's all in the documents. The government had batted for the expectations. It is an affidavit which says that restrictions should apply for new leases for general minerals. And the debate is simple, ladies and gentlemen. It's about development versus environment. In fact, the affidavit had also said the restrictions need not apply for critical, strategic and atomic minerals. So the government, it's in black and white, ladies and gentlemen, now that the government was okay in mining being carried out in the Aravalis, because they were of the opinion that India need not import things from foreign goods and that we can have our own minerals. Restrictions shall not be imposed. They also said in the affidavit that it will not be applicable to minerals which are critical for overall economic growth. Though the government had batted for the expectations, it's all there in the affidavit. This is a 2,334-page affidavit that the Republic has received, and it reveals how government had batted for the destruction of the Aravalis. There is palpable anger among the residents on the Supreme Court order already. It is clear that the government wanted Aravali to be mined, where they wanted minerals like lead, zinc, silver, copper and ore. Now, they were deep-seated critical minerals essential for transition to clearer resources. The protest visuals are on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, where there is palpable anger among the residents against the government of India, against the Environment Minister. Swarali is joining me on the phone line. Swarali, what's the update on ground?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, a major protest took place in the collectorate office in front of collectorate office of Udaipur. And as we have been talking with the protesters over here, their demand is that the revision of acceptance of definition by the Supreme Court at the committee that constituted had given out a definition that hills which are above 100 meters will only be counted in the Aravali hill range, which spreads across 700 kilometers and is billions of years ago. It was formed, it was originated billions of years ago, even before the human existence. And now the government, the Supreme Court, the committee is taking and defining these mountain ranges, and that's why there's agitation, frustration, there's ire of people that's coming out, and they're hitting the streets of Rajasthan. In several pockets we have seen people are demanding the revision of the decision and acceptance of this same definition. We also have to understand, with the ecological importance, there is also a historical valor which is being associated with this hilly ranges, and it is one of the oldest hill ranges in India, which cuts across 4 states: Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi. The end of it is in the Delhi Raisina Hill, wherein the Rashtrapati Bhavan is situated. We can understand the importance of the ecological shield. It dissects the Thar desert with the other parts of the India. It dissects and it shields deserts from being expanding all over the place. Also, they are home to distinct animals like leopards, tigers. We know that Ranthambore Tiger Reserve is in the Aravali Hill ranges. On the other hand, bears as well. Several rivers originate from the hills. We can understand the entire hill range, which spreads across 700 kilometers, originates billions of years ago. We can understand the entire ecosystem, may it be the vegetation, the biodiversity, the animals. It is very, very important at multiple levels, and that's why there is an ire, frustration, public anger. I could see people from various stratas of society, may it be politicians, may it be environmental activists, may it be common people, all of them came together sloganeering against the decision that is being taken by the central government. I also tried and asked them about the statement that was being put out by the Union Environmental Minister, saying that 90% of them are safe, 90% of the hill range is safe, but the definition says exactly opposite. If we talk about the data, only 1048 hills surpass the definition that has been accepted by the Supreme Court. Rest of them, which are involved in 12081, which means more than 12,000, more than 11,000 hills do not surpass this definition. That makes 93% of hills open to illegal mining. These are the updates, and we are going to keep you updated.
Right, Swarali, thank you very much for getting us those details. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, even as we speak, there is palpable anger that is among the residents over the Supreme Court order. My colleague Swarali was there earlier on ground, where she had exposed and she had shown how there is massive public anger on ground against the government of India, against the latest statement that the government has given. Watch this report.
क्या मांगे हैं प्रोटेस्टर्स की और कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है अरावली हिल्स का राजस्थान के लिए उदयपुर?
राजस्थान में उदयपुर क्षेत्र में, मेवाड़ में अरावली सिर्फ चट्टान या पहाड़ नहीं है। अरावली पे आप देखेंगे तो सारे केंद्र हैं। जो राणा मारना चित्तौड़गढ़ पे दुर्ग बना सकते थे, वो अरावली कटा भी सकते थे। दूरदृष्टि थी, हवा, पानी, वेग, युद्ध, सब तरह से अरावली ने हमेशा रक्षा की है। आप देखेंगे तो करनी मात अरावली पे स्थापित है, नीमच मात अरावली पे स्थापित है। अपने दूडी माता अरावली पे, जगन्नाथ का मंदिर अरावली पे सब।
ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकली क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? जो थार डेजर्ट का शील्ड है अरावली रेंज, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर इधर इलीगल माइनिंग होता है?
जब जब भूकंप आया है, जब जब वेग से आंधी आई है, जब जब वेग से तूफान आया है, जब जब वेग से बाढ़ आई है, इस अरावली ने उदयपुर की रक्षा की है झीलों से बसे हुए सारे बातों में। उसके बाद भी आज भी उदयपुर खुशहाल है। अरावली रक्षा के साथ साथ पूजनीय का केंद्र भी है, बायोलॉजिकली और एथिकली, और आप देखेंगे रीजनली भी अरावली सब तरह से केंद्र रहा है और हमेशा रहेगा।
क्या भावना है फिलहाल लोगों की और क्या मांग?
हम लोग सारे बैंक कर्मी हैं। हम लोग यहाँ पे अरावली को बचाने के लिए आए हुए हैं। जैसा कि गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू अभी हम लोगों ने, न्यायाधीश ने जो फैसला दिया है, उस फैसले को लेके हम उस फैसले की निंदा करते हैं। हम लोग बैंक कर्मी हैं, हम लोगों का किसी पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
क्यों निंदा करें ये बताइए व्यूअर।
मैम, जब अगर जीव जंतु आज जिस तरीके से शहरों में आ रहे हैं, जीव जंतुओं के लिए, वन्य जीवों के लिए उनके रहने की अरावली नहीं बचेगी तो वो लोग रहेंगे कहाँ? जब मुगलों के लिए युद्ध लड़े गए इस धरती पे, आज उस धरती को हमारी जरूरत है और हम लोग अगर नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा उसके लिए? तो हम लोग इस अरावली पे निंदा करते हैं और इसका विरोध करते हैं, कड़ा विरोध करते हैं।
All right, that's the top story that we are tracking. That's also a debate that Arnab will be debating today in prime time. We're keeping a very close watch on that story. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. But after the break, we'll get to the details of the freight trade deal that has been signed and announced by New Zealand and India.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Major showdown during protests for Aravali in Udaipur. Police detains activists, parade them away. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravali Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravali Hills. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues a templated response on Aravali's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. No lessons learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet give DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Spotlight back on Augusta Westland case after Delhi court orders release of Christian Michel, the middleman in Augusta Westland case. India and New Zealand announce starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in from Russia. Russian general has been killed in an explosion that has taken place in Moscow. We give it to understand that the general heading 2 units in southern Moscow was killed earlier today. Lieutenant General Funnel Sarvarov, head of the operational division, has been killed after an explosion that has taken place in Moscow. He's part of the Operational Training Directorate of the Russian Armed Forces. He's died earlier today. Official confirmation now coming in from the Kremlin. These are the latest images now coming in. 2 such incidents have taken place where investigators are now pursuing numerous lines of inquiry regarding the murder. One of these is that the crime was orchestrated by Ukrainian intelligence services. In fact, what we are being told that the car exploded in a parking lot on Moscow's Yaseneva Street with the driver inside at approximately 7 o'clock Russian time. Ukraine's security service claimed responsibility for a similar attack against a high-ranking Russian soldier. This was in December 2024. General Igor Kirillov, the chief of the military's nuclear and biological and chemical protection forces, was killed by a bomb that was hidden on an electric scooter outside his apartment building a day after Kiev leveled criminal charges against him. Now, his assistant was also killed. Now, this happens to be the second such explosion that has taken place in just 1 year, with the Russians leveling a direct charge against the Ukrainians. In fact, as far as this killing is concerned, Ukrainians have already taken direct responsibility. They're saying that part of what they're saying of their operation, of those who are essentially part of this entire operation, has now been eliminated. In fact, the Russian general, along with the others, were part of an operation that was carried out in southern Ukraine. And now Ukrainians are taking full responsibility of the explosion that has taken place. This comes at a time when President Trump has already put out a deadline for the Ukrainians to come on board as far as the peace deal is concerned. The ultimatum is for Christmas. In fact, we have now been told that they have to essentially look into the 28-point peace plan that has been drawn up by the United States of America after elaborate consultations that have taken place from the Russians as well as the Ukrainian side. Now, in fact, as the peace deal talks are basically underway, a major escalation seems to have now taken place in the heart of Moscow when a top Russian general has been killed in an explosion that has taken place. This was in a parking lot where the explosion took place, and the car was standing in that area. In fact, it seems that a bomb was placed under the car is what we are picking up from the preliminary information that we have at this stage, after the bomb basically detonated underneath the car. A similar sort of playbook that we've seen earlier also in the month of December 2024 when a top Russian general was killed in a similar manner. While Kremlin hasn't really responded so far. In fact, threats that have already been issued by the Kremlin in the last few weeks, particularly with regards to the peace deal. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Iona, who's joining me from the newsroom. Iona, second such incident that has now taken place. Any response coming in from the Kremlin with regards to the latest attack that has taken place?
That's right, Shravan, no such response that is coming in from the Kremlin as of yet. But what we understand at this point in time is that the investigators are not ruling out any angle into this attack, and they have directly named the Ukrainian intelligence behind one of these attacks. In fact, as we stay full frame on those visuals, let's tell our viewers more details about these two generals who were killed. One was Lieutenant General Fanil Sarvarov, head of the Operational Training Directorate of the Russian Armed Forces General Staff. He died from his injuries. The investigators, as we understand at this point in time, are pursuing numerous lines of inquiry regarding the matter. One of these is that the crime was orchestrated by Ukrainian intelligence services. This is a statement that is now coming in from Russia's investigative committee. We are yet to get an official statement from the President's house, that is the Kremlin. And we understand at this point in time that a car exploded in a parking lot on Moscow's Yasenevo Street with the driver inside at approximately 7 a.m. The Ukraine Security Service has already claimed responsibility for a similar attack against a high-ranking Russian soldier in December 2024. Shravan, these are some of the initial details that we are picking up on this breaking news story that has just come into our newsrooms. We'll keep a close watch on it.
Well, in fact, staying with these latest visuals coming in, Iota, what we are picking up from the Russian news agencies is that the Russian general was killed, declared dead after an explosive device that was detonated underneath his car. This happened in southern Moscow. Lieutenant General Fanil Sarvarov is the head of the Operational Training Directorate of the Russian Armed Forces General Staff. This is a confirmation coming in from Russia's investigative committee. And the statement that they have issued, and I quote, investigators are pursuing numerous lines of inquiry regarding the murder. One of these is that the crime was orchestrated by the Ukrainian intelligence services. Ukraine's security service has already taken responsibility for a similar attack against a high-ranking soldier in December 2024. That's the latest now coming in. It turns out that yet another escalation between Russia and Ukraine. Well, the other big story that we are tracking at this, India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, in fact, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo as well as SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. In fact, sources say Indigo has received a third extension to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and the crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangements. In fact, the continued approvals come despite early expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. Now, this is what we know so far. In the month of May earlier this year is when the lease had basically come to an end. And thereafter, a letter was drafted by Indigo to the DGCA seeking further extension. It was in the month of September when DGCA called a one-time extension that was given to Indigo so that they could operate these Turkish aircraft. And more importantly, not just the aircraft, even the crew members were to be used by Indigo. Staying with the civil aviation stories now coming in. Earlier today, a Mumbai-bound Air India flight reported a serious technical glitch and the plane had to return, make an emergency landing at Delhi airport. Now, the aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency, in fact, was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident. In fact, this was a Mumbai-bound aircraft of the Air India. A statement has now been issued by the airline with regards to the emergency that was called in by the pilot. In fact, they're saying that this was an engine problem. There was an engine oil problem that was highlighted by the pilot, and thereafter an emergency was declared resulting in a situation that the aircraft had to be called back. So far, a report has already been sent to the DGCA. We're going to also take you through the details of the report that has been sent to the DGCA, where they've essentially spoken about the exact time when the pilot had basically called the ATC regarding further instruction as to how they would have carried out. Now, this comes across as a major lapse. Take a look at this detailed report.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan, pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily, a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
Let me also take you through another breaking news now coming in, where UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has lashed out at the Samajwadi Party over the codeine cough syrup case, saying that the license to accuse Vibhor Rada was issued during their tenure. The Chief Minister has vowed to take strict action against those who are involved, saying no one will be spared. In fact, 77 arrests have been made so far. The government is leaving no stone unturned in its crackdown that has been carried out. The SIT has already been formed. In fact, this comes after multiple reports essentially came in from states like Madhya Pradesh, where there have been deaths due to cough syrups that were basically prescribed by the doctors, by government doctors. And it seems that the Ministry of Health Affairs has also basically stepped in to take stock of the situation. But right now there's a direct political allegation that has been leveled by Yogi Adityanath, saying that there is a link between the accused in this particular case with that of the Samajwadi Party. In fact, we are given to understand that 77 arrests have taken place, at least one, that is the kingpin in this particular case. The government has indicated that there is a political link, and there is also another link that is basically emerging with Madhya Pradesh, because it all started in Madhya Pradesh when the first phase of, in the first phase itself, what we are given to understand, multiple deaths had actually taken place, following which a full-fledged investigation was carried out of cough syrups resulting in the death of infants, following which an SIT was also formed when similar cases had also been reported in the state of Uttar Pradesh as well as Himachal Pradesh, two states where similar sort of incidents have actually taken place. Now, in the floor of the assembly, you've had Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister making this comment. Listen.
कानपुर का भी है, गाजियाबाद का भी है, वाराणसी का भी है, लखनऊ का भी है और कानपुर का भी है। इन लोगों ने इसको उन देशों में पहुंचाया है, उन राज्यों में पहुंचाया है जहां मद्य निषेध है, लेकिन वहां पे नशे के आदी लोगों को इसको लेने की एक आदत सी है, तो वहां पर उसका दुरुपयोग किया गया है, जबकि बिना चिकित्सीय परामर्श के इसका सेवन नहीं हो सकता। खासतौर पर बच्चों के लिए। एडल्ट भी चिकित्सीय परामर्श से इसका सेवन करता है। कौन ऐसा व्यक्ति है जिसने कफ सिरप नहीं लिया? खांसी होती है, हर व्यक्ति लेता है। और मुझे लगता है अगर आप इसकी गहराई में जाएंगे तो घूम फिर करके वही मामला है कि वो कहीं ना कोई समाजवादी पार्टी से जुड़ा हुआ नेता या उनसे जुड़ा हुआ कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति उसकी चपेट में आता है। और इलीगल ट्रांजैक्शन भी जो हुआ है वो अभी आपकी लोहिया बहाने के एक पदाधिकारी के अकाउंट के माध्यम से हुआ है। एसटीएफ इसकी जांच कर रही है। इस पूरे मामले में हाई कोर्ट से उस पूरे मामले को एनडीपीएस के अंतर्गत इस मामले में मुकदमा चलना चाहिए। ये उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस लड़ाई को लड़ा है और उसको जीता है। इलीगल यानी इसमें एडिटेशन का भी नहीं है, यह इलीगल डाइवर्जन का है।
Well, in fact, getting some more breaking news coming in from the state of Himachal Pradesh, where Shimla's IGMC hospital basically turned into a complete battleground as doctors and a patient exchanged blows. A patient from the Chopal area had come for an endoscopy, but an argument with the doctor escalated into a fight. The patient's family members created a ruckus at the hospital demanding the doctor's suspension. In fact, audio screens right now. The altercation that has taken place between the patient and the doctors, this is coming in from the IGMC hospital in Shimla, where you can see how the patient has been brutally assaulted, and thereafter, in fact, this happened earlier today is what we are picking up. I'm going to just take you through some of the details coming in. This was at a time when the patient had come in for an endoscopy, but an argument with the doctor took place, resulting in a fight taking place. The patient's family members have also made an allegation against the delay in carrying out the endoscopy despite multiple requests that were made by the family members. In fact, they are now demanding the suspension of the doctor. Now, on your screens, these are the latest images coming in from a hospital in Shimla, where Shimla's IGMC hospital. In fact, this morning, roughly a little after 9 o'clock is when this incident took place. Family members are now outside the hospital demanding the suspension of the doctor.
ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लो। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लो। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लो। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लो। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लो। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आ गए लोग। ये देख सकते हैं आप, ये एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप।
Just a quick recap of what we know so far of the incident that took place at the IGMC hospital in Shimla, where you can see on your screens the altercation that has taken place between the doctor and the patient, where they were exchanging blows. Now, the patient, we are being told, is from Chopal area and had come to the hospital for an endoscopy. Not very sure as to what led to this kind of an altercation between the patient and the doctor. In fact, we are waiting for a response to come in from the hospital, but what we are picking up from our news contributors on the ground is that this happened when the family members had requested for an endoscopy to be done. Right now, they have demanded a suspension of the doctor. There has been no statement that has come in from the IGMC hospital at this stage. That's the latest now coming in from Shimla, where a brawl has been reported from a hospital there. You have, these are the following details that have now come in. Well, let me take you through what else is making news right now. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A woman was pushed out of a moving local train after an argument with a man who had entered the woman's compartment. The woman who sustained serious injuries is reported to be in a stable condition. The accused, identified as Akhtar Nawaz, was apprehended by the police and a case has been registered. An auto driver was murdered in front of a crowded ISBT bus stand terminal in Jammu in broad daylight. The accused fled from the scene after slitting the man's throat in one of the busiest areas. An investigation into the crime is underway. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Prime Minister Narendra Modi and will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today in the national capital. It is his first meeting since he was sworn in as the Chief Minister, and the leader stated that it would ensure a smooth centre-state relationship.
Turkey gave logistic and military support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Why are Turkish planes with Turkish crew operating in Indian airspace? 7 months after Operation Sindoor, has government forgotten its promise? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Aravali has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on Aravali's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravali Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravali Hills. No lessons learnt post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Republic questions Christian Michel in Augusta Westland case. Michel silent on bribes. Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in right engine. Well, in fact, after the Operation Sindoor, we were told that there wouldn't be a foreign lease. And that's what the DGCA had claimed then. But back in the month of May, Indigo's lease with Turkish Airlines had already lapsed. But despite that, a request was actually made by Indigo for extension of the lease with the Turkish aircraft. And that happens to be Corendon Airlines. And in the month of September, a one-time extension was given to Indigo. It received a third extension, and that was to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. And not just Indigo, SpiceJet also has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar sort of arrangements. Now, they continued the approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. In fact, it turns out that they've carried out this entire arrangement on the grounds that they do not have enough aircraft. Secondly, as per this particular leasing policy, they're not only taking the aircraft, but also crew members. These crew members, what we are being told, are Turkish crew members operating on domestic legs in India. On your screens right now, these are multiple images that have actually come in of Corendon aircraft. This is a Turkish aircraft, part of a subsidiary of Turkish Airlines, Budget Airlines, that is operated by Turkish Airways, based out of Malta. This airline is, or this aircraft, in fact, is now being used by Indigo as well as SpiceJet. These are images that we've also accessed from various airports, from Chennai, Jabalpur, which goes on to indicate that even today, as we speak, this aircraft, a Turkish aircraft, is still being used by Indigo as well as SpiceJet. Now, what exactly is the issue? In fact, post-Operation Sindoor, Indian Army has come on record to say that Turkey has actually backed Pakistan by supplying drones. Then came the bigger question as to whether at all cargo services provided by Turkey can actually be used by India or not. And that led to a massive debate that took place, following which the regulator here had already indicated that this kind of an agreement may not be operational for a very long time. And it seems that despite this kind of an indication coming in from the regulator, what we are being told is that there was an attempt that was actually made by Indigo to once again write to the DGCA seeking further approval. And this approval actually was granted in the name of one-time extension that was given to Indigo so that they could carry on with the lease agreement with the Turkish Airlines. Questions are now being raised about whether at all there is a national security angle to this entire matter. It seems they are divided. In fact, several associations have actually raised this. In fact, let me go across to Captain Randhawa, who's joining us on this broadcast. Captain Randhawa, post-Operation Sindoor, we were given to understand that the regulators would not have actually allowed this kind of a lease to be in place. But till date, this lease agreement between the Turkish Airlines and Indigo and SpiceJet still continues. Is there a problem?
See, as far as the regulations goes for wet leasing, you have under Section 3, Series C, Part 1. And it allows you to wet lease an aircraft only under certain exigencies. Now, it cannot be as a routine. And the CR is very clear that you can take the aircraft on wet lease 6 plus 6 months, or maximum up to 12 months. Earlier, the rule was 3 plus 3. Now, the government had intervened that with the Turkish agencies, you had to stop operations. Even the Celebi, the ground handling contract was terminated. And so this extension was given as one-time basis by the government of India for 6 months. So I am not privy to that the government has allowed them beyond that time. to SpiceJet and to Indigo Airlines, where they continue to take the aircraft on wet lease. And wet lease is again as not a matter of they cannot impose it on the government that it has to be done, because it is only in extreme circumstances that the airlines are allowed to get the aircraft on wet lease, and that too on a short-term basis. It is not a permanent remedy where you have the foreign crews operating the aircraft and you have these foreign registered aircraft. And also why these airlines are continuing beyond 6 months, and do they have the DGCA approvals or the government approvals?
Well, in fact, I've just got some more details, Captain Randhawa. I'm told that there is another agreement that Indigo is actually signing with Freebird Airlines. So it is not just the Turkish Airways. I'm told that Freebird Airlines is also in talks with Indigo, and in all likelihood, by the end of this month, they are going to carry on with their operations. I'm just putting out this breaking news coming in. Captain Randhawa, do you have any idea about this latest wet lease agreement that is being signed with Freebird Airlines?
With Corridon? I have no clue, but I have seen these aircraft. I had gone to Chennai day before and I saw this aircraft at Chennai, Corridon. So if this agreement has been signed, then SpiceJet must have got these aircraft.
Well, in fact, it seems as far as SpiceJet is concerned, Captain Randhawa, it is not an extension. The agreement was signed in the month of July. This was way after Operation Sindoor.
Okay, so the government had put a clampdown on this, that all these Turkish contracts were held in abeyance. If you recollect, Celebi was one of the ground handling agency who was told to stop the operations. And the airlines were given some extension by the government. So I'm not sure whether it was 3 months or 6 months. And as a rule, it says
But Captain Randhawa, just playing the devil's advocate here, the airlines have been arguing